Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. Here is another great example of what Ultra4 vehicles can do. We will have some wide open desert areas and some tight technical rock sections. Add in some gnarly whoops and everything in between. And this is Ultra4 USA Racing at its finest. I am Miles Hosquist alongside Mr. Jim Marsden, and we're about to kick off the 4400 main event, and it is an entirely stacked field.
Thank you, Miles. How good is it to be here? We are in Lake Havasu, and what a place this is. I've never been to anywhere quite like this. The buzz, the vibe, everything that's going on, and it's all culminating in this last final race, the 4400 main, and I am literally itching with excitement.
It's been fantastic all week long. Here's a great showing of how vast and wide open these 100-mile-an-hour desert sections really are. And then, like I said, we will dive into some tight technical rocks where you have to be four-wheel drive. A two-wheel drive will not make it. We'll drop a couple waterfalls. It's going to be one heck of a show, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be so much fun. Jim, I can't wait to get this party started. It's about to go down.
It is indeed. And you were saying earlier about it being a stacked field. Let's just talk about that, and let's just run through our list of drivers that I've got here. On pole position right now, it's two-time king Lauren Healy. Then just behind him, we've got the young gun, Cade Rod. This is a young man that we've seen work his way up through the limited classes. His dad is no less than the Jimmy's mastermind himself that created some of the incredible cars. Then in third position, Paul Wolf. Then in fourth, we've got Darian Gomez. And in fifth is Paul Herschel.
And let's talk about that just for a minute. Who is not here? There's only about a handful of names that, I mean, this is the biggest 4,400 stacked field we have ever had outside of King of the Hammers. There's only about 5 or 6 names. The Blylers, Slauson, Tom Ways. There's just a few that are not here racing 4,400. It's incredible.
Absolutely. Now, Eric Miller's here, but he just forgot to bring his car, which is kind of remiss if you ask me, but there we are. But yeah, you're right. It really is an absolute who's who. Let's not forget, we've got three-time king Shannon Campbell here. We've got Bailey Campbell racing as well.
All the Gomez brothers, except for Marcos, but the Gomez brothers are here, and they're going to be running checkers or wreckers because this is the National Series Championship. Gomez don't care about points. They want to win, so it could really shake things up. It's going to be interesting.
Well, this is the whole thing. We've got to talk about, we've got guys out here who are racing for glory for day. We've got guys out here who are racing so that they can qualify for King of the Hammers, and guys who are racing for championship points. Plus, you got the double whammy of the fact that this is a double race points. So it's absolutely incredible. So I love this. There's so much going on.
So many different dynamics.
Exactly that. And let's just look at the kind of vehicles that we're looking at here. So predominantly our top 10 is dominated by IFS. Now, why is that? That's because we're in a more of a desert-orientated loop, but our highest place solid axle car is Phil McGilton.
Back in 14th position.
Yeah, but my friend, did you see the qualifying times? There was only literally a few seconds separating all of our top 20 cars.
It's going to be wild, and here's a great aerial shot of how vast this is. This is a 7,500-acre OHV area. It's going to be great to see. And we had our one and only Mrs. Pam Hall out there on course off and on all week. She's going to kind of explain you what some of these course markings our drivers will see out on this one heck of a course.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little bit of track talk for you at home that don't know what our racers are looking for out on race course. Behind me, we do have an orange arrow, and this is what we're going to talk about right now. It is facing to my right, but what it is doing is that means there is a 90-degree turn coming up. Sometimes out on the course, it'll just be at like a 45-degree angle, meaning it's just a little bit smaller of a turn. And then also, if you see 3 arrows and then 2 arrows and then 1 arrow, that means that is a high-speed section, and you need to make sure that you are definitely checking up. Another important sign out on race course that the racers have to make sure that they are paying attention to is this one right here. It is red. It has a big W on it. It is the wrong way. You do not want to go that direction because we do have VCPs out here. If you go the wrong direction, you're off race course. So this one is one of the crucial ones out here as well that the drivers have to look for. All right, here is one more sign that the drivers want to make sure they're looking out for. It is the danger sign. It's the skull and crossbones with a down arrow. This right here, this will hurt your car. This will hurt you. They have to make sure they're checking up because if not, it can end their race.
Thank you very much, Pam. Now, those course markings are so important, aren't they, out there? But when you get in the dust, when everything's happening, all the action's going on around you, it's so easy to miss one of those course markings. And that's why we saw so many of our top guys pre-running yesterday in the 4900 class, just to get a little bit of track time to understand where all of those signage, points of signage are on that course.
But you can also program that into your GPS. It can be audible too as well. So it's a great thing to pre-run and see what those markers are, put them in your notes, and that's going to be the track, because the track's the track. You just said dust. There's certain spots where you cannot step out to pass because you're going to wreck your car.
Absolutely. But it's all going on here, and we're getting closer to our start. But we've got a special guest this weekend. We've got a Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer.
An off-road motorsports Hall of Famer will be waving the flag for us. It's going to be great to have him on our team. It's so much fun to have him working with us. He'll be waving the flag, and Pam was able to catch up with him earlier in the week. So let's see what Bob has to say.
All right, Mr. Bob Bauer, you are our Grand Marshal out here at Lake Havasu City this weekend. This is a whole different ballgame than what you're normally used to. What are you thinking about what we have going on out here with Ultra4 USA?
You know, I'm learning as fast as I can, but there's so much to learn. What it's really hit me hard is these are four-wheelers. These aren't racers. These are four-wheelers. These are family people, and the event shows that. I mean, it's exciting to see all the kids, and they're not on leashes, you know. Even the dogs aren't on leashes. It's a family deal, and so I'm excited to be here. The experiences I've had, for me, you know, all my mistakes have been made in the desert. And so learning about this is like opening Pandora's box for me. It's like I can't wait for the next couple of days. There's going to be some happy folks.
There's going to be a lot of happy folks. There's going to be a lot of people out there that are going to be kind of a little frustrated about the racing and stuff because it is a hard course, but you being our Grand Marshal, it's an honor to have you out here with us.
Well, you know, it's really quite an honor for me to be here. I had no idea. Actually, I still have no idea. What does a Grand Marshal do? When they contacted me and said, hey, would you do this? And I said, well, sure, but what do they do? And then I got to think about it. I said, JT, those Grand Marshals, they do nothing. Nothing. I'm changing that. I want to get involved. I want to get my hands dirty, get my face dirty. I want, you know, brown stuff inside places that don't go brown, and talk to some people. They will teach me. They will teach me.
Well, we're going to put you in the hot pits with me maybe for a little bit. Then you can get your hands and face dirty out there with us.
Woof, we like it.
Awesome. Well, Bob Bauer, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame, you are out here with us this weekend. Again, like I said, it's an honor, so I can't wait to see what all you think at the end of the event.
I have a lot to say at the end of the event. They're going to give me 10 minutes to do it. It's going to take about 3.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, Bob Bauer, what a legend, what a hero. I've been so lucky to work with Bob Bauer at the Mint 400, King of the Hammers, and I've had the opportunity to spend evenings with him and to hear those stories and to hear all about that history when he's raced down in Baja, when he's won Baja. And as he said to me, he's won Baja 7 times, but he's lost it 26. I love that. If you ever get a chance, go and check him out, because Bob Bauer is the man. He is the legend.
100% nailed it there. And what I can't explain more is the storytelling he has. He has more stories in the dirt than anybody I have ever known. It's great to have him with us.
But they're not just stories, are they? They are actually entire memories of a racing career that spans literally decades.
Absolutely. But now it is time for the greatest song in the world about the greatest country in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up and remove cap. Here's the United States of America's national anthem.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is nearly time to go racing here in Lake Havasu. We're going to be popping out to a short commercial break, but please do not go anywhere. Make sure that you are by your TVs, your computers, and be ready for the greatest race in the world, 4400. See you soon.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pit Bull is perfect for the job. The Pit Bull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. We are about to kick off the grand finale, the 4400 main event. But before we kick this off, let's check out what Pam Hall has to say.
Okay. Go, Pam. Go, Pam.
Welcome, everybody. Legends of Havasu is going down right now. 4400s are lined up. Their engines are starting up as well. You guys, this is going to be a great race. We have Lauren Healy on the pole. He just won our 4600 class yesterday, so he has a great pre-run in his head right now. It's going to come down to a tire game, though, from what I'm hearing from all the drivers. So you guys, it's going to be an exciting day. Make sure you stay tuned in all day long.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. Wow, look at this. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. But now we're going to take a look at our starting grid. This is our Project X starting grid, and let's go right the way from the top. So in first place, we've got Lauren Healy. In second, it's Cade Rod.
Then it's Paul Wolf, Darian Gomez, Paul Horschel, Levi Shirley.
JP Gomez, Waylon Campbell, Cody Addington, and Casey Curry rounding out the top 10.
Brendan Thompson, Raul Gomez, Ian Cuntinez, Philip McGilton, Brian Cross.
Shannon Campbell, Bailey Campbell, Pip Justice, Christopher Branson, and Brett Harrell.
James Mahoney, Dennis Sterndal, Chip McLaughlin, Kevin Stearns, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Matthew McGowan, Chad Hunt, Weston Jones, Jeff Wagner, and Craig Adler.
Travis Grande, Glennie Page, Tom Prendergast, Tom Gilpin, and Joe Gatlin.
Andrew McLaughlin, Dalton Hamilton, Kenneth Goodall, Harold Fishman, and Johnny Valdez.
Mike Spindler, Mark Nicholson, Roger King, A.K. Watley.
Tad Dowker, William Robinson, Brent Moffat, and Travis Zollinger rounding out the pack.
So we are about to kick off the 4400 main event, the biggest and baddest names in our sport. And kicking this off is going to be Lauren Healy, another Mid-America Outdoor Ambassador, is about to go down. JT Taylor, the race director, is about to roll, and we are green racing. Bob Bowers got it going. So Lauren Healy out of Farmington, New Mexico with Fun Haver Off-Road Team and that Triton Interding Single C IFS Bronco taking off the heat. We take off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time on this 37-mile lap, and they'll be hitting it 4 times. Yeah, and look at Lauren Healy drifting around there, Jim.
Yeah, Lauren Healy, he'll be putting that Fox Live Valve suspension to work as he makes his way out into the desert. But let's talk about this young man. This young man is Cade Rod. He is getting the eyeballs right now from Bob Bauer. Green flag is go for Cade Rod. No. He roars off the line in that Jimmy's Dragon.
K-Rod number 7 out of Cortez, Colorado with Jimmy's 4x4, and that Jimmy's 4x4 single seat IFS machine laying it down. He had the pole position for quite a while in qualifying yesterday until Lauren Healy bumped him out.
Yeah, absolutely amazing stuff. Now, this is a man who's got a grudge on his hands. Cade Rod is going to be out there trying to prove what he can do as Paul Wolf leaves the line. Now, Paul Wolf's had a bit of a rubbishy weekend up to now. He'll be wanting to put it out there and show us all what he can do in this Joe Thompson-built UFO machine.
So Mid-America brand ambassador Paul Wolf, number 1018 out of Alton, Illinois with Wolf Racing, heading out chasing some dust.
Yeah, now Paul Wolf, he was in the UTV race yesterday. He pulled up short, so he will be wanting to do the best he can do right now as he powers his way out into the desert. And next on the line, it's another young gun. This is Darian Gomez, the first of the 3 Gomez's we have racing here today.
Flacco out of Folsom, California with Gomez Brothers Racing, another UFO single-seat IFS machine. These guys and gals are going to be giving it their all. This car is going to be a one to watch for sure.
Yeah, isn't this so cool to see 3 young guns right up there at the front? Paul Wolf, Cade Rod, and Darian Gomez hunting down 2-time king and veteran Lauren Healy. Am I really using the word veteran with Lauren?
Isn't that crazy? Up next, number 19, Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat, the first 2-seater that takes off. Number 19 out of Park City, Utah with Horschel Motorsports in that IFS IRS 4-wheel steer machine. One of the nicest cars out there on course.
He is indeed. He's actually out here to pre-run for King of the Hammers. Can you believe that? It's fantastic to see Paul Horschel out here. There's more than one Horschel core in the field today, and we'll be picking that up and telling you all about those later on. But right now, it's all about this car. It is Levi Shirley bursting from the line in a UK-built
Off-road Armory.
Off-road Armory car.
So
and he hits the line.
Levi Shirley and Corey Nasso, number 81 out of Dodge City, Kansas with Lucky Dog and Levi Shirley Racing with that Off-Road Armory Eurofire 2C IFS machine. And we will get into chassis IFS straight axle after we get everybody off the line.
Yeah, that car's boasting an LT5 supercharged motor, and they've just done a whole heap of work for it as Bob Bauer gets our next car off the line, and this is none other than JP Gomez. Uncle to Darian Gomez, who we've already seen leave the line today.
JP Gomez, number 82 out of Cameron Park, California with Gomez Brothers Racing in his 2022 UFO Joe Thompson single-seat machine. This guy is fast, definitely another one to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen him win national races before. As we look now at Waylon Campbell. Now, this is the nearly man. He has nearly won so many races throughout his career. Is this going to be his day? Can he put that Campbell machine on top of the box?
Wayman Waylon Campbell, number 3 out of Gilbert, Arizona with Campbell Racing in that 2020 Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS machine.
Yeah, he had some motor issues last year, but he seems to be putting all of those behind him. And I'm really excited to see what Waylon can do out there on this incredible 37-mile course.
Up next, we'll have the number 888 of Cody Addington take off out of Forest Hill, California with ADD Racing with that Jimmy's single-seat chassis. This is one of the winningest cars in Ultra4 history.
It is indeed. This is the OG Red Dragon. This is the car that Lauren Healy dominated with when it first came out, as we're just cutting there to Cade Rod making his way through race mile 2.
And up next, none other than Casey Curry and Ace Aaron Quesada, number 2 out of Norco, California with Curry Racing in the Trophy Jeep, a 2C IFS machine. This is a Monster Energy back car, and he has nothing to prove except for have fun and trying to mix it up in the points. He's not running for points, but he could mix it up for our national championship.
Yeah, I believe he's actually racing for a spot at Hammers, which is why he's out here. But this is also one of the oldest cars in the pack. I believe it first raced in Hammers back in 2014.
It's been around a while, but that just goes to show how strong these cars actually are.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit like Trigger's Broom. I'm not sure there's anything left of that car, but there we are. And here we go. We have another UFO machine, and it's none other than Brendan Thompson. Leading the line now.
Number 5150, Bam Bam himself, Grass Valley, California with Outcast Racing in a brand new UFO IFS single-seat machine. He debuted at King of the Hammers earlier this year. And look at them getting slideways right out of the gate.
Absolutely. Now, he was on course yesterday yesterday in his old car with his son Austin driving. So he's already done some pre-running. Will that be a benefit for him? But check this out. This is two-time king and current king, Raul Gomez. Father to Darian Gomez, who's out in front, and brother to JP Gomez, who's out in front. And if ever he needed something to G him up, it's knowing that those two are in front of him. What can Raul do today?
So current king Raul Gomez, number 83 out of Lotus, California, with Gomez Brothers Racing in his UFO Joe Thompson single seat machine. He debuted that 2 years at King of the Hammers, and he's a back-to-back champ.
And this is Ian Contuse's here in the Jimmy's IFS machine. He gets the green flag from Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, and charges off into the desert.
Ian and Taze Flores, number 135 out of Franktown, Colorado, with Carbon Motorsports in that 2020 Jimmy's 2C IFS machine with that Jeff Ginter racing engine.
Yeah, powerful setup there. He qualified incredibly strongly, and now is the first of our solid axle cars. This is Phil McGilton, who's having an astonishing year. Chatting to him earlier this week, he's running a slightly smaller LSX style motor, very high revving, gets up to around about 7,500 RPM, and he'll need all of those today if he's to catch those big IFS cars.
So Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross, number 47 out of Tuscaloosa, Alabama, with 47 Motorsports in that Jimmy's 4x4 48P solid axle machine, chasing down the IFS cars.
And next off the line, this is Brian Cross in another Campbell car. Now Brian, he switched to a slightly smaller motor package this year, going for an LSX rather than the big tool blocks that he's used to running, and it's worked for him really, really well. But he had some problems in qualifying. We saw his incredible pace, but he made a couple of small mistakes which put him back in 15th. But that just goes to show Brian's pace. What can he do out there on this track today?
Our national points leader, Brian Crofts, number 9 out of Nevada, California, with CB Motorsports in that Campbell chassis single seat machine.
And here comes another Campbell chassis. It's the legend himself, Mr. Shannon Campbell, three-time king in that number 5 car.
So Shannon Campbell, 3-time King of the Hammers winner and Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer out of Lakeside, Arizona, with the Coupe Racing and Fabrication in the Dragon Slayer, a Campbell single-seat IFS machine.
And this might be the last time we actually see this car race, as he is going to be debuting a new car at King of the Hammers in 2024. But here's his daughter. It's Bailey Campbell in another Campbell car.
Mid-America Ambassador Bailey Campbell with Ryan Miller riding shotgun number 35 out of Gilbert, Arizona, with Campbell Racing in that Campbell Enterprise 2C IFS machine. This is a desert cart. She has a great shot of battling with the big guys and gals out here on course.
Yeah, we'll be talking about that later, but fuel strategy is everything, and that car carries a massive amount of fuel. And that looks like Casey Curry. Is that Casey Curry, or is that Ian Contuges? As another car. Now, this is what someone we need to talk about. This is Pip Justice, all the way from Australia to come racing with us here at Ultra4 USA.
Pip Justice and Diamond Dave, number 78 out of Australia, with Rufus Racing, that Tribe 16 solid axle machine donkey, racing for the man above, Zandy Willems.
Yeah, Pip's really found some great pace in the last 12 months. He's our second place solid axle machine, as next off the line is Christopher Branton, USD Stickies man. Just check out the size of the tread blocks on these tyres. They're absolutely enormous. Jimmy's IFS car, and Christopher will be looking to place down a really solid result today.
Kamikaze Chris Branton with Ryan Rebb wiring shotgun number 46 out of Bossier City, Louisiana, with Upside Down Racing in that Jimmy's 2C IFS machine. And like you said, Jim, them big tires are going to be fun in the desert and awesome in the rocks.
Yeah, absolutely. And now next off the line is Brett Harrell. Brent Harrell yesterday locked out the 4800s, so now it's his dad's turn. Brett in this awesome Paul Herschel built obstacle machine. Just check this out. What an incredible piece of kit that is. That's two-time king Raul Gomez going through mile marker 2.
So Brett Harrell with Justin riding shotgun number 4456 out of Amsoil, Oregon, with team change order with that Paul Horschel built 2C IFS machine with that Danzio horsepower.
And this is James Mahoney about to leave the line now. Now this is a car that needs no real introduction. This is the Gary Faravanti single-seat IFS machine. When it first came on the scene right the way back in sort of 2014, it was absolutely incredible. It was a work of art that so many people wondered if it could ever be bettered, and it's great to see it out here racing one more time.
So James Mahoney, number 308, out of Colfax, California, with Mahoney Racing in that Faravanti single-seat IFS machine. Great to see it back out here racing.
And Dennis Sterndale blasting off the line now. This is a Fishmouth Fab machine. It's very similar to that Jason Shearer won 2 King of the Hammers with.
So Denny Sterndale and Scott Gearhart, number 726, out of Santa Barbara, California, with SEI Racing.
This is a wonderful looking machine, and when you look at it, you can't help but thinking back to all those days of glory for Jason Shearer. So good to see it here. And speaking of days of glory, it is none other than Chip McLaughlin.
Number 4, Chip McLaughlin out of Corinth, Texas, with Brad Christensen riding shotgun with Rufus Racing in that Tribe 16 2C IFS machine, racing for Zandy Willems. Rufus Racing, Chip McLaughlin out there on course, going to have a great day.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite cars. I love this. When it was first out on the line, it is Kevin Stearns in that Triton Engineering built car. This is a 2-seat vehicle.
Kevin Stearns and Stephen Watson, number 11, out of Hurricane, Arizona, with Tilden Racing with that Triton Engineering 2C IFS machine, Gina.
Yeah, it's an awesome car. It'll be wonderful to see what he can do with that today. And the quality of this field is quite remarkable. All of these cars qualified in under 2 minutes.
It's amazing. And don't forget, they're taking off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. 4 37-mile laps.
Yeah, now this is a man who loves an endurance race. This is Vaughn Gittin Jr. leaving the line in another Triton Fab-built 2-seat machine.
Vaughn Gittin Jr., another Mid-America ambassador, with Eric Davis riding shotgun, number 25, out of Concord, North Carolina, with Funhaver Off-Road Team. It is a beautiful solid axle reel IFF up front Triton Engineering Bronco, called Bronchi 2.0.
Yeah, next off the line is Matt McGowan. Just look at this car. This is Waylon Campbell's old machine, and it's great to see it back out here racing again.
Matt Macho McCowan, number 4409, out of Queen Creek, Arizona, with MRM Racing.
Yeah, and he's powering off into the desert. Now, this is a serious machine. Another Campbell car, obviously. Rear-engined, and this could be just the tool for the job here.
There's half the field that could win this race, Jim.
At least. And it's another solid axle car, and the first of our Millers, which is a very unusual thing to say. But here is Chad Hunt. I'll tell you who we forgot about earlier. John Grounds. There we go. Anyway, moving back to Chad Hunt.
Chad Hunt and Rick Murray, number 456, out of Plymouth, Indiana, with Hunt Motorsports in that 2022 Miller Pro chassis. And he is up for nomination for the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year. So he has got to be pumped about that one away. Also, we'll be giving away that later on this evening.
Absolutely, as Weston Jones blasts off the line right now.
Catfish Weston Jones with Robbie Flandreau riding shotgun, number 719, out of Salt Lake City, Utah, with Tuna Club racing that Jimmy's 4x4 2-seat IFS machine, Mr. Pickles.
Yeah, it's an awesome looking machine, this. But he'll be very pleased. These cars have just qualified just outside of the 2-minute zone, but that was still very fast indeed. And we are at 28 of the 48 runners and riders that we have as we watch Jeff Wagner coming off the line now. Now, this was Lauren Healy's old car.
Well, you can't say old car because it's a new car,
exactly.
But it's the IFS IRS machine that he just sold just about a month ago. So very minimal seat time for Jeff Wagner out of Kearney, Nebraska, with Wagner Racing, that Triton Engineering machine. It's going to be fun to see how he can do. He's an old school rock crawler, but coming back to play with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, next is a man who really does need no introduction at all. It's Greg Adler. If it's off-road racing, he has probably raced it. He's done short course, he races desert trucks, and he's racing here with us right now.
The boss man, Greg Adler, with Brian Kirby riding shotgun in that 210 machine out of Manhattan Beach, California, with Off-Road Warehouse Motorsports, and that designed by Kirby 2C IFS machine with 74 weld portals up front.
Yeah, and next off the line, it is going to be Travis Grand. He's getting the eyeball from Bob Bauer. He gets the green flag, and over the line he goes.
This is Guy Miller's Joe Thompson UFO built machine, but he let his best friend Travis Grande with Mitch Nunez riding shotgun out of Arroyo Grande, California with Chasing Time.
You can see he's got 4 new tyres on there. They still have the stickers on as he makes his way out into the desert. Lifting wheels as he hauls into the way.
Almost 50? 4,400 cars, Jim. This is going to be a wild race.
It is indeed, and it is the 464 of Glenn Page making his way onto track right now.
Glenny Page and Bill McGibbon and number 464 out of Ontario, Canada with Northern Force Racing, that Get Fit Bab solid axle machine.
Great to see another solid axle out there, of course, and it's amazing how many IFS machines we have out here. You look back sort of like 10 years ago, and there was a smattering of mostly solid axle, and now it's almost dominated by IFS. And next off the line will be Tom Pendergrast in another UK-built Off-Road Armory Eurofighter.
So Wreck-It Ralph himself, Tom Prendergast with John Dykes riding shotgun, the number 4413 out of Evergreen, Colorado with Fire River Racing in that Off-Road Armory Eurofight 2C IFS called Tiffany.
Yeah, the lovely guy. We saw his kids racing earlier in the 170 race. And it's great to see Tom going out into the desert. Fingers crossed he has a great race. And now heading off the line in another Fishmouth Fab car, this is Tom Gilpin.
With little Scotty Gearhart riding shotgun number 1982 out of Saugus, California with SEI Racing in that Fishmouth Fab 2C IFS chassis.
Yeah, I still love these frames. Every time I look at them, I just can't help but think back to Hammers. As we watch there is our current race leader. That is Lauren Healy.
Wow, he is really making some dust out there. Dust is absolutely going to be an issue today. We'll go through a lot of stuff after we get everybody off the line.
Yeah, we will indeed. And that's the 4570 of Joe Gatlin. Another solid axle vehicle making his way across the line.
Papa Joe Gatlin with Jesse Clark riding shotgun number 4570 out of Chino Valley, Arizona with Fire River Racing in that Jimmy's 2-seat solid axle machine.
He bursts into the desert, and that looks like that might be Chad Hunt.
It absolutely is Chad Hunt, but look at the hood starting to flop a little bit.
Now, I can tell you this for certain, he will not be stopping to put that back down.
Unless it goes all the way up and you can't see.
Yeah, that's very true indeed. And next off the line is none other than Andrew McLaughlin.
And David Sirota riding shotgun number 4493 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Let's Roll Off-Road Racing in that Jimmy's 4x4 straight axle called El Rey.
Yeah, of course, we saw Andrew move across to an IFS machine, and he's one of the few that's gone from an IFS back to a solid axle as we watch Paul Wolf coming down the waterfall.
But he is back to have fun. That is the Brannock Falls, so Paul Wolf really is pushing strong.
And that's the 4489 of Dalton Hamilton leaving the line.
With Austin Thompson riding shotgun number 4489 out of Grass Valley, California with Moves Motorsports in that Bomber chassis. Solid axle machine.
Yeah, great to see them out. And of course, let's not forget that Austin... Oh, it looked like they were slowing up there, but this is two-time king Raul Gomez.
No, that is Darian Gomez.
Oh,
That's his son.
I do apologize.
All
that
good.
is Darian.
So the Bronco Falls is being quick work on these cars. Ooh, no, Dalton and Austin are already pulled over in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, no one wants to see that. And next off the line will be Kenneth Goodall. We watched yesterday as Logan Goodall, Kenneth Goodall's son, locked out the 4500 race and was second overall in the EMC. What has Kenneth got for us today?
Ken Goodall with Todd Miller off the line, number 7779 out of Phoenix, Arizona with Goodall Racing in a Jimmy's 2C IFS machine.
And here we go, the man from Kansas we're watching right now. That is Levi Shirley coming down the waterfall. And going off the line any moment now should be Harold Fidgeman.
In that brand new Jimmy's 2C IFS, it's Harold Fidgeman with Mike Miller riding shotgun, the number 777 out of San Ramon, California with Aaron's Body Shop Racing.
Now, I believe it's taken him 4 years to finish this car or something like that. So this is his first race. What a car it is. We've got a chance to look at it at contingency, and it's an absolute work of art. So great to see him here. Now bursting off the line is the 4497 of Mike Sindler.
Spinny himself, number 4497, Mike Spindler out of Wellsville, Utah with Spindler Racing in a Fishmouth Fab IFS machine.
Yeah, it's great to see those there.
Well,
As we
there's
watch
JP Gomez and that UFO making quick work at the Bronco Falls. We saw so many people struggle here. The 4400 should not struggle. If they struggle, they're having an issue.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is the 1177 of Mark Nicholson.
Mark Nicholson and his son Landon riding shotgun 1177 out of Grass Valley, California with Moves Motorsports and that off-road addiction solid axle machine.
So Mark Nicholson makes his way down the wash into the desert as we watch Waylon Campbell just been down the waterfall and pushing on hard. He'll be trying to catch those lead cars.
So off the line right now, the 124 Team Robbie Bobby with Roger King and Justin Cower out of Sparta, Tennessee with that Colville solid axle machine.
Yeah, Roger King, one of the nicest guys you could ever wish to meet. Great to see him out here on track today. We're not far out from rounding out our field and getting all our runners and riders across the start line.
Should be up next a brand new machine, or a brand new driver. That's the old MBRP machine. That's A.K. Watley with Brad Goodfellow with Warren Racing in riding shotgun number 4089 out of Winchester, Virginia with Chaos Motorsports and Warren Racing and that Triton Engineering 2C IFS Bronco. He's making his 4400 debut with Ultra4 USA, A.K. Watley.
Yeah, he seemed to have some problems in qualifying yesterday. Not sure if he went the wrong way or if they had a mechanical. But it's going to be interesting to see what he can do as we watch.
Cody Addington out there. He's pushing strong. Jim, this is turning out to be an amazing race.
Oh, I love this so much.
And off the line right there is the 906 of Tad Docker of Andy Eustace out of Quad in Michigan with North Shore Raceworks and that Trent Fab solid axle machine, Bambi.
Now, Tad would expect to be further up the field than this, but he had a really poor qualifying run. As we watch now, this is Casey Curry making his way down the waterfall. Now, look how small this car makes that waterfall look. That gives you a scale of this vehicle. It's absolutely huge.
And Brendan Thompson is hot on his heels, and this is the toughest rock obstacle on the course, and they're making it look like nothing. So these guys and gals are going to be moving. Yesterday, it was a 102.20 set by Cole Clark and a UTV. I think they're going to beat that.
Now, this is William Robinson going out on course. Oh, he just took a great big lungful of dust there. So, now, he's coming in. Now, I've got a feeling this could be staged, and it could be a driver swap.
Yep, so I was talking to Woody last night. So the driver record has to start or finish the race. So he started the race. It looks like Woody Rose is hopping in for the Aaron Robinson, the number 3006 out of Albuquerque, New Mexico with Danger Racing and that brand new top shelf machine. Well, I say it's brand new. It's just now getting driven. It's been in the works for the last 7 years.
Yeah, it has indeed. And he had such a bad luck yesterday as we watch our two-time king and current king, Raul Gomez, coming down the waterfall right now.
So I believe we have all of our competitors on course. So I think we're at 45. We had a few not be able to show up with mechanicals, but there's our current king and two-time king, Raul Gomez. But we're back to the Amsoil hot pits, and Aaron Robinson is letting Woody Rose take this thing out for a rip. Really cool to see the camaraderie with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, absolutely. So what happened yesterday is on the starting line.
Is that Woody Rose at the front of the car?
Yeah, that is Woody Rose.
So I'm not sure who's hopping in. This is a single-seater, so I assume Aaron Robinson started. So maybe they're just out there having fun. They're going to let everybody take a lap. Hey, Jim, I'm going to go see if they'll let me go.
I was going to say,
I'll be right back.
You can take this. I'm on my way. Right, okay, back to the action here. Or back to the pits, as it might be. But these guys had terrible bad luck. They went to start their qualifying. They hit the throttle, and the throttle cable pulled out the throttle pedal.
Hit the throttle pedal a little too hard.
Yeah.
Gave her all the juice. And there's Harold Fidgeman and that brand new Jimmy's chassis trucking along. There's back to Philip McGilton, who was in the points race for sure. He's currently sitting in that third position, and he could win the national championship. Depends on how his day goes.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's had a fantastic season. Been on the podium plenty of times, put some wins in, most notably on the East Coast at Pottsville.
In Pennsylvania, what a great showing for sure. And again, there's just so much action out there on course. There was Joe Gatlin for a minute. Now we're back to our national championship leader right now. That is
Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts.
Yeah,
we should be seeing some more cars.
And there is so much family stuff going on here. So we've got Brian Crofts, whose other half is Bailey Campbell, who's racing, whose brother Waylon Campbell is racing, and whose father Shannon Campbell is also racing.
the Campbell crew's out here thick.
Which is great to see. That's what we want to see as well.
So there's Mike Spindler at race mile number 3 in that fish mouth car, making some dust.
Indeed. Right now, we need to start talking about trackers miles is what we need to do. So if you want to follow this race, what is sitting at home and see exactly where your favourites are on course.
Speaking about favourites, there's Shannon Campbell, 3-time king. Oh, we have somebody on his side.
Now, that looks like it's had a fire extinguisher deployed as well.
Yes, it does. And that, I don't think that's very far from us because that looks like the Campbell plant right behind us.
Is that Tad Dowker?
Nope.
Solid axle.
That's chasing time. So that's Travis Grande, I believe. So that's Guy Miller's car. That's the old school UFO. So I hate to see that, but it looks like both drivers are out of the car in A-OK. And again, I think this is before race mile number 1.
Right, tough break there for those guys.
There's A.J. Watke making his 4400 debut with Ultra4 USA. He's been racing off-road for the last 10 years or so, but he is making his debut right here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. They are going to run 4 37-mile laps at 148 miles in total. It should take the leaders about 4 hours to wrap this race out. We're guessing right around the 1 hour mark, but they may surprise us.
Yeah, I think that might even be Dalton Hamilton.
Dalton Hamilton was in a bomber, and I'm pretty sure that's Travis Grande.
Okay, fair play. I was just looking at what's stopped on my tracker. Right, talking about trackers.
4489 down here.
Yeah, Dalton Hamilton.
Oh, okay, well.
Okay. Don't worry, mate. I got you.
No,
if you want to follow this race at home.
That is definitely Travis Grande.
Yes, you are right. Absolutely. Yeah, 4450. Yep.
And there's one of the Broncos as our physical race leader. Could that be Lauren Healy? And if that's the case, man, Lauren Healy is really on the move. Oh, no, Lauren Healy show stopped on the tracker. Oh, this is some news, Jim. So, again, explain the tracker to us, Jim.
Yeah, just looking at the tracker right now. So, if you go to Racing Tracks...
That is Cade Robb, the new physical race leader.
Yeah, I think you are right there. Now, we've got things happening. But let's just talk about the tracker very quickly. There's so much action going on, of course, and we need people at home to be able to follow this race. So, if you go to Racing Tracks, so Racing and Tracks spelt with an X... .com, you will be able to find our live tracker information. You will see on there all of these little orange blobs. Each one of those will have the car number in them, and that is the tracker beacon for each and every car that is on course right now. If you hover over those, you can then click on them and it will pop up. It will tell you the name of the driver, the number of the driver. It will also tell you the last time it was updated. It will also show you the speed and, of course, what race mile they are on as well.
And then also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same live timing we have in the Warren studio. And then also don't forget to download the MAO app on Google and Apple at AOE.tv and Speedsport.tv. Go to Ultra4 USA and MAO Facebook and YouTube channels. Share it, start a watch party, and hashtag it up as we see Christopher Branton coming down the Brannick Falls at race mile 9. So they are definitely making their moves. But the story right now is Lauren Healy is pulled off, so now it is Cade Robb, Paul Wolf, and Raul Gomez.
Yeah, I'm just looking.
It
would be Darian.
Yep.
I'm just looking here right now, and it is all change at the front constantly. But it does look like our current race leader is right now Cade Robb. So what's happened to Lauren Healy? Has he had a flat tire? Is there something else going on? I would suggest there's possibly something more, as he's been stopped for at least 3 miles.
And remember, he is in a single-seater, so he does not have a co-driver to help him out there. So this is a huge thing for Lauren Healy. But Levi Shirley starting to push his way through. Darian Gomez, Paul Wolf, and Cade Robb is out front, starting in P2. Remember, they took off in 30-second increments, one at a time. This race is on adjusted time.
Yeah.
It is a 4-loop race, 37 miles apiece, so that's 148 miles in total. It is going to be a wild ride, Jim.
It is indeed. And I'm also seeing that Casey Curry, car number 2, is also stopped on course. Not that far past the waterfall that we saw him dropping down earlier. clear, which means that Brendan Thompson is probably squeezed on by and is chasing hard.
And there was Levi Shirley coming in the screen in that two-seat Eurofighter machine, still pushing strong. And I think the dust is going to be a huge issue. I think lap traffic's going to start playing its toll on the next lap as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But it looks like our lead cars at the moment are running in more or less clear air. I can also tell you that Paul Herschel is running in the top 3 right now.
But remember, these trackers do ding at different times, so it'll jump back and forth. But that's the best showing we have right now.
Yeah.
It's so cool to see. And if you click on it, it shows you how fast they're going. And Darian Gomez is doing 80 miles an hour as we flip back through the screen, and it's JP Gomez in that method machine pushing hard.
Yeah, you can also see when the last time that the track has pinged, and that gives you an indication as to where these vehicles are on course.
And look at the dust bowl we have out there. That's really cool to see. And the wind is the racer's friend because the dust can be thick out here. In some of these valleys, the wind can't quite get to it. So seeing that wind blowing right now is a huge, huge advantage to these racers. But the person out front doesn't want wind.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm top 5 right now. The way I see it is Cade Rod leading from Paul Wolfe, then from Darian Gomez, then from from Paul Herschel, and then from JP Gomez. And also hiding in there somewhere is Levi Shirley.
Well, Levi Shirley's just behind him right there. So the top 5 are all within about a minute and a half. And there is Denny Sterndale and Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming down the Brannock Falls. What a great start to this race. So much action. And there's Matthew McCowan coming up. So we have 3 back-to-back in the Brannock Falls. This is a 10-foot waterfall. And you saw people struggling in the limited classes yesterday. These 4400s are just blowing right down it.
Well, let's talk about the differences between the 4400 class and the limited classes that we saw yesterday. I mean, obviously unlimited horsepower. And, of course, they can run a 40-inch tyre, as we watched there. That is Cody Addington.
And the number 888 with ADD Racing pushing hard at race miles number 17 on the Spider Track backstretch. They just got over 100 miles an hour, and then have to slow down and go right through these tight technical canyons.
As we watch Waylon Campbell, but a point I wanted to make here is the tyre technology. So in our limited classes, they have to run a DOT tyre. So when they're running a DOT tyre, what does that mean? That means it is literally a road tyre that you would put on your road-going Jeep or your off-roader. These cars here are running racing tyres, so they're using extra technology, stronger sidewalls, stronger patterns, and that makes such a difference in these canyons.
It's so fun to watch the unlimited cars. Like you said, the limited, we watched them yesterday, and it's just such a huge advantage of these cars. But this is where this sport was dreamed up, was unlimited racing, as we see Chad Hunt dropping down the Brannock Falls, taking that other line. I love this line as he falls down. Rick Murray and Chad Hunt down the Brannock Falls, quick and easy. Right behind him is Weston Jones. Oh, he's got a right front tire not pulling. Is the locker not engaged, or what's going on?
I don't think he's got it in four-wheel drive.
Well, the left front tire turned.
Did it?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So is it a locker or is it a broken axle? Time will tell. I do think you can make this track in 3-wheel drive. It's definitely a disadvantage. But if you're down to rear-wheel drive, your day is probably over. And right behind him is ORW himself. No,
it's not, mate. This is Jeff Wagner.
Jeff Wagner, correct. You caught me. I saw the red nose. It tricked me. So this is his brand new to him IFS IRS Triton Engineering machine.
See, I love that Rock Jock livery. It's so good to see both sides of the Curry Enterprises out there. We've got Casey Curry of the Curry Enterprises, then we've got the John Curry side with Rock Jock.
And there's
awesome.
our current king and two-time king, one of 2 back-to-back kings, him and Jason Shear, but Raul Gomez still pushing strong out there, and I love the whole Gomez clan coming out to play because, remember, this is our national championship. Points are on the line, and the Gomez brothers are laughing about it right now. They want to mess this thing up.
Yeah, well, you have absolutely no doubt that they will do. I'm just looking on the tracker right now. I can tell you that Lauren Healy is still stopped on course. So real tough luck there for Lauren. And also, Casey Curry is also still showing us stopped on course right now. Just looking further down the track, and I can see approximately race mile 4, Kenneth Goodall is also stopped. So tough break there for Kenneth Goodall. But attrition is always going to be part of this race, and also showing that Mike Spindler is stuck on course not far from Kenneth Goodall, in fact. So I'll try and keep you honest with all of the tracker news, but if you want to update, I've got some big news here right now. There could be a change in the lead miles. I'm actually showing at the moment that our new race leader is Paul Wolf. Cade Rod is showing is stopped on the side of the track at race mile 19.
Wow, so Lauren Healy was pulled over. Now Cade Rod is pulled over. And remember, they're both in single-seaters, so they have to battle whatever they're doing all by themselves. So now Paul Wolf is starting to run away with this race a little bit. Looks like he's got about a mile. Oh, then it pops up on us. So it looks like
Paul Wolf is winning.
Darian Gomez is right on Paul Wolf's heel. So, again, 2 UFOs out front, pushing strong. And then Horschel not too far back.
Yeah, and just behind him will be Levi Shirley somewhere in the mix there as well.
And coming into the Brannock Falls is Tom Pendergast and that beautiful built Euro off-road armory machine.
And we've got Waylon Campbell right up there as well. So what a battle we have for the top 5 places.
And if you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 Grand Finale. This is the National Championship. We've been racing all year long. We've been racing all over the country. We started off the year in KOH. We've raced up in Crandon, over at Mid-America Outdoors, up in Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, right here in Lake Havasu. We go over huge rocks, mountains, short course jumps, trees, tight mud holes, desert whoops, and everything in between. These cars can do it all and do it all well.
Tell me, what are they?
They are the Swiss Army knife of off-road, as we see Greg Adler pulled off to the side. This is a tough break this early in the race. Now, does he have a mechanical or is he lost?
I'm really not too sure. Now, there is a GPS file for this race, so there should be no reason to be lost out there. That is Tom Gilpin making his way around, looking really good in that Fishmouth Fab car. And here is Philip McGilton,
who is right now sitting in that 3rd position in national points. So he really wants to finish strong this year, but he is in the solid axle machine. So, Jim, let's explain IFS versus solid axle.
Right, well, solid axle is exactly what it says on the tin. So if we look at this car here, you'll see that it's running a beam axle at the front of the vehicle and a beam axle at the rear of the vehicle. The IFS cars, like this one that we're just seeing coming through here right now, has independent front suspension. And that is definitively an advantage on these desert-style sections. It soaks up the nuisance whoops, soaks up those small bumps far easier than a solid axle vehicle. But get them in the rocks, and the true diehards will always reach forward for a solid axle car.
And speaking about solid axle, here is Joe Gatlin coming down with Fire River Racing in that Jimmy's Chassis solid axle machine.
It is. Good call there.
Yeah, it's Tom Prendergast's car, but Joe Gatlin is bouncing down the Brannock Falls. That is a commitment right there.
Nothing goes faster than a rental.
Yeah, 100%. Here comes Andrew McLaughlin, another solid axle Jimmy's car. He's been racing Ultra4 and King of the Hammers for such a long time. Step back a little bit, and I had a fun chat with him in contingency, and he's like, Ultra4 racing is back. This is what it's all about. I'm having so much fun. He brought his cooler down there and was enjoying the festivities.
Yeah, it's great to see some of the old school boys coming back out to play. I mean, let's not forget that Ultra4 Racing was conceived all the way back in 2007. We're fast approaching our 20th year of racing. How incredibly insane is that?
It's awesome. I mean, it started with a rock crawler trying to go fast, and then they tried to get a go-fast car to go rock crawling. Well, now we have an Ultra4 car, and they can do both.
Absolutely. And that's why we love this style of racing. Right, I'm looking out on our tracker right now, and you're not going to believe this. Talk about a poison chalice. First of all, it was Lauren Healy in the lead. He came to a stop. Then, of course, it was Cade Rod who was in the lead, who came to a stop. Then Paul Wolf was in the lead. And you're going to believe this. Paul Wolf is showing as 0 mile an hour right now on our course at race mile 20.
And now it looks like it's Paul Horschel out front in that IFS IRS four-wheel steer machine. And then JP Gomez and Raul Gomez and Darian Gomez 2 and 3. They are so close on the course, we can't tell who's who.
Yeah, absolutely. But there's so much action out there. In amongst all of that mix is also Levi Shirley and Waylon Campbell.
Looks like that is Pip Justice coming through right around race mile 17. The race is underway. Lap 1 of 4. We are about to show you some more action, but we'll be right back right on the other side.
AMSOIL runs on freedom and has since 1972. The rest of the market has been trying to follow our lead ever since. But a head start is a head start. Run with us.
Searching high, I'm searching low in the night. Ooh, does she know that we bleed the same? Ooh, don't wanna cry.
Get it, boys.
And welcome back to Lake Havasu. We are here for the 2023 Ultra4 National Finals. I'm Jim Marsden. Sitting alongside me is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, what a race.
It's been an incredible start so far. It's been a great weekend, but right now we are hot and heavy for the 4,400 grand finales. We see Pip Justice making his way up. This is roughly race mile, probably 18 or so. This is a fun high bank section, and it's very loose on this side. The cameras never do it justice, but it's a fun little roller section right here, and it's not smooth. It's pretty G'd out, so they're going to be averaging 15, 20 miles an hour through there after they just got done doing probably 100 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about this kind of course, isn't it? It's not a case of how fast you can go on the flat stuff. It's how fast can you go in the technical stuff. And that's what actually makes the difference.
And now look at this. Darian Gomez has about a mile lead over Paul Horschel. Is that the tracker pings, or is Darian out front? It's going to be exciting to see. They're right around race mile 24 as Glennie Page comes down the Brannock Falls.
Yeah, it's pinging backwards and forwards at the moment. There is so much going on out there on track right now. But it does look like that Darian Gomez could have taken the lead. Now, I'm just keeping an eye on bits and pieces here. Paul Horschel is definitely still showing us moving. He pinged last at 11:41, and Darian Gomez pinged at 11:42. So it does look like it's a possibility that Paul Horschel could be really close to Darian Gomez. As the trackers ping at different times, you have to be very careful of that.
And look, Waylon Campbell and Raul Gomez are really close in the mix. Sorry, Bailey Campbell. No, I was right.
No, you were right.
Yeah, it was
Number 3
Wayland.
is Wayland, famously. But Bailey Campbell is car 35, and I can also see that Paul Wolf is up and running again. But Cade Rod, it does look like Cade Rod has come to a stop for a second time. So a tough break there for the young man.
And it looks like Paul Wolf is back moving, and so is Lauren Healy. But now it's Cody Addington who has stopped. So, man, it's a tough one out here.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. It's all so fast indeed. You have to blink and you will miss it. That is for sure.
And
so
look
much
at the
action
dust
on
trail on screen in this little, like I said, it's kind of a up and down area.
And there's that beautiful Trent Fab car there.
Of Aaron Robinson. I'm not sure who's driving it, because remember, driver record has to start or finish the race, and they had a couple different drivers that were sharing it, so it's anybody's guess. I was told Woody Rose was supposed to hop in, but I saw him in street clothes, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, but we will keep an eye on that one and bring you the story. Now, looking here, it looks like our race leaders are somewhere around about 11 miles out from coming back in, and judging on those times, I'm just trying to work out what that will be.
I think we're going to be sub 1 hour. Yesterday's fastest lap of the day was set by Cole Clark with a 1 hour, 2 minute, and 20 second. But with this blistering pace right now, I think we're going to be in that 57-ish minute or so. So can they beat Cole Clark by 5 minutes? We'll find out. There's Jeff Wagner on the Spider Track backstretch. Race mile number 17.
Yeah, that was a car that was built for King of the Hammers for Lauren Healy. It's an IRRS and IFS.
Who's running?
Oh, we don't want to see people running. That's never a good sign, that's for sure. Particularly if they're wearing race suits.
So that is at the Brannock Falls area.
Oh, we can see Abe Gonzalez down in the bottom, one of our course marshals.
And here comes Roger King. Team Robbie Bobby has been racing with us since the EMC was invented back in 2011. One of the nicest guys in our sport, Robbie Bobby, and Justin Cowart riding shotgun. So we'll keep everything running smooth. We've been racing for 45 minutes right now. Remember, this is a 4-lap race, 37 miles apiece, so 148 miles of some of the toughest terrain we could find here just outside of Lake Havasu at the Standard Wash OHV, spanning over 7,500 acres. We are just 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City and about 3 hours from Las Vegas or Phoenix. Elevation is 750 feet. The population here is right around 58,000. So we got a couple guys on their rugged radios trying to figure out what is going on. But somebody's having a tough day out in the desert. Hate to see this.
Yeah, and the last thing they need right now is a camera stuffed up their nose, but that's what they're getting.
I don't know if that's a camera or a drone that's kind of circling them around. Here's Ken Goodall. We saw his son Logan Goodall put on a great show last night.
That's good to see because Ken Goodall was actually stopped at the side of the track. So it's great to see Ken Goodall back up and running again.
And it does look like on the tracker, Darian Gomez did get around Paul Horschel. Again, it could be pinging differently, but it's pretty consistent. I think Darian Gomez, the Flacco himself, and there he is. We're talking about him. He shows up on screen.
Yeah,
so this is right around race mile 27.
Absolutely. Looking at the tracker now, they're both pinging at 11:46. So I would suggest that is our new race leader, Darian Gomez.
So, wow, this young man, this is Raul Gomez, the current King's son out there pushing strong, running with the big dogs. But is he pushing too hard? This race is still very early.
It is indeed, and there is 4 arduous laps, 4 37-mile laps to be exact. Now, let's not forget, this is Raul Gomez's old UFO machine.
I'd take anybody's old junk right here. These are all works of art out here. But, yes, this car's been around for 6-7 years maybe. And they've built some new ones here recently that are really, really nice.
It looks like that might be Tom Gilpin there making his way through.
Yep, Tommy Gilpin still
I've
pushing
got to mention
strong.
that. I did actually say earlier that Dennis Sterndale's car was built by Fishmouth Fab. I got that wrong. It's actually built by Keith at Gebben Fab. So very, very similar.
Oh, there's Paul Horschel. So, yes, Raul Gomez does have about a 1-minute lead.
Darian.
Oh, there's too many Gomez's. Thank you, Jim.
Gomez is everywhere. Everywhere you look, there's one under a bush somewhere.
But Darian's out front. Right behind him is Paul Horschel in that 2-seat IFS IRS with rear steer, Jim.
Did you see the flames then coming out the back as he backed off? Absolutely fantastic.
That's a 1,000-horsepower machine right there, and he has given it all he's got. But look at the dust that's starting to turn into a fog haze out there.
Yeah, we're going to be keeping an eye on the wind. You can see there is a breeze out there, but these cars, they do put up a lot of dust. But that's part of racing. You have to deal with that. It's part of what we do. Now, a lot of these teams out there, in fact, almost all of them will be wearing helmets that have called pumpers on them. So what's a pumper? That is an forced air that comes into the top or into the side of the helmet and actually be forcing air into it. Not only does it help keep them cool, it helps to keep the dust out of the helmet as well. And quite a lot of them will be wearing skirts around those helmets to also help that.
And there's Joe Gatlin at the Spider Track backstretch, really pushing strong on that Jimmy's solid axle machine.
Yeah, it shows you the pace of these cars. He must be pushing a good 75 to 80 there, I'd guess.
So I'm getting an update on my rugged radio. It looks like Andrew McLaughlin hit the mechanical alert on racing tracks. Hate to hear that. Hopefully it's something he can get fixed, but normally if it's a mechanical on there, you're either out of the race or you're in a bad spot and you're worried that you want to see the next person, because if you hit that and anybody gets in with what is 600 foot, it'll pop up on their screen that somebody's in front of you having a mechanical.
Yeah, I've also got some more good news. Paul Wolf is definitely up and running, and he's back on pace again and hunting down Waylon Campbell. And also more good news, Cade Rodd is back up and running again, so that's fantastic news for the young man from Jimmy's.
So let's run through the top 5 right now. It's Darian Gomez, Paul Horschel, Raul Gomez.
JP Gomez, I think you'll find that is.
Yep, JP, and then Waylon Campbell.
Yep, Waylon Campbell. And then it
Brendan Thompson.
Brendan Thompson.
And speaking about JP, there he is on screen as we speak. The Joe Thompson UFO machines out front looking good.
And Phil McGilton, he's really on it as well. Shannon Campbell's in there in the mix.
And look at this ridge right here, Jim. That is absolutely beautiful. You can't get more iconic than this.
Now, look at that. That spare tyre is loose in the rack. Now, who is that? That looks like it might be a UFO car. Now, I would suggest that might be... No, it can't
Raoul,
be.
maybe?
Yeah, I was going to say Paul Wolf, but the sides are the wrong colour.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's more white-based car on the side, and that had more blue.
But it did
There's
look like the
Waylon Campbell right there.
But it looked like the tyre was loose in the rack, for
so
sure.
is something broke, or is the strap,
or they've changed the tyre.
Okay,
and
it did get it tight?
Yeah, if you change the tyre, don't forget the tyre that you put on there is not inflated, so they often float around inside the straps.
Doesn't hold in there quite perfect-like. Oh, and there's somebody getting out of the car. Oh, we got a rollover right here. And they're flagging down. Let's see if they help each other. Yes, it does look like he's going to flip around and help him. That's Dalton Hamilton, I believe, in that bomber getting ready to help. I can't tell who it is.
Let me see if I can find out where that is on course.
So it'd be Dalton Hamilton if you can find him. I'm pretty sure that's...
So if you go to racing tracks, you should be able to find...
Okay, that looks like this.
So certainly not them.
Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning into the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 main event. A champion will be crowned tonight at the Ultra4 USA National Banquet, as well as the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year Award. And here we are at the Spider Track backstretch. Switch back to Brendan Thompson, stirring up some dust.
Yeah, it looks like Cade Rod's problems are still continuing out on track.
I
Cade
hate
Rod,
to hear
yeah,
that.
I know. Cade, unfortunately, is stopped one more time. And Kevin Stearns is now showing at 0 mile an hour as well at race mile 20.
The attrition rate is going to be extremely high today. It's going to be a tough one for sure.
Yeah, Levi Shirley's also had problems. He is showing as moving, but he's a long way off pace.
Looks like leaders are right around race mile 31 out of 37, so we should have them in here in less than 10 minutes. Oh, so that hour mark is going to be right very, very close.
Yeah, very close indeed. Now, there is only a certain amount of pace that you can carry through these.
There is Raul Gomez, our current king, back-to-back King of the Hammers winner. The only other one that has done that is Jason Shear. But Jason Shear has won this race 3 times. Raul's only won it twice, but he is our back-to-back and current King of the Hammers winner. Great to see him back racing with Ultra4 USA, and he's still looking good. The car looks great. All 4 Nitto tires holding up strong. And look at those King shocks eating up the whoops.
Yeah, this is a remarkable piece of engineering. Again, from the genius that is Joe Thompson in the UFO stable.
And Joe Thompson just built a really slick-looking 4500 car, too. I'm excited to get my eyes on that one.
But there are so many fantastic builders. We keep talking about frame builders and how many incredible people there are out there. And I love the fact that this sport has created an industry. It's created something quite remarkable.
That makes a living for a lot of people out there.
Oh, it does. You and me included.
Exactly. There's A.K. Watke making his 4400 debut with us here at Ultra4 USA. That is a Triton Engineering IFS front, solid axle reel, very similar. It's an identical car to Vaughn Gittin Jr. with Chaos Motorsports. He's got Brad Goodfellow with Warren riding shotgun with him.
I have good news. And the good news is that Lauren Healy, 2-time king, is back on track and is moving. So that's great news for the 2-time king. Let's see where that will take him. But it does look right now, it's Darian Gomez who has the lead as he makes his way past race mile 33.
And that is Shannon Campbell, 3-time King of the Hammers champion, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, still trucking along in the Dragon Slayer. And I do believe that car will be coming up for sale very soon because he's got his 2-seat Campbell car coming together. It'll be ready for King of the Hammers for sure, but this guy can build a car faster than about anybody I know.
Yeah, I was chatting to some friends yesterday who were at Shannon's wedding a few weeks ago, and they were looking at the new car. They said it's an absolute work of art. They say it really is something very special.
And he's building two cars side by side.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that being unveiled at King of the Hammers, that's for sure. Now, I think that's the 777, if I'm not mistaken.
Harold Fidgman? And look at the beautiful cacti out in the desert. This is just iconic Arizona out here. Absolutely love it. The landscape here is amazing, and it's just amazing having Ultra4 racing out here.
It is, and you can see the difficulty with the dust there as A.K. Watley tries to pick Hines through it. But you see the dust is not consistent. So 1 minute you burst through a pocket, then you get a thick piece, then you burst through that again, and it's another thick bit. So it's very difficult to drive as we watch Phil McGilton. Now, I think Phil's up into the top 5 right now, which is a fantastic job.
So for the national points, it's Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell in the top 10 in the mix. But remember, there is a drop race. So are you dropping this race? Are you dropping Visions? Are you dropping King of the Hammers? And then your other best race. So it's going to be interesting to see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, just looking at everything at the moment, I think we've got 3 Gomez in the top 6.
That is very impressive. And look at the wide open desert, and look how burned in this track is getting. And speaking about that, we will have Tread Lightly on Sunday that'll be doing a cleanup out here. I guess that's tomorrow already. So if you want to be get involved, run the Ultra4 track, get with Tread Lightly, and they'll help us clean up this place. We want to leave it better than we found it. And then also a huge shout-out to Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association. They gave us a lot of volunteers, and they're going to help drag this course after we're done with it because obviously we are putting a beating on this ground, and they're going to help drag it and make it better than when we left. And speaking about that, we've been working very closely with Sabrina with BLM, and a great relationship has started, and we hope to keep it that way. There was an RV about 2 miles off the highway, and we were telling them about it's right on our race course, and they were saying, yeah, we know about it. We need to get it out of here. It's like, well, we've got a dozer over here. Do you mind if we help? I'm like, absolutely. So we spent a couple hours, drug it all the way to the highway so they can hook a wrecker up to it. So we're trying to do our part as well.
Oh, just look at this. It's Raul Gomez right now. And just look how technical this course is. Now, Miles, you obviously were instrumental in building this course. It must be fantastic to watch these cars tackle.
I love it, and it's just so crazy on seeing a few new lines being developed and seeing the course falling apart. The ruts are getting deeper. It's getting a lot siltier than it was when we were out there. These, up to 1,000 horsepower machines out there just blowing everything up. And you can just see how it's wide open, right? But it's still very, very technical.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just looking on my tracker. I don't want to say this, but it does look like Paul Wolf has come to a stop at around about race mile 26.
So second stop for Paul Wolf. I hate to hear that. But it looks like Darian Gomez is right around 1 mile away for coming through town. So that 1 hour mark is going to be very, very close.
Yeah, I think Darian Gomez is literally going to be coming in
and
any
I think that's
now.
him right there. So, yeah, he's about to hit the Yukon Ridge. So that is Darian Gomez, our physical race leader. And he started in 4th position. So he's already 2 minutes up off of Lauren Healy, then Cade-Rod and Paul Wolf, who are all had issues. So Darian Gomez is looking really nice right now. So he is coming on to town, so he'll be grabbing another lap at the race line start-finish in less than 1 minute. Look how skinny that is for these big cars.
Okay, now let's talk about this very quickly because this is where strategy comes into play. Does this car have enough fuel to be able to make it to the end of the race? Don't forget it's 4 times 37-mile laps, but it's not about having enough fuel to do that. It's about having enough fuel in the tank for the car to work efficiently. That means the fuel pumps need to be submerged, otherwise they will overheat. So he's got to think about these things. He has a 2-minute gap right now. Would it be wise to come in, do a quick dump, take on 40 litres and get back out in clean air while he still has a 2-minute lead? They need to be thinking about strategy right now, Miles.
Speaking about that, I do agree with that, but I'd probably wait another full lap, but that way you only stop one time if it was me.
Yeah, but you should be able to one stop. Most tanks they're going to be running, they will have enough fuel to be able, in theory, do a full race. But if he can splash and dash 40 litres right now, that would take him out and leave him safe and still with a gap.
And a new fast lap of the weekend with a 58.16. He beat out Cade Rod.
Yes. Look at this. Look at this.
Okay, so Cade Rod from yesterday was a 102, and Darian Gomez just did a 58.16. So, yep. Jim, you called that one. Do a little splash and go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Checking a few things up front, though.
Yeah, now this is interesting. Yeah,
so we'll see
they've got to be a bit.
Not exactly sure what they're looking at, but.
So, right, he's taken on fuel right there. So that is good. Now we need to keep an eye on who's going to be second place coming in.
Believe that looks like Roger King coming down the Spider Track backstretch. But, Jim, good call on the splash and go. And I hear more horsepower out there. It sounds like Paul Horschel is coming through the race line start-finish. And he started 30 seconds behind Paul Horschel or behind Darian Gomez. And Paul Horschel has a huge fuel tank. I do not believe he will have to stop at all. So is Darian still in the Amsoil hot pits?
Yes, he is.
We are about to find out.
But I think
no, he already burned out. There's his burnout mark. So Paul Horschel is starting to sneak up on Darian Gomez.
Yeah, but this is fantastic news for Darian. He has track position. He has track position. He is flying. Wow, that's a great call there from the Gomez team. Gotta always be thinking about strategy. Always got to be flexible, and that's what I love about the Gomez brothers. They've been in this game for so long now. They can make those quick calls when it's really important. They worked it out. They knew they had 2 minutes. They would have practiced that. Slam in 40 litres, get back out on track, and hopefully they'll have another 3 laps absolutely clean.
There is Pip Justice for a second. Now back to Roger King. But let's go back to Darian Gomez and Paul Horschel. Darian Gomez is out front with clean air for now. He will be starting to get some lap traffic with people that have had issues and got going again. But Paul Horschel is eating Darian Gomez's dust. But the UFOs can do everything, right? I think Paul Horschel's machine is built for this course. It's more of a desert machine. It's a little wider, a little bit bigger, a little bit longer, a little bit heavier, so he can go faster in the big stuff. But then again, you get in this spot, and then I think Darian has the advantage here. So is there more high-speed wide open? Is there more tight and technical? I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see how this plays out.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what happens now. I'm just looking around the course on my Racing Tracks tracker. If you're sitting at home and you're not already looking at it, please get over to Racing Tracks, track spelled with an X.com, and you'll be able to find the live tracker there. And expand your window on the left-hand side, pick up the 4400 class, and then you will be able to see all your favourites on the map in front of you. And that there is Chip McLaughlin.
And I've just got an update over my rugged radio. Ian Cuntiness, number 135, does have a tip alert at race mile 5. So he took we're not exactly sure, but it sounds like he may have tipped over at race mile 5. Tough break for Ian.
Yeah, that would explain why we're seeing Chip McLaughlin there. I think Chip possibly might have stopped to help him.
And remember, this is a no chase race, so only safety crew or fellow competitors can help you fix your car outside of the Amsoil hot pits. But if, let's say, Chip did stop and help Ian, we will give you your time back for being a sportsman.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you're looking on the tracker, you will now notice that Paul Horschel is showing up as a yellow dot. That means that he started his second lap. Darian Gomez is still showing as an orange lap. We sometimes just get a little blip on the system. We had that yesterday with Logan Goodall. But Darian Gomez is currently our race leader right now, as we watch Christopher Branton, Mr. USD Stickies. Now, fuel strategy is going to be really important during this race. There's so many cars out here that will be able to run that full system. Now, we spoke about Bailey Campbell before. Watch out for her in the second half of this race for sure. But I reckon Bailey Campbell could really come into play. If she can keep it together, we know she has the pace. We know she has the ability. And with that car, she also has the fuel. As this is our current race leader. That is Darian Gomez working his way around race mile 2.
So Darian Gomez really pushing strong. This is actually race mile 2.5, sneaking up on 3 right here. And there comes Brendan Thompson through the race line start-finish as we speak. And this car still looks great. This is almost a twin to JP and Raul's car. It's the new updated UFO Joe Thompson built machine, and he is pulling in also. So do you think the UFOs have to stop every lap or just the one time and may as well stop while you have clean air?
I think they're stopping for clean air, but we'll have to wait and see. There is somebody gone underneath the vehicle.
Again, while you're in here, why not check it out? Oh, they are looking at the drivetrain or something. And was that Wayland Campbell? I saw the green wheels, I'm pretty sure. So Wayland Campbell clicking through. Yes, it was. And still the fastest time of the day right now is Darian Gomez with a 58.16. And then 30 seconds behind him is Paul Horschel. Remember to go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Warren studio.
Yeah, no, there is definitely an issue there with Brendan Thompson's car. So a tough break there for Brendan Thompson. Let's hope they can get it fixed and get it back out on track.
So we're having a little update, Jim. How many gallons is 40 liters?
That'll be about 11 gallons.
Okay, well, let's keep it there. So 11 gallons. We don't need this liter stuff.
Well, for everyone else in the world, Miles, it's not just about you guys, you know.
But we are in America right now. This is Legends of Havasu in the United States of America. There's Matthew McCowan and Waylon Campbell's old car. Great to see him out here racing with us once again. And look at that dust.
Are we going to start talking about yards and meters next?
We can if you want.
So it's a 37-mile lap, which is around about 50 kilometers. Does that work for you?
Yeah, 148 miles in total.
Beautiful.
And we are at the Yukon Ridge right here. And we got a couple cars coming at us. And now we're going to flip back to the backside. And there's Chip McLaughlin and Brad Christensen riding shotgun in that Tribe 16 IFS machine.
Now, this is one of the ridges you were talking about the other day. And when you're up on those ridges, they feel very narrow indeed, don't they?
And it's beautiful up there. There's Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson. That's the son of Brendan Thompson that's driving that UFO out towards the front. And so far, the Brannock Falls have been pretty low-key right now. So Abe's having a fun day, just enjoying himself. And think that, yeah, that's Brendan Thompson, I believe.
Yeah, that does look like Brendan back out on track.
It's so crazy that yesterday the Brannock Falls was such a key part of this race, and that just goes to show you the 4400 Unlimited cars are that much better.
They're bigger, they're louder, they're meaner, they're faster, they're just more everything.
They are the biggest and baddest names in our sport.
Well, hold on a minute. That can't be Brendan.
Oh.
Yeah.
No, that is Brendan. So I called JP Gomez early.
JP. Yes.
So I do apologize about that. RDP hooked me up with that info. Thanks, buddy, for tuning in. So JP was in and out. Oh, and here is Raul Gomez, our current king, right behind Brendan Thompson. And they both blow by. So half of the Gomezes have stopped. The other half have not.
Yeah, now this is the issue when you have so many for one team, and we actually saw this become a problem for the Campbells last year.
Yep, Hammers, I do remember that.
And Disney as well.
Yep.
And it actually cost Wayland the race because he made a mistake, didn't come in when he had a flat, ended up having to go back out there.
And that was last year.
Yeah,
yep.
Blew it all apart.
And here is
Wayland
Campbell
right now.
At race mile 3 with a huge donkey kick. This desert has a little bit of everything to throw at you. And look at the silt out here. This dust is going to be interesting. The BLM is out here helping us do some crowd control, so they've been extremely nice to work with. So I can't wait to do this all over again next year. But they've been, like I said, just great to work with. We've got a great relationship, and they are helping us keep this 7,500-acre OHV area locked down.
Okay, and our current top 6 right now, in 6th position is Brendan Thompson. In 5th is Raul Gomez. In 4th is JP Gomez. In 3rd
is Waylon Campbell. Then in 2nd, Paul Horschel. And leading this race right now, physically and on adjusted time, is Darian Flacco Gomez.
And Darian Gomez has the fastest lap of the race right now with a 58.16. Astonishing stuff. The only other man to go under an hour is Paul Horschel with a 58.47. That just goes to show you the pace of this race. Absolutely remarkable stuff.
And look at this. Shannon Campbell is coming into the AMSOIL hot pits. Looks like they're going to do a fuel and go. And again, I'm just kind of surprised about this on the first lap.
No. They're playing for track position later on. I think this is really intelligent. They won't take much. It will just be a splash and go, I would imagine.
And look at this, the whole Mud Nut Racing team, the Rance family is down there helping their friends, the Campbells coming through. Oh, here comes another one. This is our national championship Brian Cross.
That's
He'll be
right.
coming into the
Now-
pits too. So exactly what we were just talking about.
Oh, no.
2 in the pits at the same time. You can only fuel 1 at a time, I would assume. Do they have 2 towers? Yes, they do have 2 towers. But they don't have enough crew. So
Yep.
this is costing Brian Cross very important time right now.
Yeah, but I think Brian's got a bigger problem. He's not. Look at the body language of the pit crew. And I'm surprised that Shannon's taken so much fuel, if I'm completely honest. I would have thought they would literally have just taken on enough fuel.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
so
they're sending
Croft
him
just
back
came
out.
in to talk. So, yeah, the body language said it all right there. He's worried about something. Here comes Philip McGilton. Could he pick off Shannon Campbell and Brian Cross? I think Brian is going to get out in front of him just a tick.
This is a fantastic run for Phil McGilton here. Don't
Yes.
forget, he is the highest placed solid action machine as we watch Brian Crofts heading on out onto lap 2.
He is in the top 7 right now. Oh, here comes Bailey Campbell and Ryan Miller blowing by her dad, Shannon Campbell. So Bailey Campbell's working her way up. But I think on adjusted time, Bailey Campbell's may even move up a couple more spots.
Yeah, I'm just looking at that right now. I'll keep you honest on it. Bailey Campbell moves into 7th position.
Nice.
That's going well. But that little stop there cost Brian Cross dearly. So right now, in 9th position, it's Phil McGilton. In 8th, it's Brian Cross. In 7th, it's Bailey Campbell. In 6th, it's Brendan Thompson. In 5th, it's Raul Gomez. In 4th, it's JP Gomez. In 3rd, it's Waylon Campbell. In 2nd, it's Paul Herschel. And then in 1st, it's Darian Gomez.
And look at that. So on screen now is Shannon Campbell, 3-time king, taking off. But I just want to reiterate what you just said. Bailey Campbell is behind Brian Cross, her fiance on course, but is beating him on time.
Yeah.
So she's got him right where she wants him.
Well, there's an interesting one there. I mean, obviously, there's either a pit issue where they're not communicating correctly and Brian thought he was coming in for a splash and dash, or he was coming in to communicate something that his radio isn't working.
So maybe the comms, yep.
Yeah, exactly. So there's all kinds of things that could be happening
And
there.
there goes Raul Gomez at race mile number 3 as he's still looking good. Everything on that car looks like it's working great.
Now, I was very surprised. There was either the filler for Shannon Campbell there. Bearing in mind he's only done 1 lap, I wouldn't have expected him to have used much more than sort of like 30-something litres. So what's that, 10 gallons of fuel? Absolute maximum, okay? Now, to put 10 gallons in from a system like that, I'd expect that to be literally 5 or 6 seconds at this kind of level. And yet
And
they
it
seem
took
to
a
take
little bit
forever.
longer.
Yeah.
So
I
there
wonder-
must have been something else going on as well. Oh, there looked like a Bronco. Is that Lauren or Vaughn? Or AJ or Jeff Wagner?
Yeah, or maybe their charging system wasn't fully charged up properly, or something else was going on, or the air release wasn't working. But certainly it seemed to be a very slow fill there for Shannon.
That's a UFO car at the Spider Track backstretch. Little tough to make out who's who. Oh, there's Paul Wolf, and he is definitely off pace. Not sure what's going on. Is that left rear tire down? Possibly. I don't know what's going on, but he is way off pace. Okay, I'm getting some information over my rugged radios that the car sounds terrible, so it sounds like he's got drivability issues. Is it fuel? Is it spark plugs or something? But tough break. Remember, he got this thing boiling hot in Disney, almost blew it up. Well, it got super hot. It got so hot he turned it off and lost some oil. He sent it off, got it refreshened, but I don't know what's going on. I hate to hear this for Paul Wolf, but I love the Mario Kart theme on the side of this thing, and that is for his daughter, Lainey. That's her favorite shirt they've ever made, so she wanted that on there. And right behind him is that Joe Gatlin, I believe. And so Joe Gatlin getting around, obviously, well, trying to get around, but there's too many bushes in the way. But Paul Wolf is way off pace. And Gatlin goes for the move through the bushes and gets right around Paul Wolf.
Yeah, I'm just getting some information over my rugged race radio saying keep an eye on Brendan Thompson. He might have a rear axle problem, so we'll keep an eye on that and see what's happening. And is that Brian Crofts?
Yes, sure looks like it. Looks like the Dixon flannel on the side of that car.
Everyone loves a bit of flannel.
He picked that up right before Crandon. That's a really cool sponsor to, new to our sport. Great to see everything we are bringing here. So Brian Croft's out there running strong, and he is the leader in the national points right now.
What I love about that is the fact that it's a sponsor that has nothing to do
With off-road.
Whatsoever, and they want to be involved with our motorsport. They want to be involved with our family. That's absolutely wonderful. But what a race we've got in our hands here, Mars. Absolutely incredible stuff. We've had 10 cars so far cross the line to start their second lap.
And we've got one of our own back home, Mr. Diesel. Krentz is stuck at home. He wishes he was here, but he's up in North Carolina. They've got 100+ Jeeps out there tailgating for Trick or Treat, willing for cystic fibrosis. They've got us blaring on the TV. So thanks for tuning in to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu, as Pip Justice still making his way through the desert. And the old machine, that Tribe 16 machine's been here for a very long time. Glad to see number 78, Pip Justice, still chugging along as he's up on the Yukon Ridge. Jim, we're only an hour into this thing, and I am getting excited.
Oh, mate, it doesn't get any better than this. This is why we come to Ultra4. This is why we are part of Ultra4, as we watch Chip Justice, who's probably the man who's made the
Chip Justice, huh?
Chip Justice.
I like that.
It's like his brother. Pip Justice.
Hey, Chip would never be going that fast, so don't get him mixed up. Oh, and look at this. Cody Addington's back in action. Remember, he was stopped there for a little bit.
He was indeed, so that's fantastic to see him back on track once more in the OG Red Dragon. But Pip Justice, as I was saying, he's probably the man who's travelled the furthest to be here today.
Yeah, all the way from Australia. And there he is, taking Donkey across. He'll be hitting the race line, start-finish line here in just a moment, clicking off his first lap of 4. Remember, we took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. They are doing 4 37-mile laps. That equals 148 miles of some of the toughest terrain we could give you here just outside of Lake Havasu on this 7,500-acre OHV area. Looks like he's coming into the Amsoil hot pits as we speak. They've got the whole crew there. It looks like they're ready for a quick splash and go and probably do a once-over on the car.
Yeah, this is really cool.
And I hear some more horsepower. Oh, here's Chip McLaughlin. You were just talking about him. So teammates back-to-back. Is this going to be a pitting issue as well, like we just saw the Campbells have?
I think we're going to have to make some T-shirts that say Pip McLaughlin.
For the first time ever, Chip McLaughlin passes Pip Justice. He's going to get a kick out of that.
Yeah, you're going to bet your life that he's on the radio right now going, "Where you going, slow boy?"
And there's Harold Fidgeman making his King of the Hammers debut in that car. Oh, and here is Paul Horschel. Look at that rear steer. This is a machine that's in front of its times. This thing is absolutely a work of art. It's got live valve shocks on it, 4-wheel steer, IFS IRS machine, huge fuel tank. This car can make this entire race without stopping.
But the interesting thing about all of this is running the live valve. The live valve talks to the brakes, the live valve talks to the throttle, and also the rear steer. It's passive, okay? So it's electronically controlled. This thing isn't just a car, it's a spaceship.
So does it talk to it in English or broken English?
Probably American, which is something in between. Anyway, Pip Justice, going back to that, he's 14 hours his flight is to get over here so he can come racing. That's quite something, isn't it? When you take in time, when you think about also time at the airport and time at the airport either side, that's a 24-hour journey for him to be able to get here to race.
That is a long trip.
And that looks like Brian Crofts right now.
And just got a little heads up on my rugged radio. It looks like, or somebody was saying that Brendan Thompson's rear axle was moving a little bit, so he may be having some issues out on track.
I've had that picked up for me by a couple of people back home in the UK as well.
So did you already cover that? Did I miss it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. There's a lot of stuff going on up here in the Warren studio, so I do apologize if we talk over each other from time to time, but we're doing our best to bring you the best racing action we can.
And I've got to talk about this as well, our family around the world, because they keep our phones active while we're sitting in the booth, and they give us all this information just in case we miss it. So thank you guys and girls out there, keeping us honest and keeping us right on this race.
And look at the vast valley we have right in front of us. And this is the Spider Track backstretch. Right in the center of your screen, you can see a dust trail coming at you. And do you know who that is, Jim? Me neither. But we'll find out here very soon. They're starting to spread out on course just a little bit. Remember, go to racingtracks.com with an X, racingtracks.com to have the same tracking, and you also go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing. We have 2 different timings and tracking situations, and there's Christopher Kamikaze Branton with Ryan Webb riding shotgun. There goes Pip Justice out on course. He'll be chasing down his teammate, Chip McLaughlin. And there's Ken Goodall, the 77-79, still plugging along with Todd Miller riding shotgun. Oh, Brett Harrell.
Okay, I've got some news.
Let's hear it.
It looks like we have a new race leader. It looks like Darian Gomez has had a problem out at race mile 6. And it looks like Paul Herschel and also Waylon Campbell has now got past Darian Gomez. So I'll keep you on that as soon as I have more.
That is a great update, Jim. Thank you very much.
It also looks like JP and even possibly Raul have also passed Darian Gomez.
Oh, I hate to hear that for that young man.
Yeah, I'll keep you up and keep you real on that story as it comes. But I'm looking at our tracker right now. Don't forget, Racing Tracks, trackswithanx.com, and you can keep up with all of the tracker information live from your own home.
Oh, and our leaders should be going through. Well, we just saw Paul Horschel go through, so let's look for Waylon Campbell. Where's he at compared to the Brannock Falls waterfall? He should be coming very, very soon. So hopefully we can keep a close eye on that camera for that gray Monster Energy machine car coming down the Brannock Falls. There's James Mahoney in that Farafani car. Great I so much love seeing that car back out here racing with us.
Yeah, it's such an iconic vehicle, and when it burst onto the scene, it really did turn heads. But here's another person who turns heads. It's Chip McLaughlin.
And it looks like he's got some cacti tied to the top of that car. I think they're just playing a little prank on each other. He likes doing that stuff. There's Macho Matthew McCowan out here with Waylon Campbell's old car. Campbell Enterprise single-seat IFS machine.
Yeah, these guys do some good social media as we watch Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming across the line. Now, I want to keep an eye on Vaughn.
Because he's got adjusted time on his side.
Vaughn's a dark horse in this race. Just keep an eye on what he's doing. I think he'll come alive in the second half, that's for sure. But that dust is always going to be a problem for all of these people.
And I just called it, Jim. Look at this. This is Waylon Campbell coming down Brannock Falls. So it looks like about a 2.5-minute split between Waylon Campbell and Paul Horschel. This is going to be an amazing race. We've seen Waylon Campbell out front so many times. We've seen Paul Horschel out front so many times. Can they keep it together to finish first? First, you must finish. Here comes Chad Hunt coming in to finish his first lap.
We've said it so many times before, leading these races can be a poison chalice, and this looks like Dennis Sterndale.
With
now,
SCI?
I said earlier that this car was built by Fishmouth Fab. It isn't. It was built by Keith Bent at Get Bent Fabrication.
Hey, we can all mess up once in a while, right?
It's okay. I've got a friend in my phone who's keeping me straight.
You've got friends?
Not many, but thank you, Keith, for that one.
So there goes Chad Hunt out there plugging away, putting down some laps. Looks like he is going to pull into the Amsoil hot pits.
Now I'm looking here, Vaughn Gittins Jr. right now at this moment.
I'm going to take a timeout. Is that Brendan Thompson on the right of our screen? I do believe so. Ooh. So we got the update that his rear axle was goofed up, and it looks like it is. So he is still in the Amsoil hot pits. Hate to see that. There's Weston Jones coming through, and it is wide open between. Oh, here comes Jeff Wagner. I was about to call him Lauren Healy because that's his old car. But Jeff Wagner coming through. And that is another beautiful car, IFS IRS machine, and it is an absolute work of art, that Triton Engineering car. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them out here racing with us.
I tell you what, Jeff Wagner is really putting down a pace. He is actually racing and lapping faster than Vaughn Gittin Jr. right now.
And it's 4 Triton cars out there. I'll correct myself. It's super impressive what's going down.
Yeah, no, I'm really enjoying this. What a race we've got here. And we've actually got 2 solid axle cars inside the top 12. Doesn't sound that impressive until you realise that there's only something like 5 solid axle cars in the entire of this race.
We've got almost half of the field out on the current lead lap right now. They just finished lap 1 of 4. It is a 37-mile loop, 148 miles in total. The fastest lap of the day right now is at 58.16, and the rest of them are just over a minute, so we should be seeing our leader just before 2 p.m.
But just listen to the notables that have not crossed the line to complete lap 1. Lauren Healy, Cade Rodd, Paul Wolfe, Levi Shirley, Cody Addington, Casey Curry, all of these guys big players,
Wow.
big hitters, and they haven't yet crossed the line.
So there's
Now,
a
we've seen-
handful of those. Wow, that's crazy. There's
That's
AJ
amazing, isn't
A.K.
it?
Watley.
But that's why we love Ultra4 racing. You know, you can build it, you can race it. There's Darian Gomez.
So we saw
That
him
is
stop
great
for a
news.
while. Great to see him back moving. Obviously,
see,
the
of course-
camera froze for just a moment, but it looks like he is back in action. That rear tire looks like it's still full of air.
Yeah, it
Not sure
does.
what
That's
his
interesting.
issue was. But physical on the road is Darian Gomez. There's Tommy Gilpin
Yeah, that's Tom Gilpin moving his way in right now.
with SEI Racing. That is a beautiful fish mouth fab built machine. The SEI helps out at King of the Hammers. They do a lot of the striping to build Hammertown. So I love all the support from all of the fellow racers to help everybody out.
Okay, right. This car is actually built by Fishmouth Fab and by Keith Bent with a little bit of help from Tom Ways.
A little
we
bit
go.
of everybody, huh? There's our current king and back-to-back king, Raul Gomez, and that Joe Thompson UFO built machine, putting it through its paces.
So Tommy Gilpin here just making his way, and he'll be crossing the line very shortly. We saw him out practicing earlier this week, and that car just sounds amazing. So Tom Gilpin crosses the line in 14th on adjusted time, ahead of Vaughan Gittin Jr. So I'm just going to very quickly go through
It's
our
great to
runners and
see
riders.
Shannon Campbell back in action.
Well, we've got a slight lull in the action here. Let's just have a look at our current runners and riders who have completed one lap. In 22nd is Dennis Sterndale. 21st is James Mahoney. 20th, Christopher Branton. In 19th is Brett Harrell. In 18th is Matthew McGowan. In 17th is Chad Hunt. In 16th is Vaughan Gittin Jr.
In 15th is Weston Jones. In 14th is Tom Gilpin. In 13th, Jeff Wagner. In 12th, Pip Justice. In 11th, Chip McLaughlin.
In 10th position is Phil McGilton. In 9th it's Shannon Campbell. In 8th it's Brian Cross. In 7th it's Bailey Campbell. In 6th it's Brendan Thompson. But we know that he is out with an issue.
In 5th is Raul Gomez. 4th, J.P. Gomez. 3rd, Waylon Campbell. 2nd, Paul Horschel. Oh, well, 2nd, third, Darian Gomez. 2nd, Waylon Campbell. And 1st is Paul Horschel.
Yeah, and I think that JP and Raul could be ahead of Darian as well. But we'll have to keep an eye on that one and give you news as we see it.
And I believe that is Paul Horschel right there, our physical race leader. That's going to be roughly race mile 18 at the Spider Track backstretch. And yes, it is Paul Horschel, our physical race leader, and on adjusted time at race mile 17 at the Spider Track backstretch. And he is going sniffing up on 100 miles an hour right here on that IFS IRS Paul Horschel built machine with four-wheel steer. The live valve on this machine, those Nitto tires really making the dust. This is an absolute spaceship out here on course.
Yeah, now we know Paul Herschel can lead these long endurance races. We've seen him at King of the Hammers lead for 2.5 laps of the 3 laps before unfortunate problems taking him out. So he is capable of doing it. We've seen him take the win in shorter course races as well. Has he got what it takes to bring it home here at the 2023 Ultra4 USA National Championships?
Only one way to find out. Here is Brian Cross. He's dropping down the Brannock Falls. And we need to give a huge shout out to Jason and Gayla Robinette, all of the volunteers, the Ultra4 USA staff, the AOE crew, the media, safety, USAC racers, fans, and all of our marketing partners. Without each and every one of you, we would not be racing here today for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. Just about 10 miles south of Lake Havasu. It's a beautiful part of the country out here, Jim.
It is. It's absolutely astonishing. And the welcome that Havasu has given Ultra4 is quite remarkable.
And I'm glad to see this car. We had a tip-over alert on Racing Tracks just a moment ago, or about 10 minutes ago, that he was tipped over. I don't see too much damage to the car, but I'm glad to see Ian back and moving with Carbon Motorsports. Right behind him is Philip McGilton.
Yeah, that's a beautiful-looking car, isn't it?
And
am I right in thinking that this is sort of a bit of a very, very similar car to Jason Blanton's?
Yeah, I would say that, yep. So Philip McGilton and Bailey Campbell. And look at the traffic here at the Brannock Falls. And remember yesterday, this was extremely getting bottlenecked a few times, but now they're sort of switching from low to high unless Bailey Campbell's. So was that a push to pass? Did he know she was faster?
Yeah, well,
or was he shifting transfer case? I don't know.
Not sure there, but I can tell you that Bailey Campbell started behind Phil McGilton, and she's made up 2 places. So
okay, so that's probably sportsmanship right there. He knows that she started
this
behind
car in
him.
front's got a problem. Bailey Campbell makes another space, but it looks like the car in front there does have a flat tyre. You can see the way it's pushing the dirt. Now, she must be coming up behind.
Oh, and now Shannon Campbell's not far back.
No, that means that Bailey is actually past Shannon out there somewhere in the desert. And also now is Brian. We just saw Brian come down.
She passed him in the Amsoil hot pitch, remember?
Right, okay, right, gotcha. Now, but we did see Brian go past a minute ago, so now Bailey is hunting Brian.
Is hunting him down, and he better watch what he does out there on course. Here's Joe Gatlin, the 4570 with Fire River Racing.
So we've got literally the 3 Campbells are almost in the same positions that they started earlier today, which is quite remarkable.
Consistency.
I'm just looking out on course now at some of the cars that we have that are stopped.
It has been so much fun watching the action unfold right in front of us.
Right, just going to name a few of the cars that I can see that are stopped on course at the moment. I can see just beyond race mile 28 is Kenneth Goodall, stopped on course. Around about race mile 24, we have Mark Nicholson stuck on course. Tom Pendergrass is stopped somewhere around about race mile 20. We've got Cade Rod around about race mile 22. And Levi Shirley is also showing as... Yeah, I'm going to check that one. I'm getting a weird reading on that one, but I do think that Levi Shirley is stopped on course.
So here's the Amsoil hot pits. This is Cody Addington pulling in, and the Gomez brothers are helping them out. He's got the hood off. Are they worried about steering? It looked like maybe the steering popped off, maybe some coolant. They said, leave the hood off, let's let her cool down and rock and roll. Checking the steering back and forth. This is a quick, easy little stop and go. So much fun racing action out there to go. Thanks to everybody who has been tuned in for everything we have going out here for the 2023 Ultra4 Legends of Havasu. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with more racing action right after this.
Lightweight, agile, and strong, the Pitbull is perfect for the job. The Pitbull is the first and only lift that can be used in the pits and in your garage. Elevate your racing with a Handy.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great off-road racing from America and around the globe. Woo-hoo-hoo! From Ultra4 to rallies. These guys are fighting for the lead.
It seems very aggressive.
Short course to desert race.
Great move there. He is so fast.
Whether on 2 wheels or 4, Speed Sport 1 has the off-road action you crave.
Look at that move. Jumps to the inside.
Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
And welcome back This is the 2023 Legends of Havasu. We are out here at Lake Havasu, and what an incredible week of racing we've had so far. But this is the big one. This is the 4400 main race. I'm Jim Marsden, and joining me in the booth right now is Miles Hasselquist. Miles, what do you reckon?
Oh, this has been a great showing thus far, but it is far from over as we're watching Flacco. Mr. Darian Gomez, who was leading this race a little bit ago, he pulled over. I do not know what happened to him, but we'll see how it unfolds in front of us. But I do believe it's still Paul Horschel out front, then Waylon Campbell, and then not sure if there's three Gomez's in the mix. Is it JP Raul or Darian physically out front, or physically in third, fourth, and fifth? We'll see how it shakes out. This is a fun little high desert section with some little ups and downs here, and some of them are smooth, some of them are not. And look how dusty and 8 out it is becoming. Yeah. Okay, I know right where this is. You cut right here, and he's heading towards the second waterfall as we pop back to Chip McLaughlin.
Yeah, Chip McLaughlin there showing some really solid pace in that Tribe machine. One of my favourite cars when it was first released onto the scene. I mean, that must have been right back in 2016, somewhere around then.
There's A.J. Watke making his 4400 debut in that number 4089 Triton Engineering machine with Chaos Motorsports. Looks like that's our current King of the Hammers champion, Mr. Raul Gomez. Look at the King Shocks soaking up these whoops in the Spider Track backstretch at race mile number 17. And outside the Warren studio, I hear somebody rumbling out there. I hope that's not a 4400 car pulled over. Oh, and we do see Cody Addington back in action. We saw him pull into the Amsoil hot pits. The Gomez brothers team pulled off the hood. It looked like they were checking steering fluid.
Yeah, we saw that earlier. Now, there's multiple different reasons that you might take the hood off the car. Usually, it's an overheating thing. Sometimes, if it's a rock race, they actually take the hood off so they can get better visibility. So we see that quite often at King of the Hammers. A particular exponent of that is Randy Slauson. Often comes in after his second lap, removes the hood before he goes out into the rock trails.
And Pam Hall gave me a little update over my rugged radios. It is Andrew McLaughlin that's parked next to the Warren studio, so he is supposed to be out there on course. We heard he had a flip over issue or something, so I hate to hear that, but at least it sounds like he is safe and sound. Back to Joe Gatlin out on course, number 4570 in that Fire River Racing Jimmy's Solid Axle machine at race mile number 3.
Yeah, Joe just putting down a solid pace there. He's one of the cars that's not looking to win here. He's looking to have a great time and to post as high a position as he can. And in this kind of endurance race, it's amazing how far you can get up the field just through natural attrition. I just got to pop back to my racing tracks, or back to my score sheet, should I say.
And look at the vast, you can see just desert ant trails out there everywhere, Jim.
Yeah, absolutely. Just dust hanging in the distance. But what an incredible scenery. What an amazing place. But I believe this is the brainchild of J.T. Taylor to bring us out to Lake Havasu.
Absolutely. He's been talking about it for years, and I'm so glad we're out here. This is as close to the desert section of King of the Hammers you can get, and I actually think the desert here is actually harder than King of the Hammers. We just don't have the hammer trails, that proper hammer trails. But, man, look at the Spider Track backstretch. Somebody is really hauling the mail. We're both looking hard, yeah. It could definitely be Crofts.
I love the way we're both leaning forward so we can get closer to the screen.
Well, that's because you're getting old and you can't see very good.
I hear you.
Looks like that's Harold Fidgeman making his Ultra4 USA 4400 debut in that brand new Jimmy's two-seat Red Dragon.
Yeah, it's a beautiful car, that. And we now have 26 cars that have completed lap 1. So around about half of our field have crossed the line to start lap 2.
And we should be roughly 20 minutes away from seeing Paul Horschel or whoever's going to come across the line first. Is it going to be a Gomez or a Campbell? As Pip Justice picks his way down the Brannock Falls. A little from the front side, from the top side angle. Great to see that. Abe Gonzalez had his work cut out for him yesterday in that section, but today he's just enjoying the show. And there is Bailey Campbell hauling the mail at the Spider Track backstretch, trying to chase down her fiance, Brian Crofts. They'll be taking a hard right here, and I do think that Bailey Campbell has the edge up right now because she has Ryan Miller calling the shots from the right-hand seat. And I've been calling it from the beginning. I do think the right co-driver is a huge advantage in this race.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more on that one. It can be tough for the single-seat guys out there, particularly if you have to get out, change a flat tire, and even just making simple decisions like when to push, when not to push. Now, it's all very well if you come in at the end of the lap and your guys say, hey, man, yeah, you got to wind up the pace a bit. So do I need to wind up the pace for the full 37 miles, or do I just need to wind up the pace for a couple of miles? You can have that co-driver sitting there trying to work out that strategy for you. Like those moments we talked about, do I refuel on my first lap? Do I not refuel on my first lap? You've got your co-dog there who can talk you through that scenario and situation. And also, he can deal with that radio traffic back to the pits, taking the pressure off the driver. So, yes, having a co-driver is a huge advantage on these endurance events.
And speaking about co-driver, Dr. Amanda Ross right there is riding with Philip McGilton. Those Flying J and Pilot South Tire Mart BFGs are holding up strong. There's a little dust trail.
Now, just looking on my tracker at the moment.
It looks like Levi Shirley, I believe. Great to see him up and moving once again.
That does.
Yep,
yeah, I think that is
him.
Levi Shirley, yeah.
Here's Kamikaze Chris Branton. He's got a great highlight from King of the Hammers during qualifying where he came over the back rise and just hit this rock and completely skied out. Looks like Tad Dowker is changing a belt and fixing a transmission cooler on the 906. Thanks, Brian Trimp Racing Service, for that update. And that is Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming into screen, and look at the dust. This is a perfect spot. See how tight that is. They have to slow down about 5 miles an hour to go through two huge rocks. And in the dust, look at that dust. It's hanging in these valleys. But that's part of it. Oh, and there's a big dust trail way up there. This is a great either-or. Right here, he could step left and go around that dust for a couple hundred yards. I'm kind of surprised that Eric Davis didn't make that call from the shotgun seat. There's a little bit of breeze, but it's a beautiful day. It's supposed to get up to 85 degrees. The sun is shining. You can't have much more nicer of a day just outside of Lake Havasu for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4,400 main event, the national championship race. A champion will be crowned tonight at the national banquet as Jeff Wagner follows behind. Back to Philip McGilton and Dr. Amanda Ross. And that Jimmy Solid Axle machine making his way. This is race mile roughly 18. There's a cool waterfall in about a mile from right where he's at. There's Levi Shirley still stirring up some dust, heading towards the race line start finish. The track is really starting to deteriorate, Jim. You can see the ruts getting deeper. You can see the boulders getting moved, and the dust is hanging thick.
Yeah, I was just checking out my tracker there, trying to find Levi Shirley on the tracker. I'm not sure that his tracker's actually pinging correctly right now. But we'll catch up with him. It's great to see that he's back up on track and moving again. He certainly hasn't crossed the line. He hasn't pinged out for a first lap finish. So we'll be watching more on that story as it comes. But right now it's all about our current race leader, who is Paul Herschel, as we watch Chad Hunt making his way down through the first waterfall. And Paul Herschel is coming up to around about mile marker 25.
And I believe we have a camera at race mile 27, so we should hopefully see him on camera in the next few minutes. Oh, and there was Weston Jones at the top of the Brannock Falls, and it looked like his front end was goofing up once again. Oh, and Tripp told me that Tad Dowker was fighting some issues, but it looks like he got it back going.
Yeah, it's great news for Tad Dowker. Tad's had an incredible season, and I was really hoping that he would have a great end to the season here. So let's hope he can put it together for the next few laps.
Yeah, you can see that right front is not pulling.
Yeah,
I couldn't
not
tell
pulling.
about the left or not, but it's a two-wheel peel for now for Weston Jones, and I'm telling you, it's going to be really hard to make it around this entire course in two-wheel drive. There's a couple sections out back in those tight valleys where the rock crawl's only about a 2 or 3 foot up, but it's off camber, left, right. It's really a cool section, and I wouldn't want to run it in two-wheel drive. Well, I'd run it in his two-wheel drive. Skinny pedal and see what happens, right?
Yep, nothing's faster than a rental. You know the rules.
Every car has one good jump in them.
I've seen Dukes of Hazzard. Right, we have 28 cars now that have started their second lap. And we're probably around about 15 to 20 minutes away from our race leaders coming back in to complete lap 2.
If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is our national championship. The points are on the line. So many battles are going on. The top 10 is very tight between Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell. And it will be decided after this race. We will have our national championship banquet tonight at 5 p.m. PST at the Nautical on the island right here in Lake Havasu. And Bob Bauer, the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, will be a special guest involved with that one as well. And this is just part of this weekend's event. This is Legends of Havasu for the Ultra4 USA Nationals, but this is a do-not-miss event. We'll be doing it once again next year, but we still have some F1 boat racing. Last night we had the IPRA radio, and last night we also had Brett Michaels come and play with us. The American Side-by-Side Takeover has been doing stuff off and on all week. Tonight is Flow Rida after the National Banquet. And then we have a couple more pool parties. Mark Gomez has been doing some jet ski tricks. You were able to check out that last night, doing those in the pool, weren't you, Jim?
Yeah, I don't know why I bothered going back for a shower, because it was absolutely pointless as Mark Gomez soaked me to the bone in about 0.1 of a second.
But yeah, it's been a full-packed festival out here in Lake Havasu. Ken Goodall heading into the Amsoil hot pits. Oh, and an update from Joe Thompson himself. Brendan has a broken rear housing. He's trying to repair it. JP has no third gear. And Paul lost a crank. Oh, just went away. A crank sensor, so that's why Paul Wolf is running rough. So just tough break on all three of those. No third gear, so I believe he's running a TH400. So, yeah, that's all he's got is first and second. So I don't know how fast you can go in second, but you don't want to overwrap it because you can hurt the transmission, the engine, and everything in between. So his high speed is going to be off pace.
Yeah, and it also depends what style of transfer case they're running as well. Whether
It
it's running
is
a
a
single
UFO
speed.
SCS box.
Yeah, if it's an SCS, then it's a single-speed transfer box. So they'll probably be gearing this for a race of around about between 90 to 100 mile an hour. You take away that third gear, they're probably going to have a speed of around about 60 mile an hour, absolutely screaming the end off it. So, yeah, 50 mile an hour is a comfortable. It's achievable to continue racing, but you're going to
off
be
pace
off
for
pace.
sure. I mean,
yeah.
but you can still go over a top 10 and just go for a finish because now you're not pushing so hard, and you can play it safe and play the attrition game. Looks like
Exactly. This is looks like this is Kenneth Goodall.
Yeah, pulling off the hood, getting some tools. Okay, that's just Goodall. I thought that he was out of the car. He's still in the car. Okay.
Yeah, I think that there is his son. I think that's Logan. I might be wrong.
But all hands on deck. Oh, there's Funhaver Off-Road. helping out as well. That's what I love about Ultra4 USA. Somebody comes to the pit. He knows that Fun Haver's out a few miles. He doesn't have to worry about it. So he's going to come over there and give anybody help. I mean, we see that time and time again with Ultra4 USA. You know, a lot of the roundy round, a lot of the drag races, such a top secret in the pits. Nobody wants to talk. Nobody wants to help. But, heck, here in Ultra4, in the pits, everybody is out here to help everybody because they want to beat you on course, not in the pits. What I missed, Jim?
I was just getting some news from our race ops and just trying to catch up on what's going on this race. As we're looking back on the live tracker right now, I can see that our lead car is coming around to race mile 30. And there is our current race leader. That is Paul Herschel making his way down the ridgeline.
And you're saying, yeah, he's about race mile 30. So he'll be here in town in less than 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we've already seen what is Paul is our fourth leader of this race so far. We saw Lauren Healy lead it out. We saw K-Rod take it on. Then Darian Gomez powering from the front. All of them have had problems. All of them are having issues. And now it is Paul Herschel.
Is he going to jump over this ledge just a little bit? Yep, there he goes. And look at all these little bushes and trees. This is, for being a wide open desert, this is very tight and technical. And all these little washes are a little bit of G-outs. They're getting burned in. They're getting blown out. And, man, this is putting on a show for everybody here on site and back at home. Again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in all over the world. This is the national finals for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquist alongside my good friend, Mr. Jim Marsden, and we are bringing you some of the best racing action in the world.
We are indeed, Miles, and the race continues here, and that is Cody Addington.
He is at the top of the Bronco Falls, getting ready to drop down this 10-foot waterfall.
What a fantastic view from our drone here. You actually get an understanding of how steep that is.
You can see the rear end getting unsettled just a little bit. All the weight was on the front end, then he drops down and all over the throttle. And that was a great showing of the chatter bumps. Did you see when he got on the gas, it just looked like he was dancing? Because there's little, about 1 foot whoops from the traction going on, and it just makes like the whole car's shattering. It makes it feel like it's falling apart.
Yeah, those chatter whoops are absolutely evil. We were talking about them yesterday. This is what happens when the cars accelerate hard away from these obstacles, and that means every corner has them, every berm has them, every single little bump and lump. You'll get these chatter bumps coming away as these guys pile on, and girls pile on the power. But that is our physical racer leader right now. That is Paul Herschel.
And we saw Roger King pulling in the Amsoil hot pits.
Now, Paul Herschel, it works very closely with Fox Suspension. He's running what's called live valve on here. Now, do you know much about live valve?
I know it's fancy.
Well, let me tell you a little bit about live valve. Live valve means that suspension is adjusting itself 1,000 times a second. It's connected to the throttle. It's connected to the brakes. That means that when you're coming in hard into an area, when you hit the brakes, it'll actually solid out your suspension so you don't dive in too deep. It is serious cutting-edge technology. And it's born from off-road racing. And that's the kind of technology that you will be seeing in your cars and also in military applications. Be proud to be part of that out here. Right, that was Raul Gomez we saw a minute ago, and that right now is Pip Justice.
And we got a little watch party back at home. My wife Bailey and my kids Jade Neller tuned in. Miss and love you, but I hope you're having fun today, and we'll see you in just a few more days. Again, everybody's tuned in. We've had Diesel Krentz saying they're having a watch party. There's so many watch parties all over the place. Thanks again for everybody tuning in. This is the grand finale of the season.
So it's Pip Justice here making his way up the hill. And when you're sat here, it doesn't look like anything, but he's probably working that throttle, just having it ease and glide, ease and glide. We talk about it a lot in off-road racing. It's this what we call flow. You need to be going from the peaks to the tops of every single part. Timing is everything. As we watch Joe Gatlin, he literally launches down the waterfall. Great
he did that
style.
last time around, too.
Well, you can't crash if you're not hitting it.
Yeah, that's a controlled crash. Let's go with that.
Barely controlled crash. I love this place. It's absolutely incredible. We had the mountains in the background. We had the lake just over the other side. And then this awesome desert. Got to say a big shout out to our race director, JT Taylor, for being the brains and the genius behind this course. As we watch Vaughn Kitchen Jr.
Back to back, chasing down that dust. Vaughn trying to hunt some people down. We are sneaking up on the halfway mark of this race.
Now, I'm surprised at Vaughn, actually. I would normally expect Vaughn to be lighting things up a bit, but he's a tactician. He likes to play clever. He usually appears at the tail end of the races from absolutely nowhere. So let's see what he does. And that's Christopher Branton, Mr. USD Stickies. Look at the size of those lugs on those tyres.
Yeah, they are. They are made for the. They aren't necessarily made for the desert. They can do a little bit of everything, but you put those tires in the mud, and you can do a little mud whomping, a little rock bouncing, and they're testing their tires out here with Ultra4 USA.
Yeah, I think you can probably dig your own mud pond with those tires.
And there's one of our volunteers, Kevin, and his wife Karen, out on the hill.
Now, let's talk about trackers here, Miles, because all of these cars are fitted with trackers, but these trackers don't just track the cars. They also have other features on them as well. One of those is a push-to-pass feature. So when you get close to the car in front of you, you can, oh, look at this, great view of the dust here. You can see how Vaughn is completely whited out there. He came off the track trying to follow this guy. And who's that in front of Vaughn there, Miles?
I missed that one. It's a dusty car.
A dusty car. Your genius knows no bounds.
And just look at this, the cacti out here. It's so amazing to see this out here with Ultra4 USA. It's just an absolutely beautiful scenic background. I mean, this is beautiful. This is as close to King of the Hammers or racing down as Baja as you can get. There's A.K. Watley.
Did you see in the distance there, as we came around, we got that long shot, so we could see that Lauren's being held up by the car in front of him, but that car was also being held up by cars in front of him.
That was Vaughn, correct?
Yes, that was Vaughn we saw at the back, but he was being held up by the car in front, but that car was also being held up by further traffic in front that we couldn't see.
I'm telling you, dust and lap traffic is definitely going to be an issue as we are nearing the halfway mark. How far out is Paul Horschel? He's still a couple miles out, it looks like.
Yeah, but look at this also. The dust is actually hanging. We don't seem to have as much wind today as we had yesterday. And that might be something onto this course. They're saying that we look here, slightly different angle, and you see the dust is being blown away. What an amazing view there of our race course.
And look at the little ups and downs in here. This really shows you the elevation change. You can't just flat foot here. You have to go up, down, around, and everywhere in between. And then you get in these sand washes, and then you can really open it up because he goes from 20 miles an hour up to 60 in no time flat with that 1,000 horsepower machine.
Yeah, that is our race leader, Paul Herschel, right there. But let's go back to this.
Jim, I'm getting an update. Bailey Campbell has a mechanical alert at race mile 24.7. I hate to hear that for that young lady. Bummer. But, hey, that's part of racing.
Yeah, I'm just picking that up on the tracker right now. And also just behind her, Philip McGilton is also showing as 0 mile an hour out there on track right now. Not a tenth of a mile from Bailey. Oh, that's tough news for both of those guys. But attrition is starting to take hold in this race.
And it looks like the keyboard warrior group I'm involved with is having a watch party back at home as well. Thanks for tuning in, guys.
So it looks like our top four currently is right now it's Paul Herschel with the lead. And then is the number 82 of JP Gomez, followed by Raul Gomez, and then Brian Crofts.
Wow, and we just heard that Bailey Campbell is stuck with mechanical. Hopefully she can get up and going quick like. We'll see how that shakes out. But that looks like it's our current King of the Hammers champion, Raul Gomez. With Gomez Brothers Racing, they're here in full effect, except for Marcos Gomez, because, somebody had to stay home and work, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Someone's got to pay for the fuel for this trip. Marcus, if you're watching, I hope you're well.
Yeah, wish you were here, but I understand. We'll see you around here in just a few months at King of the Hammers.
Absolutely. Right, let's go back to trackers again. So all of these vehicles are fitted with trackers. Now, inside of the vehicles, they have an audible and a visual alert. That means they can press a button for push to pass if they're within 600 feet of the vehicle in front of them. The vehicle in front of them will then receive an alert that comes up on their pad. They have to confirm that they've registered that alert and that they will move out of the way. The problem therefore comes if you have a car in front of a car in front of a car. Because
Then it's a
car at the
Lincoln
back-
log effect.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes life very, very difficult indeed. However, they worked exceptionally well in the races yesterday in our limited classes.
And don't forget, Paul Horschel started in 5th position. So Darian started in front of him, so he's got him on time. But JP and Raul started behind him, so there is going to be adjusted time. Raul started in 12th position, so he's got about a 3-minute time that he's got to beat him by. Oh, and look, Paul Horschel is on the Yukon Ridge heading on into town. This is about to be the halfway mark, and right now it is Paul Horschel, number 19 out of Park City, Utah, with Horschel Motorsports with Mitchell Sweat riding shotgun. And he is in a perfect spot. This is right where he wants to be. This is a desert race with some rocks. This is a desert car that can rock crawl. And this car can make the entire 140-mile race without stopping.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there was another one that's just popped up on my radar that I'd lost. It'd gone behind, his car had gone behind another marker on the GPS, and that's Waylon Campbell, who's right up there in the mix in the top 3 as well.
Oh, nice. Yep.
Yeah,
Waylon's
absolutely.
been battling.
Now, the one to be watching here is most likely Raul Gomez, who started in 12th position. So his adjusted time is going to be the one that's going to be most crucial at this moment. Now, we're expecting Paul Horschel to just burst through here.
I can hear him bursting through here. I'm in the Warren studio about 100 feet from that start line. I could feel the studio in here vibrating as he crosses the race line, start, finish.
Now, I'm not expecting him to come to the pits at all. I'm expecting him to blow straight through. So oh no, he comes into the pits. Interesting.
Wow, I'm very surprised by this. Maybe they are going to do a fuel stop. All right, let's watch this right now. What are they doing?
Now, he's up on the top. So is he looking at fans? Is he looking at engine?
Yeah, they're definitely, that's a mid-engine right there, so they're definitely checking that out. How far back is our next one?
Well, this one, that is
That's Paul Wolf. Remember, he had a crank?
Yeah, crank sensor.
A crank sensor issue. But remember, he is a lap down. So it looks like whatever happened, he got into the Amsoil hot pits, got that sensor switched out, and he is going on. So tough break. He is a lap down, but Paul Wolf is back in action. Got that crank sensor switched up, and Paul Wolf has one heck of a deal. And we were able to catch up with his lead tech here just a little bit ago with Pam.
You guys, I am here with Miss Young Lainey Wolf. She stole the show at Crandon. You're sitting right here. Your dad's getting ready to go out and race. Are you so excited?
Yes, I am.
You are. Now, are you going to be rooting from all day long over here from our Jumbotron?
Sure.
Sure. All right. Now, Lainey, you stole the show. We're going to have to start interviewing you instead of your dad, huh?
Okay, let's do it.
Well, let's tell your dad good luck. And guess what? Hopefully we see him up on top of the box. Good luck, Dad.
Thank you.
All righty. You guys, back to you.
Oh, how cool is that, Lainey Wolf? She usually has a little bit more to say than that, if I'm honest.
That's one of the cutest things. I love that part of our sport. And did you see her shirt? It matches the side of her dad's car. That's why, that's an old racing shirt that they had, and she loves it so much that he wrapped his whole car matching that. It's kind of like Mario Brothers, Super. Oh, look at this.
That is the man from Kansas.
Shirley.
And he's absolutely on a pace right now. If anyone can tell us what happened, we'd be gratefully appreciated. That is the 905.
I missed the car, but 906 I know is Tad Dowker.
Yeah, exactly. Perhaps it was 906 and I misread it. It did look like Tad Dowker's car. Okay, so we have Paul Horschel who's come into the pits. We saw he'd stopped. He is the only person right now who has completed 2 laps. So we need to talk about that story. But we're not far off from seeing the next cars coming across the line very, very soon. I can see that Waylon Campbell is due to be coming in any moment, and I can also tell you that Raul Gomez is not a million miles outside of town either. So lots going on. Now, Also, Levi Shirley's tracker does not seem to be pinging at the minute, so we'll keep an eye on that.
And I want to give you kind of an update on split times. Remember, we took off one at a time every 30-second increments. So Paul Horschel took off in 5th position. So he has to beat J.P. Gomez by 1 minute. He has to beat Waylon Campbell by 1.5 minutes. And he has to beat Raul Gomez by 3 minutes, 30 seconds. So obviously he is physically in the lead, but he has to beat all of those competitors by that much time. And is he still in the Amsoil hot pits? I'm not sure. But how far back are these other competitors? And what is going on with Paul Horschel? And there is Cade Rod back and moving. Can't quite tell if it's 100% race pace or not.
No,
I don't quite think so.
He looks down on pace.
Looks like he's got the hood off as well. But I'm glad to see him out there still clicking off some laps. This young man definitely has what it takes. But, hey, you have to have luck on your side because somebody's going to be pushing hard 100% of the day and just have that day.
Oh, he's pulling off again.
Off once again. I hate to see that. And there's Paul Wolf back in action.
Now, that's interesting. I can't see the fans running on the back of his car. Maybe that's just the cowlings. No, they were running, or are they running? Oh, it's so hard to tell.
Yeah, it looked like. Oh, here's Waylon Campbell, physically 2nd position, coming through halfway through his race. Let's follow this shot. Do I see Paul Horschel still in the pits? It did not look. Yes, he is. So Waylon Campbell's our new physical race leader. Paul Horschel is still in the pits. So.
Yeah, now, Waylon Campbell, both of these guys have just crossed the line, working with sub 1 hour. So fantastic times there for both of these young men.
And we have a new fastest. Nope. Darren Gomez still has the fastest lap.
So we can see Cade Rod there, out of the car, getting back in. Hard to see what the problem is.
So let's talk about this. Waylon Campbell physically out front. Paul Horschel has to pass and put 1.5 minutes on Waylon Campbell on adjusted time. So right now, Waylon Campbell is exactly where he wants to be as we switch back to Paul Wolf.
Yeah, Paul Wolf's had a tough weekend.
He is a lap down. Yeah, just tough luck for that. There's Joe Gatlin popping in the screen. But, man, Waylon Campbell has led a lot of races and has had a lot of bad luck. If he can pull it all together here, he's going to be very excited. But to finish first, you must finish getting a little slideways there.
This is JP coming in.
JP Gomez getting on the Buzz bicycle.
I like your style there, Mars.
I'm having fun. I hope you guys are too. The Gomezes are out there in full force. And now, look at that. Paul Horschel still in the pit. So now it's physically out front. Waylon Campbell, then J.P. Gomez. And is Paul Horschel going to be able to get out there?
This is Raul Gomez coming in, and he's coming into the pits. Now, it's just a strategic.
Let's keep with these drones for a little bit because this is the story right now. How long is Paul Horschel going to stay in the pits? How quick are they going to be able to get Raul back out there and going? So right now.
Now, they look surprised to see Raul then. They did look like they weren't expecting him.
That is Darian.
Is that No, that is Darian.
Okay.
You are right.
There's Dalton Hamilton coming through.
Now,
I do believe he is a lap down, but Darian Gomez, does he? Yes. Is that him? Oh, Paul Horschel still in the Amsoil hot pits. He's been there for 5+ minutes. So it's going away. So single-seaters out front, Waylon Campbell, J.P. Gomez, then Darian Gomez. Is Paul Horschel going to be able to get back out and going? Oh, I hate to see that for Paul Horschel. How far back is Raul Gomez?
Yeah, just looking now. Raul Gomez is literally 1 mile outside of town, so we should be seeing Raul any moment now.
And there's Brendan Thompson still working on the rear axle of his car. I hate to see that, but he is out there trying to make it happen. They've got the generators going. They've got the welders going. He is not giving up yet. No, he's behind him. Go the bright orange car. This is a good story, but bright orange car. Right behind him. So Brendan Thompson and Dalton Hamilton trying to get that going. So we're going to take the drone over and fly over, and let's zoom in on Paul Horschel, see exactly what they are working on. Should be a little bit more to our right. Oh, so maybe he's gone. There's Funhaver. There he is. Okay, let's zoom in right here. This is the orange car we're looking for. So Paul Horschel was leading this race. They were looking at the rear engine, or the top of the engine. They're kind of checking out the front, but obviously they're checking out everything while they're in here, but they're obviously digging deep into that engine. Oh, I hate to see that for Paul Horschel, but I love to see this for Waylon Campbell.
Yeah, this is the problem when we have so many friends out here racing. But Waylon Campbell is our current race leader at the halfway mark of this race.
And it's so hard to be sitting in this car just watching. And that's where, sometimes it's the keep it simple attitude comes into play. And here is the number 83 of Raul Gomez, our current and back-to-back King of the Hammers champion. We'll see. Yes, he does. He's pulling in the GBR pits, going to do a little fuel. I see they're getting ready. So that is physical fourth.
Now you can see.
Sorry, physical fifth, but he's probably going to pass Paul Horschel.
Now, a different approach there. You saw they were coming at it with 2 dump cans from either side. So they will be putting in something at around about the sort of the 20 gallons. Now they're taking the hood off.
So Raul Gomez is in the pits. How is this going to shake out? Oh, my. There's Zig taking some stuff off. There's Lavezzo helping out.
It looks like they're checking the brake master.
Well, like I said, why they got time? Might as well check everything out. Oh, this is just precious time ticking away. And look, the steering wheel's off of the car.
That's a great shot at the back of the steering wheel. You can see all the extra wiring on there.
You can plan, you can prep, but racing is racing. It's like that may have been Cade Rod. I can't tell.
No, very difficult to tell indeed. Right. Okay, now Darren Gomez, I want to talk about this very quickly because Darren Gomez we saw stopped. We assumed that he was going to be out of this race, but he is not. He's currently lying in 5th position right now, just behind Raul Gomez, his father, then JP Gomez. There's 3 Gomez in the top 5. Then we got Waylon Campbell out there as well, and Paul Horschel, who's also completed. Now that's a great view there of the push to pass. Did you see that? And there's Bailey Campbell coming into view.
And this is a tight little section, too, so does he know there's somebody else behind? Oh, look at the blind dust. Bailey Campbell. We heard she was stopped earlier, but she is definitely charging right now. And getting some updates on my phone. Looks like Cade repaired an alternator issue and is back on track. Thank you, Cotton. And then Paul Wolf got his crank position sensor changed by Eric Miller and his crew. So, again, Eric Miller's up for the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year Award, and that just goes to show you, as well as Aaron Lynch, Levi Shirley, and Chad Hunt. That will also be given away tonight at the National Championship Banquet. And then I have a mechanical update. The 1177 of Mark Nicholson has a mechanical as well. So much attrition going out on course. Thank you, everybody, for keeping me up to date.
And still the action continues here. Right, let's just talk about how many cars we've got who are out on lap 3. So we've got 3 Gomez out there. We've got Darian Gomez, Raul Gomez, Darian's father, and then JP Gomez, who is Darian's uncle. But our current race leader right now is Waylon Campbell.
That is very, very impressive out there. And I believe that was JP on screen. Now we're switching over to Pip Justice.
Now, Pip Justice, I believe that Bailey Campbell is just behind her.
Is that a left front
just behind him,
tire?
sorry.
Or is it just hiding in the deep ruts?
Oh.
Okay, yeah, it was just hidden in the deep ruts.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show you how deep these ruts are actually getting. That Maxxis tire was completely swallowed from the bottom end.
Yeah, but look at the dust he's putting up. Now, I think, I might be mistaken, but I think that Bailey Campbell might be just behind Pip Justice.
And you saw her blazing through the dust just moments ago. She is pushing strong. It's still anyone's game. We are just over the halfway mark. We started at 10 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. We've been racing for 2 hours and 13 minutes. We started one at a time, 30-second increments on this 4 laps of 37 miles apiece, 148 miles in total, as Raul Gomez blowing by race mile number 3. And here comes Brian Crofts. He's still in the top 10.
Yeah, Brian Cross doing well. He's lost a little bit of time on this lap, so we'll just see where he comes through on adjusted time in a moment.
Like puts him in 6th position.
It does. I can tell you now that Cody Addington is once again stopped on course.
Oh, I hate to hear that.
No.
And Kevin Stearns still stopped. So let's go over our top. Out front is Waylon Campbell, then J.P. Gomez, Raul Gomez, Darian Gomez, Brian Crofts.
And that is those are all the cars that we currently have on lap 3.
And then Paul Horschel, but Paul Horschel's still in the pits.
Yes, that's correct.
So we have 6 cars out on the lead lap. Wow, what a race this is becoming right here in front of us. If you're just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate everybody for tuning in. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is the 4400 main event. This is the national championship. We have been racing all over the United States this year. We started this year down in King of the Hammers. We've raced up in Crandon, over in Mid-America Outdoors, Pennsylvania, Tennessee, Kentucky, and ending up here in Lake Havasu to lay it all on the line.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic season of racing, Mars, but let's just have a talk about 2024, because I am really, really excited about next season. I mean, you take it on for me. We're going to have an East Coast and a West Coast series, and then we're going to have a national championship as well. But the big news is no double points.
Correct, yeah, new strategy this year. So the national championship series will consist of King of the Hammers, which is rocks, Pennsylvania, which is woods, Wisconsin, the Big House, which is short course, right here in Lake Havasu, a desert race, and then one of your highest throughout the races. It's a 5-race minimum, and national champion racers must race the 4 required. So let's give you a rundown of the entire season. We'll start off in Johnson Valley for King of the Hammers late January, early February.
And that's a national race, isn't
Correct,
it?
That's a national race.
Yeah, then we move on to April 4th and 6th, which is a Norcal Stampede at Prairie City, and that's a West Coast race.
And then race number 3 is an Eastern Series mid-April at Rush, Kentucky during the Rush Anniversary Bash.
Then our 4th race this season is April 25th to 27th. It's the Silver State 300, and that will be a West Coast race.
And then another Eastern Series race is Battle in the Badlands at Attica, Indiana for race number 5, early June.
Then in July 25th, 27th, it's at the famous Reading Rumble, and that's going to be an East Coast race over at Pottsville, Pennsylvania.
And then an East and a West Series race up at the Big House in Crandon, Wisconsin over Labor Day weekend for Rage on the Rocks.
I cannot wait for that one. But then it's race 8 on September 28th to 29th at the Crossbar Ranch. And that is also an East and West Coast race, and that will be in Davis, Oklahoma.
And then we will wind up once again right here for Legends of Havasu in Lake Havasu for the National Championship Series late October.
And while we're watching that, we're actually watching Kenneth Goodall getting out of the car. We saw them in the pits earlier making some repairs. So either something else is damaged or the repairs did not hold. So a tough break there for Kenneth Goodall. And here's Christopher Branson. The man with the big tyres, still pushing hard into that desert, making his way around his second lap. It just goes to show you how fast our top 5 cars are when you look at the pace of these guys.
Yeah, it's a blistering pace. Yesterday we raced UTVs, and Cole Clark threw down a 1 hour, 2 minute, 20 seconds, and we weren't sure if that was going to be beat. And then it was all about Darian Gomez throwing down a 58.16, a blistering first lap pace. But now we're starting to deal with a little bit more lap traffic, so I don't know if that time will be beat. So there is a fastest lap award out there, so he may be taking home some change.
Yeah, just looking on my racetracks tracker right now, and I can tell you that our current race leader, Waylon Campbell, he is going to be coming up a plethora up on top of a load of traffic very, very shortly. Just looking there, you can see how the wind is moving some of this dust, but these cars do make a great deal of dust when they're charging through.
We always say the wind is the racer's friend on a race like this, unless you're Waylon Campbell. Then you want it to be dangling behind you and stirring up everything and trying to run away with this, because he's got the cleanest air out of everybody. But again, don't forget, lap traffic will be an issue.
He's going to have a big problem very shortly. He's got 4 cars that he's going to be coming up on in the next mile. And I think this is some of that lap traffic that I'm talking about right now. Yeah, that is car 124. I believe that is Roger King. That is Roger King making his way down there.
Part of Team Robbie Bobby with Justin Cowart riding shotgun. They've been racing with us since 2011 when the Everyman Challenge was invented.
Well, he's just about to get lapped by Waylon Campbell in probably about the next 10 minutes, I would guess.
That is very, very impressive.
And also in there, Kenneth Goodall. Now, we know Kenneth Goodall stopped, so that's not going to cause Waylon any problems. And we've got Roger King there. And interestingly, I don't think this next car will cause too many problems for Waylon. But we've got Levi Shirley, who's punching on. So Levi's tracker's back up and working again, so that's good news. And then in front of him, Paul Wolf. So, in fact, the lap traffic is not really going to affect
there's
Waylon
Denny
Campbell.
Sterndale pulled off. Hate to see that. And this is right around, I think, the Spider Track backstretch. So this is a very high-speed section. Unless he may be off course. I can't tell if you turn ahead of us or not.
Well, there doesn't seem to be much race traffic come through there.
Yeah, so I think we turn just on our side of that mountain and go around. There's a great shot of the race line start-finish. Race line's been a huge part of this season. We thoroughly appreciate everything they've done with us. And there's Tommy Gilpin, Denny Sterndal's teammate. We saw Denny pulled over, but Tommy Gilpin's still plugging away. USAC is our sanctioning body and runs our timing, scoring, race ops, safety, and tech. Lee O'Donnell, our USAC rep, is here on site helping everything run smooth alongside Mr. JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director.
And we're just getting some cars crossing the line now to start their second lap.
So Chip McLaughlin is halfway through his race, and so is Bailey Campbell. Chip McLaughlin is having a great race. He's in the top 7 right now, and right in front of Bailey Campbell. Oh, and there was our physical race leader, Waylon Campbell, dropping down the Brannock Falls right there at race mile number 9.
Yeah, so Chip McLaughlin is actually right now ahead of Bailey Campbell on adjusted time. So Chip is having a fantastic race here at Havasu.
I so hope he can pull this together and get a top 10 here in Nationals. The whole Rufus team pours their heart and soul into racing with us, and I just hope to see a great showing for him and or Pip Justice. They'll be giving away this Andy Willems Sportsman of the Year award. They'll be helping us do that tonight at our national banquet. We'll round out the season and hand out some hardware.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. That is going to be the party of the year. Have no doubt about that.
Oh, Paul Horschel and Mitchell Sweat out of the car. This is not good. They were leading the race, but, I hate to see this. They've got helmets off. You can tell by the body language they are super disappointed. Oh, I just hate seeing this for anybody. Speaking about hate seeing it, there's Ken Goodall pulled off again. But at least Paul Horschel's in the Amsoil Hot Pits. He has help and tools and parts and a little bit of everything. Oh, that looked like, was that Brendan? Was he back in action?
I want to say...
No, that was JP Gomez.
That's JP.
Okay, so we are at the Brannock Falls race mile number 9, so where Kenneth Goodall is kind of a bypass for this, so it's a very safe spot to pull over and check out the car.
Now, this is very interesting because we've got JP Gomez, who actually started in front of Wayland.
So, yeah.
Okay, so Wayland's got the pass on JP and is around about, I'd have said, 2 minutes ahead?
Yeah, about.
Yeah, okay. So Wayland's got a really nice sort of, probably a 3-minute buffer. But it's now there's Darian Gomez. Now that's very interesting indeed. Okay, so Darian would have to get past JP and Wayland.
So Wayland is looking really nice right now if he can keep this pace going. But, hey, they're going to be pushing him. And you know the Gomez's are on the same channel, which I wish I could listen to, but not on the live show. But I'm sure they're having some fun out there. And I know they call out some fake race miles for each other, and they're always having fun.
Yeah, I'm showing actually that Darian is still on lap 2, which I don't think he is. He's according to my scoring, he is on lap 3. But if you look at his tracker, it's still showing as an orange block.
No, Darian's definitely on the lead lap.
Yeah, I know he is. Yeah, but I'm just saying.
You're just saying.
Yes. So
there's
if anybody
Tommy
else
Gilpin
watching at home is watching, that's why it's still showing orange.
So don't forget, you can also go to live.ultra4racing.com for the same timing we have here in the Warren studio. Here comes Cade Rod through the race line start-finish, and he is way off pace. He'll be heading to the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see if they can get something squared away. Hate seeing that for this young man. Again, he's missing his hood. Did they take that off in the pits, or did it get tangled up out on course?
Yeah, going to see what he does now.
Oh, he's absolutely pulling in. There's no way about it.
Mm-hmm.
There's Cole Clark I saw ready to throw his hands in the mix, giving him a hand. The whole Jimmy's Army is out here in full effect. I knew he had an alternator issue earlier, but I just hate seeing this. They're worried about the front end right now. I saw JT running out there to give him a hand. There's an aerial view of the Spider Track backstretch. There's multiple lanes right here, up over 100 miles an hour. Another great aerial view. You can see the dust trails all over. That shows you how much these fingers kind of go back and forth out here. And, of course, that's why we had to have racingtracks.com with an X, racingtracks.com. We have virtual checkpoints out on course, I think 35 of them, and then a few negative checkpoints that if you hit those, we know to look for you.
Absolutely. Let's talk about those checkpoints quickly. So the virtual checkpoints are actually marked on the GPS file. The GPS file is a course map that is given to every single team. They can download that onto their navigation device, whether that be a laptop, whether it be a tablet PC, or a GPS from someone like Garmin or sort of Lowrance or something like that. And what happens is they can physically see those VCPs. Now, if you're on course, you will hit those VCPs every single time. But if you manage to bypass one, we know that you are off course at that time. Then we have negative VCPs. These are invisible VCPs that you cannot see as a race car driver.
And we put those in kind of like shortcut areas where if you're intentionally or unintentionally bypassing a section, it'll ding and alert us to let us know, like, hey, pay attention to this track or we think this guy's off course.
Absolutely. So it throws an alert to us. It just means it keeps everything nice. It keeps everything honest. It also makes sure that we know where everybody is at every time. And that is two-time king Raul Gomez making his way down the waterfall.
And look at Philip McGilton getting chased down by Shannon Campbell. And I just got an update over my rugged radios. It sounds like Matt McCowan is stopped with the mechanical right now. So, man, this is getting tough. And Philip McGilton pulls in the Amsoil hot pits. Shannon Campbell's pit's already behind us, so we know he's going to blow through. So Shannon Campbell gets around Philip McGilton.
Well, we saw Shannon Campbell taking on a lot of fuel on the end of the first lap. So Shannon Campbell should, in theory, be out there for the rest of the race now.
So Shannon Campbell is in ninth in adjusted time, and then Philip McGilton rounds up the top 10. So let's roll through the top 10. In 10th position, it's Philip McGilton. In 9th, it's Shannon Campbell. In 8th, it's Bailey Campbell. 7th, Chip McLaughlin. 6th, Brian Crofts.
In 5th, it's Darian Gomez. In 4th, it's Raul Gomez. In 3rd, it's JP Gomez. And in 2nd, it's Wayland Gomez. And, of course, in 1st, it says Paul Kerschel, but it's not because he knows in the pits. So all of those, we can take one off. So Wayland Campbell is in 1st, JP Gomez 2nd, Raul Gomez in 3rd.
And Paul Horschel out of the car, looking just, the attrition's definitely setting in as we see Ken Goodall up at race mile 9 above the Brannock Falls. Looks like that's Tom Gilpin still plugging away in that SCI machine. Get bent fab and fish mouth. And there's Weston Jones. We saw him having some front drive issues out on course. So not sure if he got it fixed or if he's just fighting through the elements. Another Jimmy's IFS chassis plugging through the desert.
And look at this, that's one of the Gomez cars. No, it's not that, it's actually Paul Wolfe. See, your automatic reaction when you see a UFO is it must be a Gomez, but that is actually Paul Wolfe himself. Now, I'm intrigued to see what Paul Wolfe can do now, because the gloves are off. He knows he's down on pace. He's already had a mechanical. Is he going to go for championship points, or is he going to go for absolute glory?
And he is at race mile number 17 as we speak, making his way around. There is a Bronco, but there's 4 of them that look very similar, but I think that's A.K. Watke.
I think you're correct. Sort of seeing that greenish tinge down the side panels.
As we're back to the Yukon Ridge coming into town. Can't quite make out who that is.
Oh, you should be able to see them any moment now as they cross the line. Oh, I think that's James Mahoney. Yes, that is James Mahoney.
It is. Good call, Jim. James Mahoney in that Faravani senior car. Heading, see if he'll bypass the Amsoil hot pits or not. Looks like he is slowing down, and he will be pulling in. I think he teams up with Rick Lavezzo, who teams up with Paul Horschel. So that pit's already tied up. And here comes Vaughn Gittin Jr., number 25, with Eric Davis riding shotgun. And he is slowing down coming into the Amsoil hot pits. He is halfway through his race, so they'll probably do a splash and go, check over the car roll one more time, and head him out for another lap. Remember, we did start off one at a time every 30 seconds. This is a 37 loop. They're going to do 5 laps, 148 miles in total. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. is right after the halfway mark. Oh, there's Lauren Healy giving him a thumbs up. So Lauren Healy in his street clothes officially out of the race. We knew he was having issues, but he is back in camp. Hate to see that for him. The pole setter, Lauren Healy, is officially out of the race.
Yeah, that's always very sad to see, but there is our current race leader. That is Waylon Campbell. And Waylon's putting down an awesome pace right now.
Just giving a really good once-over while they're putting fuel in. Looks like fuel is done. Everybody's paying attention. Get out of the way. Send them out. Vaughn Gittin Jr. heading out for his 3rd lap of 4. And there is Brian Crofts leading the national champs coming through the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, and Brian Crofts is very well priced right now. As we were talking about it earlier, he's actually switched to a smaller motor than he usually would run. Usually runs those big tool decks, produce sort of 800 plus horsepower. Switched it down to an LSX with a mere 600 and something horsepower. But it's working really well for him. It's giving him that
so
reliability.
So far, so good. Oh, and I'm glad to see that is Ken Goodall back moving. I think it's front. Yep, there we go. So Ken Goodall was stopped just up there for a while. Whatever it was, he is back and moving. So I think our top 4 or 5 are starting to pull away with a pretty good lead out there.
Yeah, just looking at our tracker right now, which you can check out on Racing Tracks, track spelt with an X.com. And it really is spreading out, particularly on this 3rd lap. Waylon Campbell didn't seem to have any trouble getting past that lap traffic, which is good to see. Lots of sportsmen out there on track. And he should just be coming up on Dennis Sterndale. Oh, I think he's probably passed him already. And in front of him is Levi Shirley and Paul Wolfe.
But I do believe Levi Shirley is down a lap as well as Paul Wolfe.
He is down a lap. I'm just looking now, 13:31. Yeah, I'll keep you honest on that one. I'm not sure. Waylon Campbell might be catching Levi Shirley. But we know Levi Shirley has great pace when he wants to. So will he be able to stay in front of Wayland, or will Wayland be able to make the pass on him?
It has been a beautiful week here in Lake Havasu, Arizona. So much action has gone down, and this is the main event for Ultra4 USA. This is the Grand Championships finals here. We've been racing all season long, and it comes down to this one and final race. And it's Brian Crofts up front on points. Then it's Bailey Campbell, then Philip McGilton, Chad Hunt, Paul Wolf, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Tad Dowker, Shannon Campbell, Levi Shirley, and Brett Harrell. So right now it's looking pretty good for Brian Crofts and Bailey Campbell.
Yeah, it looked like that was Christopher Branton just crossing the line then.
So much racing action going on, but we have Pam Hall down in the Amsoil hot pits, and she is in the Gomez to kind of keep us up because they've got a lot of them up front. Pam, what do you got for us?
I'm here with Chris, the crew chief for the Gomez brothers out here. You guys came in, you got some fuel, but let's talk about the race. How's it going for the boys?
So far, so good. We're running second, third, and fourth on the road. We got JP running second. He ended up losing third gear on his first lap, so he's milking it out there first and second. And we got Darian running currently third on the road. He's found a little bit of transmission, got a little heat issue going on there. And then Raul's just running solid. I think he's going to end up stepping up here those next 2 laps, pick up the pace, and we'll go from there.
So you guys came in and fueled up. Are you guys going to have to do another fuel stop for it?
Yeah, right now I'm going to bring JP in on his last lap here, give him 11 gallons and send him back out. So that'll be it for us for fuel.
Well, awesome out there. The boys are all going 1, 2, and 3. We'll let you get going so you can get prepared for the next fuel stop. So good luck out there.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Pam. We're watching Vaughn Gittin Jr. there. Now, hearing about the strategy there, and he's saying that Raul's going to step it up again in the next couple of laps.
And it sounds like Raul's the one with a full healthy car because we know JP's down to second gear, and it sounds like Darren may be having some transmission issues
yeah, he
as
said
well.
he's having some overheating issues.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he pulled over, to try and save that transmission. So there's lots of yin and yang here, isn't there? And it's interesting that they used that first lap to work out their fuel strategy. So come in, bang the
See
tank
how
up.
much fuel they actually take.
Exactly. Yeah, so very interested indeed. I'm looking forward to this. It's a fantastic race we've got building up here. We're just coming to the second half now. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. We're going to pop out for a short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. The action is electric. See you very soon.
Welcome back to the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. This is our national championship, the biggest race we have had outside of King of the Hammers. We are going to give away some hardware tonight. Everything is all on the line as we see Jeff Wagner out here still plugging away at race mile number 3. And for national championship points, Paul Wolf is down a lap. Is he going to be able to – you have to race 2/3 of this race to get your points for that. So is he going to be able to make that happen? I think if he keeps his current pace up, he will, but that could play a factor in this.
Yeah, absolutely. So Paul's going to have to work very, very hard here. Now, this is great to see Jeff Wagner, and there's got to be a bittersweet pill for Lauren Healy to see this car driving past knowing that his own car is broken. I'm just looking right now, how many cars have actually completed 2 laps? And the car count is getting bigger and bigger. We are down to 17 cars.
That's pretty impressive. Almost half of the field is out on the lead lap. The attrition's definitely starting to play its toll, and that was a Brett Harrell clicking off some time.
The other way you've actually got to spin this is just imagine the incredible pace as we watch Chip McLaughlin making his way down the waterfall. It just goes to show the incredible pace that these front-running cars are actually running. It's remarkable.
Yeah, and we were talking, it sounds like Raul has a healthy car. JP and Darian still have a little bit of issues. We don't know much about Wayland. Is his car 100% or not? At the pace he's running, it sure looks like it.
Yeah, it certainly does. Wayland Campbell, I mean, it really is. As we watch Paul Herschel, his mechanics are still trying to work on it. They look like they're actually putting fuel into the car.
And I do see the window nets up, so it does look like he is back in, and this will keep him on the lead lap. Obviously, he is back to probably 17th position. But Denny Sterndal back in action as well.
Yeah, but it's all about points, isn't it? We've got multiple things to play for here at this race.
Paul Horschel is not really in the mix for points.
Yeah, that's true. And he probably has already qualified for Hammers, hasn't he? So he is going out for Guns and Glory. But I also, chatting to some of his crew the other day, the main reason that his main focus for being here and the reason he turned up late is because he wants to test the car before he goes to Hammers.
Because that is the big one of the year, that's for sure. That's the Super Bowl of off-road. The biggest and baddest one-day race in the world is King of the Hammers. We'll be there early February, late January, next season for the first race of Ultra4 USA. Oh, and that's the 1177. He was down with a mechanical. Yeah. Mark Nicholson got back in action. Great to see him. So we see a lot of people stopping, but they're getting their cars back going.
Yeah, no, that's great to see. But there's a never die spirit out here, isn't there? I mean, it really is. You push on, because it doesn't matter how bad a day you think you're having. Everybody else is having a bad day as well. Oh, now he's stopping next to Brendan Thompson. This is interesting.
Maybe part of his crew trying to check some things out. And I do see they're still working on Brendan's. Hopefully he can get that rear end welded up and back in action. And there is Brian Crofts, our national points leader at race mile number 17, still pushing strong. And Crofts is running in that, I think, 5th position, if I remember correctly. And there is Tommy Gilpin with SEI at race mile number 3.
Yeah, Brian Crofts is running a very strong 5th position right now behind a plethora of Gomez race cars.
So right now, if the race would end right now, I do think Brian Crofts would win the national championship.
It's really interesting. Now, we spoke to the Gomez brothers before the start of this race, didn't we? And we said, why are you here? And they said, we just want to play with the points championship.
And have some fun.
Absolutely. And they're doing all of that. Great to see those guys out here.
So Mark Nicholson and Brendan Thompson in the Amsoil hot pits. Brendan's been there for a little bit.
Looks like they're bringing a jack over to the car.
The old Harbor Freight Badlands.
It's another thing that this sort of industry has spawned, isn't it? Completely different tools for this job as well. We've seen off-road jacks. We've seen off-road. Oh, look at that.
Got a little dust tornado out there. Pretty cool to see. And like I said, the wind is the racer's friend. With the dust out here, it's super thick. So if it was dead air out here, it would really play havoc on some of these parts in these valleys.
Yeah, a little twister working his way through there.
And again, if you want to come run the Ultra4 USA course tomorrow, get with Tread Lightly. We're going to do a cleanup day tomorrow. Run the course, clean up what we can find. So thanks again with Matt with Tread Lightly. And then also the entire Havasu Side-by-Side Trail Association. We've got about 10 or 12 of their volunteers out here helping us. And they're going to drag the course to make it better than when we left.
Absolutely.
So if you want to get involved with any of those associations, it'd be great.
As the action continues here at the 2023 Ultra4 USA National Championships, I can tell you I've got some news for you, Miles. I can see right now that Paul Wolf is stopped again on track.
I hate to hear that. Paul Wolf gives it his all, but has definitely had some issues this weekend. He swept the entire UTV series last year, but then it was all about Robert Parker and Kyle Chaney this season. So Paul Wolf just having some bad luck, but you can never count him out.
No, he does a lot of the prep on his car himself, so he knows the car inside out. So when he does break something, he knows how to fix it. Yeah, is that someone's toolbox or is that a
tire?
wheel?
Yeah,
that
is a tire and wheel.
Yeah. Okay, we're getting some news across our Rugged Race Radio that we might be getting some news from the pits. I do love this, the fact that we can pop to and forth from this. So Pam Hall is down there right now with Paul Herschel's crew. Let's see what she's got to say. Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Josh. You are the crew chief for Paul Horschel's pit. You guys were in here quite a while just now. He was leading the race, and unfortunately, a long pit stop. Give us a little rundown for everybody at home of what was going on.
So the first two laps were going really well. We were really happy with where it was and the positions that he picked up. But coming across the ridge there, he said he was down to 11 volts on the power system. So we did a quick as we could alternator change, fuel stop, and then he said we had a brake issue too. So we solved that and cut off brakes to one tire.
Well, having those issues out here is very unfortunate, especially when you're leading the race. But what is he thinking about that racetrack out there? Is he having a blast out there? Is it rough, or what's going on with him with the track?
He really enjoys these tracks in that car. As you know, we've got some innovation on that with some rear steering. He's utilizing that to make the corners a lot easier. So we're experimenting that, getting a lot of test miles on there. This trip for us is more important for testing than a win. So as long as we're still moving, we're winning. We're going to be prepared for KOH.
Well, that's awesome. I'll let you get back to your pit because you guys literally just got done finishing up his car, but he's back out on course, and that's the most important part. So, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time.
Thanks for the time. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Pam. Now, I love that, getting those little bit of bites, those little bits of information. Now, alternators could be a problem. Why are alternators a problem? Because of the dust. What happens is dust comes in, and that causes issues. Now, look at this.
A.J. Watley here in screen. But I'm going to, so Cade Rod had an alternator issue. Now Paul Horschel had an alternator issue. And did you hear him say they cut down the brakes to one tire? So braking on Paul Horschel is down to not much.
Oh, no, I heard it that they cut the brakes to one tire, so he still has three.
Oh, okay.
That's the way I understood it.
Let's hope it's that way, because one brake is not good, but
no,
if you just cut off
it.
one. So A.J. Watley looks like they're going to fuel and go, and you see how everybody's just walking around the tire. When they're fueling, you cannot touch the car, so they're just doing a quick visual and go. And here they go. A.J. Watley back out for another lap. And that puts A.J. Watley on the lead lap for his Ultra4 USA debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing a great job out there. And I'm just looking right now at how many vehicles we have got across the line, started in their third. And A.K. Watley is currently sitting in 18th position out of the 19 cars that we have currently on our third lap.
And there goes Philip McGilton dropping down the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, Phil McGilton's currently sitting in about 12th position at the moment. So a solid run there for Phil McGilton.
And if he can keep this pace up, he's going to be in the mix for the national championship. Hopefully he can get on the podium there. So here's Harold Fidgeman making his other debut. And you see how they're doing fueling? So there's these cans, and then they have the dry systems. Walk us through that there, Jim.
Well, so what you have is you have multiple different types of cans. The cans that you can see here in this pit, they've got what we call dry brakes. So literally, if you turn that can upside down, nothing will come out of it. It has to lock into the receiver on the car itself. Now, That means that they also, when they lock on, that they can deliver fuel incredibly fast. You can see that they're running like a 2.5 inch or even up to a 3 inch filler neck on those. That means they can deliver 11 gallons in around about 8 seconds. Okay, if
You're
they
starting
get
to figure
right.
this out.
Well, for those boys and girls listening back home, that's about 44 litres.
And then what about the fuel towers with the dry barrier on the back?
Now, that's a different thing entirely, and you'll see that they're twin pipes. A lot of people think they're delivering the fuel through both pipes, but that's not the case. The second pipe is actually a breather for the tank, because if you're putting fuel in, you've got to get air back out.
So it's quick and fast, and it's pressurized also.
Well, a lot of the time they are. Now, I'm interested by Vaughan and Lauren's system, because I would be expecting, for example, if you are working on a desert race truck, they'll be delivering anything up to 40 gallons of fuel in something around about like 12 seconds. Okay, but I think that Vaughan and Lauren must be working off a gravity feed system.
Okay.
And if that's the case, rather than the pre-charge system, and you can see it's quite a bit slower. So I'm not sure there was actually any real advantage gained there for them having that filler system if they're not going to be pressurizing it. But hey, what do I know?
Well, thank you for that update, Jim. And it's just a different strategy altogether, so thanks for that. That's really cool to see. There's Vaughn Gittin. We were just talking about his team, and I just got an update from Mama Ange. It sounds like Aaron Robinson stepped out of the car, and Woody Rose did get in the 3006, so he wasn't able to race yesterday because he had some bad luck, but he's going to get some seat time on this track in a 4400 car.
Now, that's great news for me. I'm really chuffed about that. Woody Rose, he went into the 4400 class at Crandon just to see what he could do for fun in his 4800 car, and he had an absolutely great time. Oh, this Kenneth Goodall, that looked like he had a rear flat.
Rear flat. Oh, and here's our physical race leader, Wayland Campbell, really stirring up the dust. Here's the Spider Track backstretch, really laying it down.
Yeah, look at the pace. Absolutely
and
fantastic.
Look at the ruts on the outside getting burned out. This course is really starting to fall apart.
Did you notice that, though, that he's not sitting in the ruts? He's actually getting one of those wheels outside of the rut line, trying to protect himself. Okay, so here's Kenneth Goodall. Looks like he's got...
that's a long trip with that right rear tire. And look, it's coming completely apart. It looks like his spare is still okay. I'm really surprised he's not going to change that. But right now there's not a really good flat area. But he's been on that flat for a while. I'm a little concerned or confused on what the strategy is here.
Well, I'm also concerned as well. This is very single track through here. If we get lap traffic...
And don't forget that tire's coming apart, that it could tie up, tear up some brakes and other things.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is the 3006, and this is Woody Rose we were just talking about. So Woody Rose is going to be jumping into that car very shortly. And we were just saying that he actually managed to take his 4800 car, put it in the 4400 race, and came out to sixth position. Yeah. So great driving there from Woody, and it'll be great to see what he can do in an IFS car in this race.
And just getting a shout out from Team Indiana, Nicky Hunt wanted to give old Woody Rose a shout out that he helped them fuel in the pits a little bit ago, and now he's in the car. And then I just got some other bad news from Angie. Pip is out of the race. He was running such a strong pace. I hate to hear that, but Pip just, I believe, is officially out of the race.
Does that mean
bummer?
Does that mean he's actually been beaten by Chip?
Well, not yet.
And there's James Mahoney in the old Gary Favanti machine making his way round. Now, there's a few cars out here. The Gary Favanti old car, then there's some of the Gilpin car, the Sterndale car. All have got their IFS systems designed by a chap called Dallas. And so Keith Bent keep me straight on that one, so thank you, Keith. And still, Kenneth Goodall ploughing away there.
And there's Darian Gomez. It looks like he's still on that second or third, I believe in third position out on course.
What I find remarkable about this is they run what they call a race pace, but then they still have the ability to step to
turn
another.
It up. Yeah. We call that the burner down pace.
Yeah.
Give her all you got and see what happens.
Ignore your gauges and hit go.
There's Weston Jones.
It's also worth talking about the electrics that we have on these cars. Now, in many cars, you know, lots of us have all played with vehicles back home. We've put fuses in, we've put relays in to run our little controls, manual gauges and all those sorts of things that you can buy off the shelf in most shops. A lot of the top-end cars do not run fuses, they do not run relays, and they don't run gauges. They'll have an electronic monitor or a screen in there, and they'll run what are called PDM, so power distribution modules. These are programmable computers that give you power distribution throughout the vehicle. That means that they can set up parameters on them. So, for example, on your fans, okay, you'll be able to have a trip mode, and you'll be able to say 15 separate trips, and let's say you set them up for, you'll have a soft start that will come in, and the preloading on that will say be 60 amps. Then you'll have a loading for 40 amps as your constant. If you were to get a problem with that, it will try to reset you as many times as you want it to do so. So you can program it to say reset 10 times before it will fail. So if you get a stick in there, instead of it just blowing a fuse, what will happen is it will just keep retrying, hopefully knock that stick out, and then keep going again, so you don't have to stop to reset the fuses. Equally, that's also linked to a computer-based management system, and some of these teams will actually be funky enough. They'll actually be able to sit in the pits and be able to monitor the car.
From the pits, yeah.
From the pits.
Yeah, the technology has came so far. Oh, no, there's Jeff Wagner pulled off.
Oh.
He's in the dead zone there at the Brannock Falls, so it looks like they're both getting out of the car. Not sure what's going on. Maybe I can get Abe to shoot me a text to see what is happening with him. But also, speaking about that, we have Pam Hall in the pits with A.K. Watley. She's going to give us an update in the Amsoil Hot Pits from Chaos Motorsports. This is AK's 4400 debut. So, Pam, what do you got for us?
I am here with Sergio Pinillas. You race in our stock class, but here you are in the pits for our rookie, A.K. Watley. How is he feeling out there? Have you talked to him on the radio or anything?
We've been, I lost my voice, so, yesterday in the dust was pretty bad. But, yeah, AK was a little nervous before qualifying. He had a little issue at qualifying. The filter came off and the car shut off. So then he was really nervous before the race. But he's doing a great job. He just went through pits. We just fueled him up. It's his first time racing Ultra4 USA, first time in that car. And he's a rookie for next year at KOH, so this was a perfect pre-run for him to learn the car, learn everything about the car. He's keeping a conservative pace. That was the whole plan. He's not going out there for the win. He's just going out there to learn about the car. And I think he's already in the top 20. So he started way in the back. And he has Brad, good fellow. He co-drove for me last night. So he got a little bit of a preview of the course. I feel bad for him because I was a rough ride last night in my car. So now he's doing 4 laps in his car. It's a little bit nicer on the 4400. But, yeah, no, he's doing great. And I think it's going to be good for him to be at KOH. He's going to have a lot of fun in that car.
Well, that's awesome to see a rookie out here racing at Legends of Havasu. But like you're saying, Brad was in with you last night. I mean, here he is in a very plush ride, I would have to say, compared to your Jeep that you've been racing all season long. But yeah, let's talk about you for just 1 second. I know we're on our 4400 class, but you're in that stock class. You finished the race last night. You finished the season on a Jeep you weren't even supposed to be racing in.
Yeah, that was a story, right? I mean, I borrowed that Jeep from John Schaefer. I stole it. I didn't borrow it. I did KOH, and we did great. Then we raced Visions just for fun. Ended up winning Visions, so now it's like, heck, well, now we got to do the whole season. And the car just keeps on going. I don't know how. We really put it on the trailer after Oklahoma, unloaded it here, changed a couple things, and it got it to the finish line. I got sick the day of the race, so I was with a fever, driving, and with the dust at night. It was a really rough race yesterday. But the car got us to the finish line. A couple of parts missing. Again, sorry, John, but whatever. Now, next year, we'll have a new car, hopefully. But we're here, and, Lauren got us for a couple of points on the national championship, and we're still going to send it, though. That's what we're here for, to have a good time. That's what we're doing.
Exactly. Well, I'll let you get back to your pits. Thank you for taking the time and talking about AK with us, being a rookie for King of the Hammers next year. It's great to see you out here.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Pam.
Thank you, Pam, and thank you, Sergio, for that update from A.K. Watley. And I got another update. It sounds like Cody Addington is out of the race as well. Oh. Thank you, Angie, for that. But, man, this is starting to be a bummer. So it does sound like Woody got in the car, but they haven't taken out of the Amsoil hot pit. So not sure exactly what's going on there, but lots of action.
Yeah, the action is still continuing here. And more cars crossing the line. That is the 464. That is Glenn Page coming through.
Glenny Page and Bill McGiven out of Ontario, Canada, out down here playing. They were at Johnson Valley at the ranch over last weekend. They are part of the 2024 rookie program. If you want to go race King of the Hammers, you've never done it before, get a hold of them. Join the rookie program and then come race Ultra4 USA the rest of the season. They give you a lot of tips and trades, trades of the show. So it looks like they're just giving the car a once-over, putting some fuel in. Getting ready for another dump can. And this one's just straight gravity. We were talking about the redheads and stuff on the last one. Well, this one is just straight gravity.
Well, I'm just getting some news, actually, that I might have tripped up here, that we're not allowed to have pressurized fuel systems in Ultra4.
You're right.
So,
Yep.
Which is why we usually see them on the gravity feed.
But it sounds like Pam Hall is down in the pits with two-time king Lauren Healy, who won last night but is already out of the race. So let's hear what Lauren has to say.
How is it now?
Good.
Okay. All right, I am here with Lauren Healy. This is not where we're supposed to be talking right now. What's going on?
Yeah, fully agree. You think this course was last night, getting to run the laps out there, and I watched the 45s and 4800s drop like flies the first lap. I mean, I passed probably 5 or 6 of them, all of them dead, like not actually passing them, but with problems. And then you think I would have learned my lesson a little bit better, but I was ripping through one of the rock canyons just a little bit too fast and managed to hook a rock in the inside of my wheel, and it folded my beadlock ring off of it. Unfortunately, that let all the air out of my tire. Got out to change the tire. That being a brand new car, I didn't have all the tools that I haven't practiced changing tires on that brand new car ever, and just was not good at it. Didn't have exactly what I needed. Made it work, but it took me like 20 minutes to change the tire. The whole race it went by me at that point. I also had noticed that my transmission was pushing fluid into my transfer case and puking fluid out the bottom of the car. And that sequential transmission is really expensive. There's a seal between the two, but I shouldn't have transmission fluid coming out of my transfer case. That shouldn't even be in there. So I, at that point, was like, I'm not burning down a $50,000 transmission in 30th place in the dust to go see if I can catch back to everybody. Didn't have another spare tire on the car. It didn't make sense at that point. So, yeah, now here in the pits, supporting all the other Broncos. Vaughn's made it from 25th up into the top 10. A couple more laps to go, so things are going good.
Well, and let's talk about that brand new car. Didn't have the right tools on it, but you are our pole setter. So you started off right. You won last night, but here you are. I mean, supporting everybody else, like you just said. Yeah. Very, very unfortunate to see you here. I don't like seeing you in these pits.
Right. No, I definitely appreciate that. And not where I wanted my day to be, but that's the awesome thing about what a huge team we have. And, that, when one person goes down, like with Vaughn, when Paul and I tangled, like, I love Crandon. I love racing. Like, that's my favorite place to race. And for me to go out, but I got to sit on the side of the track and watch Vaughn win at Crandon the first time ever. So rather than having my heart broken, I was like, this is almost as good as winning. So that's the awesome thing. We, winning the 4600 race last night, winning the championship, setting the pole in that car and the 4400 car this weekend. Like, it's been a successful weekend for me. And now if, Vaughn can put it on the podium, then even, that's the bookend. That's the cream on the pie for sure.
Exactly. Well, we'll let you get back to your pits with everybody because I know, like you said, you got a lot of cars you guys are pitting for. But thanks for taking the time. Unfortunate you're here again, but here we are. Our championship tonight, though, you'll be up there for our 4600.
Yep. Thank you so much, everybody. Good luck at the races.
Okay, thank you very much, Pat. Now, listen to that. This is a technician. This is a guy who does everything absolutely 100%. They practice, they do everything, and he went out on course without the right tools. So it happens to the best of us.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. It's just tough break for that. And then he was having that transmission issue as well. And yeah, it's not worth tearing up a car when it's not ready to go if you're battling in mid-pack. So I understand that strategy well, but hopefully you can get a Vaughn getting Junior up there and see what happens. It looks like that's James Mahoney possibly.
Yeah, beat me to it.
Hey, I got you on this one, huh? So James Mahoney in that Faravani car. Again, we've said it time and time again, but I remember when that car got debuted multiple years ago. I'm going to say 6-8 years ago, and it was a car ahead of its time, and it's still out here racing with us. And we saw Ian Kentonez earlier. He was rolled over or had a tip-over alert, so I'm glad to see him back and going. Oh, here's Levi Shirley in the AMSOIL hot pits. Looks like fuel for sure. Looks like they're having a chat. Don't look like they're in a huge hurry to put fuel in.
Yeah, no, they're just standing around. Let's just see what happens here, see what the body language is.
Oh, they're not. Yeah, okay. They're putting the fuel back down, so they're definitely chasing an issue. I don't know if that's brakes or steering. There's Ryan Rockhold. Again, everybody's out there helping everyone. There's Jared Brazier. Everybody's out here to help. There's Josh Smith off his race yesterday as well. And here's Brett Terrell. Look at him at the Spider Track backstretch up over 100 miles an hour. He's got to hit the brakes. He's going to take a hard right and then go up through the mountains through this tight technical little area with a lot of ups and downs through here.
Yeah, Brett Harrow's been taking it nice and steady on the first couple of laps, but I think this might be strategic. He's now up into 16th place as he started that third lap. This race is about to come alive, Miles.
Yeah, we heard the crew chief, Chris, for Gomez Brothers Racing saying that, JP was down to second gear only. Darian was having some issues as well, and Raul is getting ready to turn up. But there's our physical race leader. It is Waylon Campbell here in the AMSOIL hot pits, just in front of Levi Shirley. So Waylon Campbell getting some fuel. We'll see what else they're doing. It looks like they're checking maybe
yeah,
brakes
it looks like
or
brake
steering.
fluid. Yep, definitely brake fluid going into that vehicle. Now we need to be watching on the clock here because the car's
and a new
behind.
antenna, so they may not have very good communication between each other. So put a new antenna on the top, topping off with some brakes, checking out everything else.
Right, now let's get on this and try and find out where the next car is. See, for example, my Racing Tracks is currently showing Levi Shirley is still 3 miles out of track, but we know that he's back in the pits right now.
And there is Paul Wolf on screen.
But we are going to be seeing one of the Gomez brothers coming into pits very, very soon.
Oh, was that JP Gomez? We have a new race leader. Is he going to pull into the AMSOIL hot pits? So Waylon Campbell physically just saw him. So JP Gomez is our new physical race leader heading out for his third lap out of 4. So next time around for JP will be the white flag.
Yep, so JP Gomez crosses the line, and he is the first car to complete 3 laps here.
But now he's heading to the AMSOIL hot pits. How fast can they get Waylon in and out?
Yeah, they were waiting for JP. That's the difference. But also JP, we know he has a transmission issue.
Oh, that's right. He only has first and second gear.
Yeah, now that puts an extreme amount of strain on those 2 gears. Transmission temperature could be a real issue for JP.
And the engine, because you're spinning it extra hard at those higher RPMs.
Yeah, look at this. It looks like they might be going for a third can as well.
And your fuel consumption is going to be different because you have to spin it harder to go faster.
Absolutely.
So, we'll see how this all plays out. But is he going to be able to get in and out before Levi Shirley? And
no,
Chris waves him off.
Campbell.
Sorry, Waylon Campbell.
Okay, so JP is back out on track. I didn't see if Waylon's there. I don't know if we can get back round to Waylon's pit.
No, I'm pretty sure JP Gomez is first on the road.
Absolutely, because Waylon hasn't struck the timing loop yet.
Yep, right there at the race line start finish. So JP Gomez physically out front, but with only first and second gear in that transmission. Wow, this could be really come down to an interesting
It really is
finish.
quite a race. But the one I'm interested in is, where is Raul Gomez? Because Raul Gomez is the dark horse in this.
Yeah, he's got a very healthy car as well. Ooh, Waylon still in the pits. I hate to see that. The whole the whole Rance family down there helping the the Campbells. There was.
Okay, now I can hear a car coming through.
So that's Levi.
That is Levi. Yes.
He's a lap down. He is just now halfway through his race, so he is 1 lap down off the leaders. And now it's Darian Gomez through the race line start-finish. So physically on course is JP Gomez and then his nephew, Darian Gomez. We'll see if Darian hops into the AMSOIL hot pits or not.
So right now it's JP Gomez, followed by Darian Gomez leading this race.
He should come into this camera any second.
No, Darian Gomez is already through. Darian Gomez is
he
already
blew
in
through.
pits. No, he's in pits and changing the spare.
Perfect.
You can just see him there changing the spare wheel. And it looks like Darian's back out on course.
So in and out for Darian. So now physically out front is JP Gomez, then Darian Gomez. How far back is Wayland Campbell?
Well, and also, let's not forget, we've also got Raul Gomez. Now, Raul Gomez on adjusted time is capable of taking both of these two.
As long as he's in town here in the next couple.
Now, that's a white flag coming out, and that looks like Wayland Campbell.
So the white flag is out. We are on our last lap for the 4,400 main event.
So our top three right now, it is JP Gomez, followed by Wayland Campbell, and then Darian Gomez. Adjusted time, keeping Wayland Campbell ahead of Darian on adjusted time. But Darian does have track position, and this is a very difficult course to pass on.
And so, yeah, adjusted time is really going to play its toll right here. So Wayland Campbell is sitting in a very nice spot if the car is still healthy.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. Now, there is tactics that could come into play here. My mind does weird and twisted things, Miles.
All day long.
All day long. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what if Raul Gomez, okay, can punch in above, keep up with Wayland, and if Darian can hold back Wayland to get a
little team playing. All right.
Yeah.
Anything can happen.
I've got twisted thoughts.
I mean, there's two Gomez's up in the top three right now. How far back is Raul? And again, so JP, Wayland, and Darian were all in the Amsoil hot pits. We all know they were having issues. Not sure what's happening with Wayland. He was in there for longer than he anticipated, but was he playing smart or is he having issues? Yeah. Raul's the only car that we think is 100%.
Yeah, no, I think Raul should be due in literally any moment now, and I can tell you that Paul Wolfe is back up and running again, so that's great news for Paul Wolfe fans.
But JP Gomez, Wayland Campbell, and Darian Gomez are all on their fourth lap. So they will be getting the checkered flag in about 1 hour. So we'll be finishing or the checkered flag should be flying just after 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
And you can see
and
there.
Here's Raul.
Here we go.
Okay, well, let's get this on adjusted time. Raul moves into second position on adjusted time with a healthy car. So I do believe we were hearing that he is going to turn the heat up on this fourth lap. Raul is going to give it all he's got.
Now they're coming in for fuel. Look at that. They're ready for him already. The fuel cans go in.
We just finished up racing in Disney, Oklahoma with a Campbell chassis sweep. Could this be a Gomez UFO Joe Thompson sweep on this one? It's going to be interesting. So a quick fuel and go. That car looks healthy. They are ready to rock. Raul Gomez is going to be lighting some fires. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off one at a time every 30 seconds. This was a 4-lap race, and they are on their 4th lap. So they're going to finish 148 miles in total.
Now, he's got to be careful here. We say turn up the heat, but we were just chatting to Lauren Healy, one of the most successful Ultra4 racers of all time. And he said, hey, I know what I'm doing out here. I already raced out here the day before, and I still made a mistake. So Raul's got to be really careful now. Yes, turn up the heat. Yes, pile on the pressure. But just take a little bit of time in those rock canyons. Make sure you keep all 4 wheels on your wagon. Sounds simple, but it really isn't when you're on that race course.
So let's talk about strategy right now. JP physically out front started in 7th spot. Darian in 2nd place started in 4th. Wayland started in 8th, but he's in 3rd now. And Raul started back in 12th. So on adjusted time, it is JP Gomez, Raul Gomez, Wayland, and then Darian. So Raul Gomez has a real shot at winning this race.
Yeah, no, he does. Now, the interesting thing about this, though, although Raul is physically a 2nd behind JP Gomez, he actually has
adjusted time.
Yeah, adjusted time. This is what I'm getting at. Raul is actually is 2nd on adjusted time. He does have that buffer of Darian and Wayland between him and his brother JP. Now, many things can happen in a 37-mile loop of this race.
Oh, absolutely, especially when you're pushing all you got. Oh, and just about pushing, he blew the berm. So that is Wayland Campbell right behind. Oh, going for the pass?
Oh,
no, he's going to block him. So JP, no, is that Darian?
No, that's Darian.
So Darian and Wayland Campbell are in a dogfight. Darian Gomez just blew that corner at race mile number 3. You know Wayland's all over that push to pass, but this is a race. Anything can happen. Yep. But Wayland is all over Darian's tail.
Yeah, in fairness, Darian should actually step out of his way. as Wayland does have him on adjusted time already.
But like you were just talking about,
well,
they're playing the game. This is racing.
Yeah, his dad and his brother and his uncle are in front of him, and Wayland's hunting them down. I'd probably be quite wide at this moment.
So this is the old two taps or two toots and a tap here.
Yeah,
we'll
exactly.
see if Wayland can sneak up on a Darian and get him a little upset.
2 toots, 2 taps, 2 ton.
That's what I'm talking about. This is Ultra4 racing. Obviously, we don't want to, total their car or anything, but hey, this is racing. Get out of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you've caught someone, you've already beaten them on adjusted time. Step to the side, gentlemen, or step to the side, girlies, and let's get out of the way and let's get some good racing done. I suffered that in Portugal only a couple of weeks ago. I met some people who really didn't want to get out of the way. It was very, very frustrating.
So our next camera we will see them at is at race mile 9 at the Brannock Falls. So who's going to get there first? I mean, we know JP's up there, but Darian and Wayland are nose to tail, and then Raul's not too far back. And on adjusted time, I think this is Raul's race because JP is down to 2 gears, and there is a lot of high-speed sections. So, but Raul's got lap traffic with JP, Darian, and Wayland. So we'll see. There's Paul Wolf coming back.
Yeah.
Again, he is a lap down, but as long as he can finish 2/3 of this race, he'll get some finishing points.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I'm just looking at the tracker at the moment. I'm just trying to work out lap traffic. And in fact, these guys, they've got some lap traffic, but it's nowhere near as heavy as it could be. We've got quite a few stock cars out there on course. Well, I'm amazed at how many vehicles we do actually have who are already on their 3rd lap.
If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Jim Marsden. And there goes Raul Gomez at race mile 3. So he's, about 3-4 minutes behind Wayland and Darian. So that's on adjusted time. They are nose to tail.
Yeah, quite literally at the moment. I'm just looking at the splits between these. So Raul Gomez on adjusted time is currently in 2nd position, 2 minutes behind his brother, JP. But he is only, you're not going to believe this, 5 seconds ahead of Wayland Campbell on adjusted time.
How crazy is that?
This is what we're talking about. Darian holding up Wayland.
And so he's slowing Wayland down, letting his dad, Raul, catch him.
Exactly. So Wayland really does need to make the pass on Darian so he can start chasing down JP. And he will know probably, because you can bet your life, that the Campbell pits are listening to our live feed, so they'll know that JP is running wounded.
Yep.
If Wayland could get out there and put some pressure on him, who knows what can happen.
And just think of that. There's so much that could play into this because Wayland is in the dust of Darian. So
is that Paul
if he's
Wolf?
Yes, it is. But if he steps out at the wrong time, he could clip a rock. So Wayland has to be patient but be smart and aggressive all at the same time. As Paul Wolf is in the Amsoil hot pits, there's Ryan Rockhold and Jared helping out the whole team. There's Uncle Robert making sure everything's going smooth. Hopefully they can send Paul Wolf out for another lap to get some of those finishing points because he is currently sitting in 5th position, but I think he's got a great shot to move up because he did not have a very good King of the Hammer. So if he can finish at least on the lead lap, he could move up a couple spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all to play for here. This is Ultra4 racing. This is some of the toughest off-road racing in the world.
White flag is out for Paul Wolf.
Now,
so Paul Wolf is still down a lap, but this is a Grand Prix finish. So once the white flags it flies for everybody.
Yeah, so the best that Paul Wolf can get is 3 laps of this 4 laps race.
Which is enough. So what's that? What position does that put him in currently?
I shall scroll down my page. He's currently in 25th position. And that means he's actually the last of our runners who are right now on their 3rd lap.
So he's hoping for attrition to be setting in. Remember, this is a double points race, so yesterday's pole position was awarded 14 points. Today, the winner gets 2,000 points. And then it's 1850 and down on. Looks like, is that Chip McLaughlin still chugging along? Looks like the Texas flag on top of this car. And he's stirring up a lot of dust.
Yeah, look how much silt they're starting to get down on these tracks. We call it bull dust, fesh, all kinds of different things.
And Brian Crofts on adjusted time is in 5th position, so it's looking really good. He's got only Gomez's and Whalen behind him. Whalen is not in the mix, so if Brian Crofts can lock this down in the top 5, he should win the national championship. He'll be super excited about that. I was talking to his dad, Art, this morning. He's got the whole team here, and they are super excited to see what can happen.
Yeah, just getting confirmation now that pressurized fill systems are not allowed, so only gravity feed systems can be used, which is why we're seeing them take slightly longer.
What a wonderful race we are watching right now is that Bailey Campbell, it looked like, crossing through there. And this is Ultra4 USA at its finest. But speaking about Ultra4, we race over in Europe as well. And weren't you the Ultra4 Europe Championship this year?
Yeah, took that one down, so that's pretty cool.
You've got a few championships over there, so congrats to racing across over there, and maybe we'll get you over here racing with us one of these days.
Well, we're actually hoping to come back over here in 2024, but I'll be completely honest, with the world flipped on its head right now, it just doesn't make so. It's just not possible, but we will be back. Have no doubt about it. We will be back to race with you guys. But no, racing in Europe is very strong. We love it very much, but we still look to Ultra4 USA for our inspiration. And we love this racing.
And Angie's tuning in, and she just told me that Brendan Thompson is back out on course. We saw him working on that rear end for quite some time. So that just goes to show you the drive these guys and gals have out there. The never give up attitude. They had a generator. They had a welder. They welded that rear end up. So me, I can fab a little bit. I can mechanic a little bit. But these guys are doing it out in the desert and making it happen.
Yeah, I love this. Just look at this. I love looking at these images right now, coming from far out into this desert track.
And that is a Campbell car right there. And
that's Shannon, yeah. I think.
And speaking about Campbell, we do have Pam Hall down in the Campbell pit, so we'll give an update from Waylon Campbell, see what his car's doing. Pam, what do you got for us?
Here I am with John Rance over here in the Campbell pits. You guys have been pitting for them since Montana this year, you and your dad, Sean. But right now, let's talk about the Campbell pits. What's going on over here?
So Waylon, his antenna fell off in the first lap, so we haven't been able to communicate with him at all. We knew he was going to have to come in and get fuel one time to finish, but we weren't able to talk to him. We finally got him in. He had some brake trouble. During that pit stop, we went from first back to third, but I think he can still get it. Shannon's doing good. We've changed a tire on his car. Brian came in. We took his hood off, and Bailey and Ryan haven't stopped. They've just been running clean the whole time. So.
Well, you guys are over here. I mean, Brian literally just left the pit. We actually waited to do this until he left for you guys, but you're a lucky charm for them, you guys. So let's hope that stands this weekend, right?
Yep, I'd like to see them all on the podium.
Exactly. Well, we'll let you get back to your pits, but thank you for taking the time, and hopefully we see them up there.
Thanks for coming to see us, Pam.
Awesome. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Pam, for the update. Thanks to the Rance family for being, again, stewards of our sport. That's what Ultra4 USA is all about, is everybody out there helping everybody. So Waylon Campbell sounds like he has a healthy car, and he's going to be pushing, as we saw him pushing Darian Gomez. And I'm surprised we haven't seen them over at the Brannock Falls at Race Mile 9. They should be sneaking up there here very soon. And it does look like... Yeah, okay. They should be there in less than 5 minutes. So they should be at Race Mile 9 here in about 5 minutes. So we'll have a lot of action. So we'll stick with the Brannock Falls camera here very shortly to see who's who and who's where and what's going on. As Roger King clicks off another lap at the race line start-finish. Lots of chatter over the Rugged Radio's race-offs. It's definitely busy out there. The attrition is setting in heavy. Lots of action out on course. And the Amsoil Hot Pits has been a lot of fun. So thanks, Pam, for keeping us all the updates there, and everybody else for giving me the little tidbits.
This might be them.
I'm kind of stuck here in the Warren studio, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Oh, and was that JP? Yes, it is. That is our physical race leader, JP Gomez, coming down the Brannock Falls. So, JP, our physical... So JP's back out there at race mile 9 through the Brannock Falls. How far back is Darian? How far back is Waylon? Did Waylon get around Darian yet? And then Raul on adjusted time. This is going to be the interesting 1-2 play.
Yeah, just looking at the tracker right now, Miles, and it is very close indeed. I mean, my tracker is showing that Waylon is right on top of JP.
And it looked like it could have been a flat tire on JP. I couldn't quite tell, but getting a little update from the keyboard warriors. And there's Philip McGilton, who is in the mix for the national championship. Obviously, he's a little bit off pace, but he could still... Oh, Waylon has gotten around Darian Gomez, so Waylon Campbell is trying to chase down JP Gomez, and he is all over the throttle. The car looks good. He's got communication.
No, he hasn't. That aerial's gone again.
The antenna has lost it again. So, hey, he's going blind. This is just light the tires with some fire. Let her see what happens. Again, Waylon is not in it for points, so I would be in it for glory right now.
Yeah, Waylon's been the nearly man for so many years. He has nearly won King of the Hammers. He's nearly won every race. He nearly won in Disney last year. He has taken down some incredible places, but could this be the big one for Waylon Campbell? As we're watching Phil McGilton, who's our highest placed solid axle car right now, and he is racing for National Points Championships. And that looks like Bailey Campbell coming onto shot. Now, we've not seen much of Bailey.
And she's a little off pace. She was one I really thought would do well at this race, but
well,
hey.
She's still top 10.
Okay, I'm getting an update. JP does not have a flat tire. We kind of checked the replay on that, and everything is good with JP, but he is down to only first and second gear in his transmission.
Right, worth talking about this right now. In our top 5 at this moment on racing on their completed 3 laps, we have Brian Crofts, who's currently in 5th. In 4th, it's Darian Gomez. In 3rd, it's Waylon Campbell. In 2nd, it's Raul Gomez. And then in 1st, it's JP Gomez. However, that's not quite how it is on track. That is how it is on adjusted time. On track, it's JP Gomez first, being followed by Waylon Campbell. And the difference between Waylon Campbell and Raul Gomez is a very small amount. We are down to seconds after over 3 hours of racing.
It sounds like Chip McLaughlin.
Now, this is another one I'm going to throw at you, because Darian's dust could actually slow down his dad.
So do you think he'll pull over and let his dad around?
Well, who knows?
I wonder if Darren's not going to get his allowance next week.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, hey, Dad, I need a really nice Christmas present. And
no, I do know Darian works as well, but
yeah, I know.
All in good fun. And I'm getting an update through the rugged radios. It sounds like Chip McLaughlin is coming in, and he has 2 rear flat tires, so that's going to slow him down.
Definitely, but it's all about this young lady right now. That was Bailey Campbell. Now, who is
Somebody
this?
Somebody has pulled off. That is a single-seat car. Is that Raul? No, those are BFG tires.
That's the 777.
Okay, that's Harold Fidgeman.
Yes, that is Harold Fidgeman.
So that is a 2-seat Jimmy's car. Not sure what was going on there. As Bailey Campbell coming through, she'll be grabbing the checkered flag at the race line start-finish.
The white flag.
Oh, sorry. White flag. The next time around will be the checkered. White flag goes for Bailey Campbell.
Yep, so Bailey Campbell, she comes round now. What position is she sitting in? She is currently in 6th position. And she is behind her fiancé, Brian Crofts.
So Bailey Campbell in that 6th position. She's still doing well as Roger King is at race mile number 3.
Yeah, so we've got two. So what do we got? We've actually got three. Love this. 3 Campbell chassis in the top 6 and 3 UFO chassis in the top 6.
Wow, domination up front.
And so we got 3 Gomez's and, well, 2 Campbells technically and a Campbell's Crofts.
That's pretty impressive. Oh, here's Raul Gomez, physical 4th, but on adjusted time, it's looking good. So he is through the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9. Have we seen Darian? I don't think so.
No, we haven't seen Darian yet.
I
now,
think
either
Raul and Waylon got around Darian, so that is physical 3rd.
Yeah, let me have a look here, see if I can find Darian on track.
Oh,
yeah, Darian is actually showing
stopped at race mile 6.
Now, we saw him go off course, which is unusual for Darian, if I'm completely honest. He's a good wheel warrior.
Oh, when he blew that corner.
Exactly. So was he carrying a problem? Had he blown a shaft? Had something else happened to him, maybe, that's then caused him to pull off this track? Right, okay, here's Chip McLaughlin.
Look how shredded those rear tires. He must have been driving on that for quite some time. And look at the tire tied around. Hopefully, it didn't do any damage to the brakes. They are checking that, but it looks like it's okay. Uh-oh. They are checking it. That's John Williams saying, hey, let's see what kind of tools they're grabbing. But, yeah, obviously he's hitting rocks because there aren't any trees out there, so he's got to hit something. As he's got that cacti on the top of his car.
Yeah, they're using the Maxxis Razor tires.
Okay, they're going to get the old vice grip trick, so I think that tire did do damage to his brake lines in the back.
Now, lots of these cars actually have cut-off valves, so they can actually
cut it off from the cab, right?
Yeah, look it out from the cab. But if you haven't got those, the best thing is a set of vice grips, or mole grips as we like to call them in England.
And then a lot of duct tape.
Yeah, well, a load of tape or some zip ties.
I'd say both.
If you can't fix it with zip ties and race tape, then it's time to go home.
Exactly.
This is a great shot of this car here. Just look at the way this rear engine tribe vehicle, and you can see the jack, you can see the spare drive shafts, the warning triangles. And also, did you notice it still has the spare tyre in the back there?
Yeah, but he had 2 flats.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to get out, did he?
Looks like they're folding up Cody Addington's tarp. Hate to hear he's out of the race. But what a great showing. A lot of spectators came out to enjoy this, so thanks for everybody for coming out on site. And they're back in Vendor Village and all over the world, tuning in to Ultra4 USA at AOED.TV and Speedsport.tv. Oh, and here's Shannon Campbell coming in. Looks like once again grabbing some fuel.
Okay, I've got some news for you.
Let's hear it.
I think, and I'm looking at my tracker right now. No, I'm going to wait for my trackers to ping before I come back to you. But I might have some news, and it is regarding the lead vehicles of this race. But I will come back to you shortly as we watch 3-time king Shannon Campbell in the pits right now. And there is his daughter, Bailey Campbell, heading on out. And don't forget, you can go across to Racing Tracks, that's tracks with an X.com, and pick up all the tracker information, just as we see it here, as Shannon Campbell crosses the line. Shannon Campbell is in 8th position provisionally, just behind Bailey Campbell, who's just behind Chip McLaughlin. Now, Chip is having a fantastic race here, although he has been passed by Bailey Campbell as he has to have those tyres changed.
And another update from Pam Hall down in the AMSOIL hot pits. Levi Shirley blew an alternator belt. The car got hot and boiled all of the coolant. It sounds like they are trying to put coolant back in the system, and they're back in the race. And there's the Spider Track backstretch. That could be Weston Jones, possibly.
Right, I'm just looking at my tracker right now. It does look like Waylon Campbell is catching JP Gomez.
Wow, and there is Harold. No, that's Ian Cotton is number 135. There's 3 of those Jimmy's cars that look very, very similar. But, yeah, so Wayland is starting to chase down JP. Remember, Wayland has all of his gears, and JP is down to just first and second.
Yeah,
so in the high-speed section, Wayland definitely has the advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just about to come onto that very high-speed section around about race mile 16 and 17, which is, I think you call that the Spider Tracks back straight.
Correct, yep.
Yeah, now, I don't know if we have a drone over in that direction.
We absolutely have a drone and a camera, so that's the next one to watch. And here is JP Gomez, our physical race leader. How far back is Wayland Campbell? We'll have to stick with these shots here and see what is going on.
Now we need to start our unofficial race clock right now.
So there is Paul Wolf. We'll see how soon it is for Wayland Campbell to come in screen at race mile 17 at the Spider Track backstretch. And Wayland only started 30 seconds behind JP.
You're not going to believe this. I'm showing Wayland Campbell has stopped on course.
Oh, no! The plots are still playing. This is going to be a race to the finish. Can JP Gomez win this race with a hurt transmission? It's anybody's game. How far back is Raul now?
Well, Raul's showing around about 3 miles behind the leading two racers, which are JP Gomez and Wayland Campbell at this moment. But Wayland is showing as stationary, and I can tell you now that JP's...
Raul just updated as well. He's moving.
Yeah, and I can tell you now that JP's tracker has just blipped again, and he has actually got around about a 2 mile lead now on Wayland Campbell, who's still showing as stationary.
And this is a great shot. So Wayland Campbell is probably up there and about 3/4 away in our screen. But, man, I don't see him.
Yeah, somebody's coming in.
So speaking about racingtracks.com, Jim, let's kind of give these guys guys and gals an update on how this works.
Okay, so this is our course map right now. So you can see all of these different colored dots all over there, and each of these dots has a number. The numbers relate to the race numbers of the race vehicles themselves. Now we can see number 3 there, just around between race mile 15 and race mile 16, and you can see that there's a little red dot at the bottom of them. So there we go. It says Bailey Campbell, but it's actually Wayland Campbell, and we can see the updated last at the at 1:35. We can see it's at 0 mile an hour, and we can see that he is located at just beyond race mile 15 and is on lap 4 of 4. So much frustration for Wayland, so much frustration for the Campbells as well.
Now,
if we look at the top
right
there, yeah, well, if we pop up there to number 82, which is just beyond race mile 17, there he is, and that there is JP Gomez right now, and he is still motoring. We know he's got a hurt transmission, but he is our current race leader on adjusted time and physically. And if we can look back down... we just switched off of that, but that's no problem. But that gives you a great idea. I was just going to say, if we can have a look at 83, that is around about race mile 13, and that is Raul Gomez. That gives you some idea of the distances between these vehicles.
And he was going at 27 miles an hour as well.
Absolutely, but he pinged a little while before, so I'm expecting suddenly Raul Gomez to appear very close to Wayland Campbell. So what's happened to Wayland? Has he got a problem that he can fix? Is it a flat tyre? We can only guess at this stage.
So as we wait for Raul Gomez to come through, I see some dust moving in the background. I have another special guest in the Warren booth with me, Liam O'Donnell. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Watching some awesome Ultra4 racing.
This is what I say at every race. This is one of the best races we've ever had, and then here we are. This is one of the best races we've ever had.
I know. I'm like, I think Wayland's going to catch him. I think he's going to catch him, and then I hear you say, yeah, he's pulled over. I'm like, God.
Yeah, so you're part of USAC, our sanctioning body. You're over everything. You work very closely with JT Taylor, our Ultra4 USA race director, and you've been a busy guy this season. And thanks for everything you do behind the scenes, because obviously you do have a lot of weight on your shoulders from time to time, but you always carry it with a smile or maybe a little stern look sometimes.
Yes, there's a lot of people out there that they see me coming and it's like, what did I do? And sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing, but. For the most part, I just I want everything to be safe, and at the end of the day, crack a cold one and talk about the day you just had.
Absolutely. I mean, it's just like fishing stories. It's racing stories. You have to be stern but fair. And, again, thanks for everything you've done for this season. It's been so much fun. I've really enjoyed working with you. And we get to put on these amazing races. It's just you can't get much better.
Yeah, it's you guys do a great job in here, and I didn't want the whole season to go by and not come in here and just say thank you to all the guys in production. The whole crew in Ultra4 USA is fantastic. JT does a great job. Caleb and Weaver, they always kill it, and Bailey and Angel and Carly and in the merch trailer, just everybody, Gus. It's a big family, and it's great to be here.
Yeah, we have a great team, and just like you're saying, it is a family. And we've been traveling the whole United States all season long, and that's Waylon Campbell. Yeah, so Waylon Campbell is back in action. So whatever happened, look at the rear body panel is off. So my unofficial is a 5-minute 15 time split in front of JP. So, and there's Raul, wasn't it? Was that Raul? Yes, it was. So Raul is right on Waylon. So on adjusted time, Raul is in front of Waylon and really close. No, so on adjusted time, it should be JP, Raul, then Waylon. So we'll see how this all shakes out. We got a race on our hands,
I know, but I'm not even paying attention to you. I'm watching the screen.
I get that a lot. No harm, no foul there. But, yeah, again, we were talking about just the entire season, and now we're here at Legends of Havasu for the national championship. We've done a lot of really cool stuff to get to this place.
Yeah, it's one of the things that is so exciting about Ultra4 is the different types of terrain. We've been in my backyard back in Pennsylvania, and here we are out in the desert, and for the guys that were saying, Ultra4 is getting too easy.
Here we are.
I say, man, you can come out here and take a look at this course today, and it's brutal.
Absolutely. And then we'll kick off at King of the Hammers once again. Here in just a few months, it's going to sneak up here before we know it. And then the next season, a lot of people were super excited about it, and I am personally as well. And it's going to be another good one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I saw the schedule and kind of mapping out my little trips that I'm going to have to be making. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it. As you know, I brought my kid along with me a few times, Caitlin. And,
that's pretty cool.
She's like, all right. She's already trying to figure out which one she can scam her way into going to.
Well, she just needs to get a race car and come racing with us. What are you waiting on, Dad?
Yeah, talk to Mom.
I get that. Well, awesome. Leo Donald, thanks for everything you do. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Proud to call you a friend.
Right on. Same here, bud.
All right. Leo Donald, 23, everybody. Our USAC rep, United States Auto Club.
Okay, and still the action continues here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu. What a race, Miles.
That is Jeff Wagner. We saw him pulled off earlier at the Brannock Falls, so great to see him going. This is race mile about 27, so when we saw him pulled over, that was race mile 9. So he wasn't stopped long. Whatever it was quick and easy, and he was back under action. We are on our fourth and final lap. We started racing at 10 a.m., so 3 hours and 42 minutes ago. We started off one at a time every 30 seconds. This race is on adjusted time. It's a 4-lap race, 37 miles apiece, 148 in total, and we are on our fourth and final lap. We are probably about a half hour away from the checkered flag flying. Who's going to grab it? Is it going to be JP Gomez, Waylon Campbell, or Raul Gomez? It's going to be a race to the finish.
Well, I can tell you now that Waylon's chances are slipping away, as I can see he's stopped once again on course.
Oh, we saw him move, and he stopped again.
Yep, so I think at the moment what you're looking at is JP Gomez being chased down by his older brother, Raul Gomez.
So Darian was stopped for a while, too. So who's going to be sneaking up the rear looking for that third position?
I think it's going to be Brian Crofts.
Brian Crofts, wow.
Yep, and I can tell you that Darian has got moving again, but he's also stopped again.
So he moved for a moment and then stopped again. So yeah, Brian Crofts could possibly get that third position. But Waylon's still not out of the dogfight yet. Hopefully he can
There's a
get
lot
going.
of racing yet to come, and Chip McLaughlin is still driving hard here. So
and Chip is in 6th position, and we do know that Darian stopped and Waylon stopped. So Chip McLaughlin, keep moving.
Yeah,
keep moving,
absolutely.
buddy.
And don't forget, JP is running a wounded transmission at the moment. So, it does actually look like, although he's not there at the moment, that Chip McLaughlin could be moving into 4th or 5th position.
Wonk. Chris Barnett just texted me. Darian lost all forward gears, so Darian sounds like he is out of the race with that transmission. We were talking there. Chris was talking about the transmission was getting a little hot. We was a little bit worried about it, but what do? You keep racing. Well, it sounds like he's out of the race, and that's way too far to drive in reverse. I know HART stands for something. It's not race.
Yeah, no, that's never going to happen. That's the time to park it up, take the helmet off, sit on top of the car, and cheer your friends as they go by.
But he's still rooting on for his dad and his uncle. But talking about transmissions, JP has a hurt one as well. And is Waylon going to get moving again? What's going to happen? There's a great high-speed section of the Spider Track backstretch. Look at the dust flying.
Okay, and let's not forget there's always movement going on here. Anything that has moving parts in a desert is fallible to failure. That is for certain. On our top 11 cars that have crossed the line and have started their 4th lap. In 11th position, we have Brett Harrell. In 10th, the highest placed solid axle car, Philip McGilton. Then in 9th, it's Shannon Campbell. In 8th, it's Vaughan Gittins Jr., who's moving up very nicely indeed. In 7th, it's Bailey Campbell. In 6th, it's Chip McLaughlin.
And then in 5th is Brian Crofts. In 4th, sounds like he's out of the races, Darian Gomez. 3rd, stopped on track, is Waylon Campbell. And then 2 is our current king, Raul Gomez. And right now, out front is JP Gomez. So this is still anybody's race, Jim.
Oh, absolutely. These guys all came across the line absolutely flying. But Darian Gomez, he's out. We're looking at Waylon Campbell. Is he out, or is he going to be able to get moving again? There is still so much racing going on here, Miles. So looking back at the trackers and looking on the course, and that is Paul Herschel. I'm just looking now. I'm just wondering if that's Brett Harrell, actually. Just trying to get a side view. We are in the 4th lap of this incredible race here at Lake Havasu. And it's been action from start to finish. We started yesterday with the qualifying, over 150 vehicles qualifying to race. Then we had the 4900 UTV race. It was absolutely incredible, followed by the EMC, the Everyman Challenge, which finished way into the hours of darkness, setting up this incredible 4400 race here this morning. And that there is the man from Kansas. It is Levi Shirley in his off-road armory Eurofighter. We heard earlier that he had a coolant leak and it poured down across his alternator. So it's great to see him up and running again. And that is Paul Wolf. Also been battling problems all day, but it looks like he's back up to race pace now.
He had issues early, had that crank pulley sensor go out on him, but Eric Miller helped him in the pits. And he is nominated for the Zandy Williams Sportsman of the Year, just as well as Chad Hunt, Levi Shirley, and Aaron Lynch. So we'll be giving that away tonight at the banquet at 5 p.m. for the National Championship. And here comes Paul Horschel out for his 4th and final lap. Travis Cook waving that white flag. Oh, and it looks like he has the right front tire that's going down, so he will be pulling in the Amsoil hot pits.
Yeah, so Paul Horschel currently sitting in 12th position. Let's not forget, at the start of last lap, he was winning this race. Racing is a cruel mistress, my friend.
And I've just got another update. Marcos Gomez just texted me. He said, it's so freaking stressful watching this from home. The whole family is going crazy. What a battle it is. Thanks, Marcos. I wish you were here to be battling out with your brothers and your nephew, but you're back at home chilling out. Well, not chilling out. You're freaking out. But, yes, what a great race we have right here. Marcos, thanks for tuning in and watching Ultra4 USA, and we can't wait to see you at King of the Hammers 2024.
Yeah, just getting news from Levi Shirley that he's having some motor problems out on track. And that is Chad Hunt making his way down into the final zone, and he'll be crossing the line to start his 4th lap.
Chad Hunt's up for the Zandy Willems Sportsmanship of the Year as well. Oh, this is so hard to watch. Yeah, Gomez. Marcos even said that. He's like, I don't know how you guys sit back and watch. I always want to be in the driver's seat.
Right, it looks like Waylon Campbell has moved again, but he's also stopped again on track. So whatever the problem is, he's trying to fix it.
So Chad Hunt will be grabbing the white flag here very soon. I believe he's out on the lead lap because he's in the contentions for national championship as well.
Yeah, absolutely. He's starting his 4th lap right now.
So Chad Hunt and
Chad
that
Hunt
solid axle machine with Rick Murray riding shotgun.
Yeah, and Chad Hunt actually moves ahead of Christopher Branson and Paul Herschel and moves up into 12th position.
And Vaughn Gittin Jr. just crosses across.
Now, this is going to be very interesting to watch where Vaughn comes right now, because he's into the top 10 on adjusted time. I don't think he can make a play for the podium, but he's had a great race. He's one of these guys. He's a real sleeper in this kind of race. He just builds his way up from the back, just keeps knocking it off. But I think he just left him a little bit much to do on this particular one.
So Nicky and Sam are walking around Chad Hunt's car, making sure everything's looking good on that rugged radio, all smiles, shaking their head in the right direction. Looks like they're just checking the lug nuts, making sure everything is A-OK. There's Z-Man checking some stuff out also. Oh, and yep, I just saw Pip Justice in the background out of the race. Hate to see that, so he's starting to celebrate early. Looks like there's thumbs up all the way around as we see dust out in the desert. Again, we are at the Standard Wash OHV area, just about 10 miles south of Lake Havasu City, on this 7,500-acre plot that is normally open to the public. We did get a permit.
Yeah, as you say, this place is usually open to the public, and you can come out here and play. That's one of the wonderful things we have about America, or one of the wonderful things you have in America, is all these OHV parks. They're absolutely incredible. As we watch 3-time king Shannon Campbell making his way down the waterfall. I don't think Shannon Campbell can actually put it onto the podium, but he's going very strongly indeed, and he's looking like he will have a top 10 finish.
And Marco says the Campbell-Gomez battle is fun to watch, but he said, yes, we will see you at King of the Hammers. Curtis is tuning in. He's been watching all weekend long, so everybody's having fun, and it is down to the wire. This is going to be an absolute race to the finish between JP, Waylon, and Raul. We know JP's transmission's hurt. Waylon had some issues. He was pulled over for a bit. Did he get moving again? No, he is still stopped. So
he has actually moved, and then he stopped again.
So right now it is JP out front and then Raul behind him. But let me do some quick math. It looks like JP needs to beat Raul by 2.5 minutes.
Correct. But Raul is starting to lay down the pace now. He has a fresh car. What can he do? Can he turn up the heat? I'm looking here, and I can tell you now, just looking at the tracker, he is closing the gap on JP.
So it's 2:30 split between JP and Raul on adjusted time, and it looks like they're about 2 miles, maybe 3, between 2 and 3 miles spread apart on racingtracks.com, racingtracks.com, or go to live.ultra4racing.com for the timing. Also, we have here in the Warren studio. And there goes Jeff Wagner, I believe. Yes, it is. That IFS IRS Triton engineering machine plugging away. So, wow, this is going to be down to the wire. Oh, there's JP Gomez, our physical race leader. So this must be right around race mile 27. So yes, we are 10 miles away from the checkered flag flying here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu for the national championship.
I have to say, this is absolutely exciting stuff. We've got the first two cars. We've got JP Gomez, we've got Raul Gomez, and they are going to be so close on adjusted time. But then behind them, we've got Brian Cross, we've got Bailey Campbell, and of course we've got Chip McLaughlin. And there is nothing to choose between these vehicles. I don't know if Brian's got a problem, but he certainly doesn't seem to be moving with the pace that he was earlier on today.
So now it's Bailey Campbell in the mix, and she is in second national points. So if Brian Cross doesn't finish, she could end up taking the national championship away from her fiance Brian Crofts. That'll be an interesting conversation.
Yeah, it's astonishing
but
stuff.
It's all in good fun. That is an absolute fact with Ultra4 USA.
Yep, and this is the car of Jeff Wagner. You might recognize it is Lauren Healy's old. I say old. It wasn't
old
at
new
all.
car.
Old new car. This is the IFS and IRS car.
Debuted that at King of the Hammers 2022, raced it this year as well, and was planning on racing it until somebody, Jeff, came along and wanted it worse than he did. There's Ian still plugging away, the 135. And another Jimmy's car, believe. Yeah, that's race mile number 3.
Now, the interesting thing is they come through this technical area, and it does get very technical around the sort of that race mile 23 to 26. That's actually going to really play into the hands. It's Dennis Sterndale there coming down. So really playing to the hands of JP Gomez because he only needs first and second gear. He won't need that third gear. It's when he gets to those longer straights. Is there enough longer straights for Raul Gomez to be able to make back on that time?
I think that's a great point. I don't think so. I think there's a couple fast sections, but not a couple triple-digit sections. There's one more down there around probably race mile 33 where you can probably sneak up on 100, but then it's a hard 90 right as Philip McGilton makes it down the Brannock Falls at race mile number 9.
Yeah, Phil McGilton, he's actually really running a great race here. He is definitively top 5. Now, he's racing for national points. Where will that put Philip McGilton? I mean, roughly.
Yeah, right now he's sitting in 3rd position. But don't forget there's a drop race, so we'll see how that all shakes out at the National Championship banquet this evening, but yeah, he's still in the mix. Brian Cross, is he still moving, or did you say he was stopped?
No, Brian Cross is still moving for definite, but he just seemed to have dropped off the pace that we would expect for Brian.
Oh, terrible news on the rugged radio. James Mahoney have a mechanical alert on racing tracks, and Horschel's got a right front flat tire, trying to flex it out. Do they not have a jack?
I don't know, but you called that as they came through the pits. Did they not stop to change it?
Yeah, you're right. I did call that. And maybe he didn't know he had the flat, but they're trying to flex out. See, if this was a solid, well, I don't know. You'd think that way. They're trying to make it float because with IFS, since it's not independent front suspension, if you put that left on that big rock, sometimes it'll float the right front, like the UTV standard, but this car's a little bit heavier than that, so tough break. So he should have pulled it over in the Amsoil hot pits, but didn't. But again, did they not have a jack, or what's going on there?
Well, I've just lost. Don't know where I've lost him, but I've managed to lose Brian Crofts. So I'm just trying to find where Brian is right now.
Still checking over Jeff Wagner's car there with Funhaver Off-Road Team. There's Clint, the crew chief at the left rear tire from Funhaver, and they're helping out all the Broncos. A.K. Watley, Jeff Wagner, Vaughn Gittin Jr., and Lauren Healy. Well, they were helping Lauren Healy. There's Joe Gatlin, the 4570 with Fire River Racing, and that straight axle Jimmy's chassis still plugging away. So it's still physically out front, JP, then Raul, and I think it's maybe going to be Bailey Campbell is our next car out on course. So she's a few miles back, but we'll see how this all shakes out.
Yeah, I'm just looking for Brian Crofts at the moment. He should be popping up in there, but I just got. Yes, I've got Brian. Okay, I think he's got a poor signal on his tracker. That's what's happening. There is race car 9. Now,
how
Brian
far back?
Crofts. Aha, now this is the interesting thing. Brian Crofts is actually making time on
Raul, huh?
On Raul, by the looks of it. But this is a technical section, but don't forget that Brian Cross, now where was he? Now Brian Cross did start in 15th, and Raul Gomez was in 12th. And then this is where it gets really mental, is JP was in 7th. So Brian Crofts, he's certainly not just looking for a podium here. He could be chasing a win.
Wow, yeah, this could really shake things up.
Yeah, I'm guessing right now that Brian Crofts is something around about 2.5 to 3 minutes behind Raul Gomez.
So JP has to beat Brian Crofts by 4 minutes flat to steal the way from him.
Yeah,
it looks like he's got that lead right now.
Yeah, I think he has. I don't think there's too much issue. But it all depends on this. Mate, this is going to be absolutely down to the wire. I love this. But
and there's Raul Gomez, our current king and back-to-back king.
I mean, I'm
pushing through. So this is race mile number 27.
Yeah. I've got my abacus out. I've got my shoes and socks off. I'm counting toes. I'm trying to work out what's going on here. This is fantastic stuff. This is why we love Ultra4 racing.
Looks like Tad Dowker started in 45th position and has moved all the way up into 12th, entering lap number 4. And there's A.K. Watley.
Yeah, A.K. Watley having a fantastic race here. Very impressed indeed.
Especially for his first race with Ultra4 USA in the 4400.
Now, this is good news. That's Levi Shirley. I heard a little while ago that he might be suffering from oil pressure problems, but it doesn't look like they are. So he's back on track, or he's choosing to ignore them.
Don't look at that light. Don't look at that light. There's Bailey Campbell at race mile number 17 with Ryan Miller riding shotgun.
Yeah, she's going to be passing her brother, Waylon Campbell, very soon, who's still parked on the side of the track. And let's not forget, he has not got radio communication, so he will not be able to communicate that back to the pits.
But I'm sure they're listening to us.
Yeah, exactly.
As he stopped at race mile 19. So he is just before that the second waterfall.
Yeah. So Bailey, I'm expecting to be passing him any minute now.
And remember, this is a no-chase race except for fellow competitors. So is Bailey going to stop and check on her brother or just stick her tongue out on her way by?
I think you know the answer to that.
She's going for a podium.
She's going for a podium. I mean, she's playing for points as well. You
absolutely. Because Waylon is not in the points. Bailey absolutely is.
Okay, so who's this?
It's a great question.
It is.
Okay, that is Roger King up front. We're trying to decipher from the racing tracks and the visual.
Yep, I go with you on that one.
Yep, Roger King. But he is being chased heavily by 2 cars right behind him here at the Spider Track backstretch. So we'll see if they catch him in their dust.
That is Bailey Campbell.
Oh, this will be interesting. She should be getting extremely close to her brother.
No, that's not Bailey Campbell.
Oh, that's Ken
That's
Goodall.
Ken Loddle.
A big white car from the aerial.
Now, we saw him with that heavily torn up tyre, and that looks like that is Andrew McLaughlin.
Back in act. No, he's...
No. That's the Canadian car. Sorry.
Oh, that's Glennie Page.
Yes, Glenn Page.
And then Shannon Campbell. So Glennie Page and Shannon Campbell are mixing up. There's Joe Gatlin.
I love this. You find yourself looking at the car, but if you lift your head, oh, look at that big hit as he went sideways there. You lift your head and you look at the view into the distance. It's astonishing.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Oh, and there's Gomez. That is that JP, I believe so.
I believe that's JP.
So there's our physical race leader. Oh, so there's, okay, I know where that's that last danger jump hard right. So he's a couple miles away. So we will have the checkered flag flying here in about 5 minutes. JP Gomez is still in the lead. So we will have our unofficial stopwatch ready.
Yeah, so this is JP Gomez, our current race leader. He qualified in 7th position with a 1:51. And there's been all change during this race. Let's recap on this race, Masters, of what exactly has been happening. Lauren Healy started out, was pushing hard from the start. Then we saw Cade Rodd take on the lead, and everything was looking great for that young man. Then he stepped to the side. Paul Wolfe took it on.
It was
leading.
back and forth for
absolutely.
a lot of these guys and gals.
then stepped forward Darian Gomez, and he was the first to complete a lap, but then Darian had problems.
And then it was Paul Horschel, and then he came into the hot pits, had problems.
Absolutely. He led for nearly an entire lap. Then he came in and parked up, had problems with an alternator, and that passed over the lead
to JP, right?
JP, I believe.
And then he's been out front. We do know he's down to only first and second gear, but he's able to run a couple laps that way and staying strong out there. That UFO machine has held together extremely well. Now, looks like maybe...
Now, we have got to talk about Raul Gomez here. And we've
Shannon
also
Campbell
got to
chasing
talk about
down.
Brian Crofts, who's out there. I'm getting a strange track off of Brian Crofts' tracker. So he's going to pop up at some point. Now, who is that? That looked like a Campbell car.
Yeah, that was Shannon Campbell. Oh, here we got some lap traffic.
Is that Paul Wolf?
That's Raul.
Well, he's going past Joe Gatlin. I think...
Zoom in right here. We're at racingtracks.com trying to check everything out.
Yeah, we're sitting here so ardently looking at our trackers right now, trying to work out exactly what's going on. But I can tell you that I believe that was, yes, it was. That was Raul Gomez going past Joe Gatlin.
And there's Gene Mooneyham checking everything out. So that is JP Gomez, our physical race leader, heading to the Yukon Ridge. We are 1 minute away from the checkered flag flying.
Talk to me. Right, where does Raul Gomez need to be coming in behind JP?
He's got a 2 minute, 30-second split, and then he has to beat Brian Cross by 4 minutes.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is JP Gomez making his way onto the Yukon Ridge. He's coming back in. He only has 3 more turns ahead of him.
This is a skinny, whooped-out, high-speed area. They've already hit it 3 times. This is his 4th and final time. JT Taylor and Bob Bauer are at the race line, start-finish, ready to fly that checkered flag.
They've been racing out there for 4 arduous hours. All that preparation, all of that work, it comes to these final few moments, these final few bends, and it's JP Gomez coming around with 2 turns to go.
So JP Gomez has been giving it all he's got all day long. The race line start finishes right in front of him. 1 more turn to go. The checkered flag will be flying. Bob Bauer's got it out. JP Gomez unofficially finishes in first position. Now we will start our timer and see how this plays out. Again, this is my unofficial timer, but he has to beat his brother Raul by 2 minutes, 30 seconds, and then Brian Cross by 4 minutes. What a great race we just watched finish up here. JP Gomez ran one heck of a race. How far back is Raul? How far back is Brian Crofts?
Yeah, this is absolutely remarkable. And there's still so much more racing to go on here, Miles. We are playing out for the podium. But it is possible that Raul Gomez could come in and take this and steal this win. But there is Paul Wolf right now. Paul Wolf is a lap down.
So how far back is Raul Gomez?
I don't think he can do it. I'm just looking here right now.
It looks like he's about 3 to 4 miles out. So I don't think he's got. How far back is Crofts? Yeah, I'm pretty sure JP unofficially just won this race.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, but you can guarantee that Raul will be giving it everything as he makes his way in. But I'd like to know where Brian Crofts is right now, because I've got a feeling that he could just pop up at any moment.
And there's Sterndale still cooking along, but what a race we had on our hands. It was a race to the finish, and we are not done yet. Remember, they took off one at a time, 30-second increments. This race was on adjusted time.
Yeah, I can tell you now that Bailey has now passed her brother Wayland.
And now that the checkered flag is out for JP, it is out for the rest of the field. So Ian Cuntinez will finish a lap down.
Yeah, and this is very cool as well. Chip McLaughlin is still going incredibly strong. Now, this is interesting as well, because we've got to pay attention to this. Chip McLaughlin started in 23rd position. Bailey Campbell started in 17th, and there's only about a mile between them. This could actually...
there's Brian Crofts as we speak. So this is race mile 27, right? Yeah, so he's still a ways back. So that puts him 10 miles away from the finish, so JP doesn't have to worry about him.
Yeah, you see, my track is showing him, it's been showing him at race mile 25.
No, our
forever.
camera's at 27, so that puts him at race mile 27 right now with JP finished 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. So Raul only has about 15 more seconds. So unofficially winning, it is JP Gomez on adjusted time, physically and on time. It's looking good for JP Gomez. He's going to have a big smile on his face. I'm ready to celebrate with the Gomezes tonight.
That sounds absolutely fantastic to me, Miles. A Gomez party is a fantastic party.
I may have to tell JT I'm going to be a little late in the morning. As Brett Harrell still making his way through.
Let's not forget we have the banquet after this race tonight where we'll be giving out all the championship awards for the National Points Series.
And the Zandy Williams Sportsmanship of the Year award as well. That'll be between Aaron Lynch, Eric Miller, Levi Shirley, and a Chad Hunt. There's Brendan Thompson. Obviously, he is a lap or two down. We saw him in the Amsoil Hot Pits for quite some time. So I'm at 3 minutes, so it's looking like... Again, I'm pretty sure JP Gomez just locked this up. I'm going to go ahead and stop my unofficial stopwatch.
Yeah,
JP Gomez unofficially just wins the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
What a fantastic result for JP. JP, of course, has won many national titles, and he'll be adding this one to the list. Superb race there from JP Gomez.
And there is Raul Gomez, it looks like, out in the desert. This is a drone chasing around. So this could put him at, I'm going to say 28, maybe 29. Okay, so this is a little... So here is Christopher Branton dropping down race mile number 9 at the Brannock Falls.
Indeed, I'm just looking at the vehicles that are currently out there running their 4th lap. We've got Paul Herschel, Christopher Branton, Jeff Wagner, A.K. Watley, Chad Hunt, Tad Dowker, Brett Harrell, Phil McGlinton, Shannon Campbell, Vaughan Gittin Jr., Bailey Campbell, Chip McLaughlin,
Brian Crofts, Darian Gomez, who was stopped there for a little bit. Waylon was stopped, and then Raul Gomez should be our next one in. And we've already seen JP Gomez grab that checkered flag, unofficially winning once again here with Ultra4 USA.
Absolutely. It looks like we can actually only have 15 cars that were possible of completing 4 laps. How insane is that, Miles? But we knew this race would be tough. We knew there would be attrition, and nearly 50 of the best cars in the world started this race earlier this morning.
Yeah, some of the biggest and baddest names in our sport. Like we were talking earlier, who is not here? There's only about 6 or 7 I can think of. It was one of the biggest stacked 4,400 classes we have seen in a very long time outside of King of the Hammers.
And here he is, 2-time king. Oh, we just switched away from him. But 2-time king Raul Gomez making his way towards the finish now. He is coming down the Yukon Ridgeline, and he is putting that motor to work.
So as of right now, it's JP first, Raul Gomez in that second position. Who's going to fill out the podium? Is it going to be Brian Crofts, Bailey Campbell? But right now, it is Raul Gomez. 2 turns to go. Jim, this has been one heck of a race, buddy.
It has indeed. I absolutely love this. It's Raul Gomez. One more turn, and he will see the checkered flag and our Grand Marshal Bob Bauer waving it frantically. Here he goes. Keep it tidy, Raul. Round the corner he comes. There's Bob Bauer. There's the checkered flag. Raul Gomez crosses the line for an unofficial second place here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu.
And speaking about legends, that was Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Famer, waving the checkered flag. He's hopped in the booth with us a few times. Great to have him part of the broadcast team. And our Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer, out there doing one heck of a job, working side by side with our Ultra4 USA race director, JT Taylor. So right now, unofficial 1 is JP Gomez. Unofficial 2 is Raul Gomez. The Gomez party's going to be good tonight.
Now, am I right in thinking this? You're going to have to help me out on this. I believe that Raul's car has completed every race that it has entered.
He's won the last 2 King of the Hammers in it. I know he's done some North Cal racing and has done well, so I'm thinking you might be right. As Vaughan Gittin Jr. getting ready to drop the Brannock Falls. But yeah, that's a pretty impressive stat.
Yeah, very much so. Now Vaughan Gittins Jr. Now, I have to say, Vaughan was my outside shot for a win today. I thought he'd just be back in that 24th position, working his way out through the field, and he's done that beautifully.
But lap traffic's probably bit him in the tail a few times.
Yeah, absolutely, but not just lap traffic as well. The astonishing pace that these cars have been laying down today, I don't think we can appreciate just how fast those sort of top 15 cars were pushing.
It's incredible. Yeah, JP and Raul out front, and I know Marcos is back home right now, all smiles and probably a little pumped up right now.
I believe he's already outside, mate, polishing his car, getting it ready for the next race. But still, the action continues here, and there is still plenty of action. Lots of cars out there on course.
Yes, Marcos is extremely fired up. I can't tell you what he texts me, but I'll tell you what, he's excited.
Is it a double expletive, Miles?
C.
Ah, okay.
Yep, it absolutely is. It's a bleeper. There's Dalton Hamilton.
Well, we very much look forward to seeing Marcus out racing with us very soon. I have no doubt he will be with us at King of the Hammers, as will the entire of the Gomez crew. And as you say, the party tonight in Lake Havasu will be absolutely enormous.
And tough break for Darian Gomez. He had such a great run, but we can say that about every Paul Wolf, Paul Horschel.
Well, how many leaders have we had in this race? We had Lauren Healy, we had Cade Rodd, we had Darian Gomez, we had Paul Herschel, we had Waylon
Wolf.
Campbell. Did I not include Paul Wolf?
No,
in
you
that?
probably did.
Yeah, probably. So I think that we had at least 7 different leaders in this race.
It was an incredible race for sure. There's Joe Gatlin and Jesse Clark finishing up for Fire River Racing.
So they will have completed 3 laps. And what do you call this kind of finish? You call it a Grand Prix finish, is it?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, so once the white flag goes, it goes for everybody. Once the checkered flag goes, it goes for everybody.
Gotcha. See, I'm learning something new every day.
Every day. I like it. Stick around America. You'll learn a lot. There's Brendan Thompson. Ooh, moving a little slow.
Yeah, he's had a tough day there. It's a broken rear axle.
So maybe he's just taking it easy because obviously it's a trail fix, not a real fix like you would do in your shop. But it's probably still better than what I could do in my shop.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, it's really interesting talking to a lot of the teams here, and they're saying they want to race it because they want to get track seat time. They want to race it because they love it. But there's also a little bit of trepidation. We're coming into the end of the year, and King of the Hammers, of course, is at the end of January. And you've got this weird thing where you've got SEMA, you've got Thanksgiving, you've got Christmas. So if they need any exotic parts, it can be difficult to get parts between now and King of the Hammers. So although they want to be out here testing, they also don't want to blow their things apart completely with hammers just round the corner. So, Miles, what a fantastic few days this has been. It's been absolutely incredible.
It's been a fantastic few weeks out here. Lake Havasu is absolutely amazing. And the Legends of Havasu event did not disappoint. Obviously, we were just wrapping up the Ultra4 National Championship for Legends of Havasu, but we had the IPRA Rodeo last night. F1 boat racing is going on today and hopefully tomorrow, but it sounds like it could be a little bit windy. We'll see how that checks out. We've had the American side-by-side takeover off and on. Brett Michaels played tonight. Flo Rida plays Brett Michaels played last night.
Yeah,
Flo Rida plays
Michaels,
tonight.
brilliant.
Aces Wild was last night. I mean, there's so much going on this week. It has been an absolutely amazing time here.
It really has been a festival, hasn't it?
A festival. That's a good way to put it.
But still, the action continues here, and we're out on track right now.
So we're still waiting. Is it going to be Brian Cross or Bailey Campbell coming across next? I'm not sure. But Chip McLaughlin still has a chance. He's sitting in that in that 5th spot. So if Crofts or Campbell have an issue. Chip's there to capitalize. So Chip could get a top 5 with us here at Ultra4 USA. He'll be super ecstatic about that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Philip McGilton's not that far behind either. So Phil's having a great day out there in his solid axle car.
So if Brian Crofts can come into the podium the next 10 or 15 minutes, I think he will lock down the 2023 National Championship.
Okay, who's this? This is Kenneth Goodall. Now we've seen Ken's had some problems out on course today, but it's great to see him up to race pace again and still moving forward. Just look at these views as we look out back across towards Lake Havasu. If you don't know where Lake Havasu is, it's fed by the Colorado River that runs through Death Valley and also through the Grand Canyon.
So the F1 power boats, there is a lot of wind that's going to be going down tomorrow, so they did cancel tomorrow. Not necessarily cancel, they just moved everything to today. So the F1 power boats will be racing everything they can today because there is a chance of high winds, and if it's windy, they can't race tomorrow. So all of F1 is racing today. So and
wow.
when this race is over, we're heading over to the Nautical, so we might be able to see some F1 boat racing while we're doing the national banquet. And look at this. JP Gomez is flexing up on his brother, Raul, literally and physically.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see Raul there. He's just about to get out of the car. Now, you can have a party or you can have a Gomez party. There is a difference. There is Raul Gomez, two-time king, getting out the car. And he is going to be super pumped for his brother, JP.
All smiles right there from our current king, back-to-back King of the Hammers Championship, Raul Gomez, unofficially second position. And there's A.K. Watley. And I'm sure Pam Hall will be down there here very soon. She's going to be right there in the mix, and we're going to see what is going down. But I know this is going to be a fun interview as Paul Wolf is a lap down, but he'll be grabbing that checkered flag as well here very soon. Great to see him overcome and make it happen.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's important for his championship points. What do points make? Points make prizes.
Absolutely.
So Paul Wolf here coming on in. This is not the result he wanted, but I
it's
love
still
the perseverance.
A finish for points.
Absolutely, and I love the perseverance. And also, it's extra testing. Got to think, Hammers is just round the corner. You want to make sure that everything's 120%.
And I can hear the horsepower. Paul Wolf grabbing the checkered flag from Bob Bauer.
And it's so frustrating when you get something like a crank sensor let you down. It's a $20 part on a
it's
car.
always that, isn't it?
On a six-figure car. It's so frustrating.
Well, it sounds like Pam Hall is down there in the winner's circle with JP and Raul Gomez. This is going to be a fun little interview.
Rowdy.
So hopefully we got our bleeper ready, but they're going to have some fun. Pam, what do you got? Let's hear what the Gomezes have to say. Bleeper ready, but they're going to have some fun. Pam, what do you got?
JP Gomez, here you are on top of the box right now, unofficially. You did a tricky little parking job right here, but how are you feeling right now? I know you're super pumped.
I'm pretty tired. Super excited. Lost third gear about 20 miles into lap one. Super excited. Lost third gear about 20 miles into lap one. So I was like, just don't get any flats, right? And then got passed by Waylon, I think, on lap one, and just be smart out there. I had to kick my brother's ass and Flacco's, so that's why I came out here.
I really thought all three of you were going to be on the box there for a little bit, but I hear Darian ended up having some issues. But here you are. It's all about you right now, number one. What do you think about this race course that JT Taylor put together for you guys?
So it was definitely a driver's race course. Couldn't really open it up out there, so you had to be smart and then not try to wreck your stuff in the dust. Almost wrecked about 3 times on the lappers out there. So you had to be smart and then just be patient. So super excited.
Well, congratulations right here, unofficially on this top of the box for us here. Good job out there this weekend.
Thank you. Just want to shout out to my wife and kids at home. They're watching me, cheering me on. My brothers, my families, everybody at home. All the sponsors. I'll go over on the trophy thing, but surprised all the wheels are on this thing. I had some stuff out there, and I was actually impressed. So hats off to Joe and the team for prepping this thing last month and getting us out here to race this race.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to JP Gomez. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Pam. What a great talk with JP Gomez. And here it is, Jim. This is a good one.
Yeah, this is indeed a good one. This is Brian Crofts. Look at this.
So
this man has had the most fantastic season, and he's coming round. Bob Bauer is going to be giving him the checkered flag, and Brian Crofts crossed the line for an unofficial third place here at Legends of Havasu.
And I think he just locked down the national championship. Mr. Brian Crofts, it's looking good for him. We will be giving that away tonight at 5 p.m. at the Nautical. So Brian Crofts with a great season, and following right behind JP and Raul Gomez. So unofficial 1, JP Gomez, unofficial 2, Raul Gomez, unofficial 3, Brian Crofts. And there's Chad Hunt still plugging away.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. It's so good to see, isn't it?
So how far back is Bailey Campbell? She's around that race mile 28, 29, I believe. So she may get second place in the national championship.
Wow, that would be amazing.
Yes.
Right, we're looking now. Now, there's still a lot of racing to do here, Miles. I'm just looking out there, and our next 4 cars due in will be Bailey Campbell. It's going to be Chip McLaughlin, Phil McGilton, and also Brett Harrell. And there's something in the region of around about 8 minutes separating all of those cars at the moment, and I'm guessing that there is something in the region of between 15 and 18 minutes from home.
And Bob Bauer flies the checkered flag once again. Obviously, Brendan Thompson is down a lap, but he got the finish. Sounds like Pam Hall is down there once again in the winner's circle with Raul Gomez. You know he's going to be all smiles. Pam, this is going to be a fun one once again. Let's see what Raul's got to say. Pam, take it away.
I am here with two-time king Raul Gomez out here at Lake Havasu City racing at a track that everybody keeps comparing to Hammers. Give us a little rundown of what you think about the race course out there JT put together.
Oh, it was great. It was like just reminded me of the first lap at Hammers, and I was just kind of in cruise mode. I had my kid and my brother up in front of me this morning, so my goal was just to stay behind and trail and just pick up the loose ends all day and let them kind of get up in front. And so plan was working out really well, and Darian and JP were carrying good speed, and Darian's Straney went out. So I thought I might as well start picking it up and see if I catch JP, but he was already too far ahead. But it was a great day, fun. I was just being cautious, watching my tires, and didn't want to get out and change the flat. So. Yep.
Well, I mean, we were all sitting here going, oh my goodness, at Disney we had Campbell's all on the podium. This race we're going to have all the Gomez's. It was so close, but here you are right behind JP, but that wasn't your goal, was to be behind him, correct?
No, actually, after qualifying, I was like, all right, guys, since I did take cameras for you guys twice in a row, I'll sit back and see what I could do from the back here, guys. And yeah, the first lap was kind of just attrition. It was super dusty, and I didn't want to get a flat and didn't want to do something stupid, so I kind of fell off the pace a little bit. And then from that point forward, I was only 2-3 minutes behind the lead the whole time. So I just said, you know what, I'm not going to break anything and wreck. And so just kind of cruised. Just had fun.
Well, that's awesome. Congratulations, though, being number 2 out here at Legends of Havasu. It's been a great weekend for you guys, obviously 1 and 2 up here.
Yeah, this is great. I'm super excited. It's a team win today, so we're super stoked.
Awesome. Well, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
And I love how he threw that in there. I've won King of the Hammers the last 2 years, so I'll just give this one to him.
Because do remember, of course, that he was taking it easy.
Yeah, something like that. There's Philip McGilton, who's still in the mix for the points. There's Vaughn Gittin Jr. at a complete stop.
Yeah, on the side of the course.
And look at the dust is still right behind him, so not sure exactly what's going on. This is a pretty steep, loose section. Did he lose four-wheel drive? I'm not sure.
Well, that's what it kind of looks like, doesn't it? It looks like he can't make his
way
up there, yeah. Looks like he has lost either front-wheel drive or lost the rear-wheel drive, but that is a complete guess.
And you can tell he just rolled backwards a little bit, too. Could you see the Nitto tire tracks right there? So not sure what's going on with Vaughn Gittin Jr. And this is right around where we at, race mile 18, I believe. So what is going on with Vaughn Gittin Jr.? I hate to see that. We'll see what happens with him. I don't know.
No, that's very, very true. But we've got Pam Hall. She's back down there, and this time it's with Brian Crofts. So, Pam, what have you got for us?
Here I am with Brian Crofts. You came in third place just now for the race, but right now it's all about that national championship. How are you feeling about that?
I'm a little sore, but I'm super stoked. The whole idea was to keep the car together and, kind of make the finish, and that's what the plan was, and that's what I executed, so I'm pretty happy.
So you came in that third spot. I mean, what was the most difficult part for you out there this weekend? Because, I mean, the course had some tight canyons in it and everything. What was your biggest obstacle out there?
Other drivers. That was the biggest obstacle that I had. Nitto tires kept me going all day long. Never had one problem. The guys from Grom and JP Customs got my car running and made sure that I made the race and that the thing lasted the entire time. So I'm excited.
Well, here you are in this number 3 spot right now, unofficially, but I believe you have that national championship wrapped up, so we'll be giving those awards away later on at our banquet. But getting you up here, though, third place, who got you here?
Well, I'd like to thank Nitto Tire, my mom, my dad. This is the first race my mom's ever been to, so I'm pretty excited for that. My wife, Bailey, and their entire family, and, the Rance boys. Without them, I wouldn't be here, so...
Well, congratulations right now, unofficially third position, but congratulations on the national championship. Brian Crofts, awesome weekend.
Thank you.
Emotions are high, and that's how much this means to everybody. Brian Crofts, I believe, just locked down the national championship, and it's how cool is that to have his mom here for the first race ever. Great to see all of that come together.
Yeah, that's absolutely fantastic. I've watched Brian come up through the ranks over the years. I mean, let's not forget he started in limited class, then he moved up into 4400.
Raced UTV off and on?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, then he had that Jimmy's IFS car. Then he moved over into this Campbell car, and to see it all come together now is absolutely awesome. And you can just see how much it means to him to take home that National Points Championship, and to see him just... he's changed his racing. He's matured in his racing, and I love to watch that.
Oh, and here is Vaughn Gittin Jr. turning around, so he is definitely having some issues. Is he going to try to get a run at it, or what is going on? Hopefully we can get a visual. Let's stay with this camera for just a moment and see if he's going to go. But yeah, it's rear wheel peel only. So this is a pretty flat section right here, and he's still having issues. So Vaughn Gittin Jr., it looks like he is out of the race with no front wheel drive. Tough break for him. Hate to see that for anybody. But Vaughn Gittin Jr. out of the race as well. We saw Lauren drop out earlier, so Funhaver had a great night last night with the 4600 Spider Track stock class, but not so much today in the main 4400 race.
Yeah, tough break there. And just looking at my tracker now and just seeing who will be next across the line. It looks like it will be Bailey Campbell that will be coming into town next.
And then
probably
we have,
in about the next sort of 7 to 8 minutes.
And then we have Brian Crofts, Chip McLaughlin.
Sorry. I hate to tell you this, mate, but he's already home and dry.
We have Chip McLaughlin, Philip McGilton, and Chad Hunt should be our next four through the line.
Yeah, Chad Hunt's quite a long way out. He's still right back over here.
No. Yeah, Chad Hunt's... Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
You're thinking of Brett Harrell.
I sure am. So Brett Harrell's still in the mix for a top 5, top 6. That was 44.56. My eyes are a little blurred up instead of 4.56. So, yeah, from you got the tracker over there, so I saw 4.56, but it's 44.56 of Brett Harrell, not Chad Hunt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an easy mistake to make. I forget who I got wrong yesterday. Similar sort of thing. Well, the Max Gordon and the Robbie Gordon. 777 and 777.
Yeah, they mess with those points, and then the Campbells are 5, 3, and 35. The Gomez's are 82, 83, 90.
There's a few out there that you
Whoa,
never
did you see
get
the
wrong.
donkey kick there?
That was awesome.
So Bailey Campbell not giving up yet. That's a danger jump, because from there you could be moving with some pretty good speed. But if you hit that any more than Bailey did, it could really take you for a tumble. So she's just about got a mile and a half yet to go. And when we first got here, right in this section, she's getting ready to come up onto was some pretty gnarly cross grain, but it's starting to burn in pretty nice.
Yeah, Bailey Campbell had a really good, solid race. Her car is very much designed for this style of race. That extra size fuel tank. We're just seeing Vaughan getting junior there, just cruising, and it's A.K. Watley, the sister car of Vaughan's.
In his 4400 debut. And there's another sister car of Jeff Wagner, except for he's got the IRS on this one, but very similar outside of that. So A.K. Watley and Jeff Wagner running a very similar pace and still trucking along right here at the Spider Track backstretch. Logan Goodall still trucking. We saw him pulled over in the same. Yep, Kenneth Goodall, thank you.
Pleasure.
Man, my brain's getting a little fried today.
Oh, mate, we have been in the chair for 14 hours nearly yesterday and nearly 5 hours today, so you're forgiven.
6.5 hours. We started at 8 this morning, remember?
Yeah. Okay. My mind's gone.
So A.K. Watley still making his way through the vast desert here in the Standard Wash area just outside of Lake Havasu for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu.
Still lots of action out there on track right now, and we're hoping to see Bailey Campbell coming into town literally in the next sort of 2 to 3 minutes. And that's going to be very emotional when she sees her fiancé, Brian Crofts.
And it looks like it's going to be unofficially for the national championship. First place should go to Brian Crofts. Second place should go to Bailey Campbell.
Wow.
This is going to be a really fun night tonight at the awards banquet there at the Nautical. There is Brett Harrell. Believe he's up in the top 6 or 7 or so. How far back is Chip McLaughlin? Philip McGilton. Philip McGilton's in the mix, so he could be in that third spot for National Series points. Chad Hunt still may get fourth also. So no, Paul Wolf had a rough day. Von Gittin, we just saw, had a rough day. Tad Dowker still moving. So right now, unofficially, I think it should be Brian Cross, Bailey Campbell, Phil McGilton, and Chad Hunt for the national.
Okay, coming down across the line right now.
So here is Shannon Campbell. He is a lap down, but he is giving it all he's got. Checkered flag is flying from Bob Bauer from Shannon Campbell.
No, Shannon Campbell completes on 4 laps and actually comes in 4th, so we lost him off the tracker.
So he wasn't on the tracker. Okay.
Yeah. Fantastic run. Oh, my word. You know what's going to happen here, don't you? We're going to have Bailey coming in a minute. Right, okay, let's have a quick look at this. Where is Shannon and where was Bailey? Okay, so Shannon was ahead of Bailey, so Bailey would have to come in within 30 seconds. So, no, that's going to stick. So Shannon Campbell has just come in behind his soon-to-be son-in-law, Brian Crofts.
Wow, yeah, that was a little sneak in there with the tracker.
Missed that one. It's not often you don't see Shannon Campbell coming.
Yeah, no doubt. So Shannon Campbell, unofficial 4th place for the national race here in Lake Havasu.
And we should be seeing very, very soon. As that? Oh, have I? Hold on a minute. That was showing us 35. 35 was Bailey Campbell. I'm wondering if there's been a mistake on the tracker. No, there's 35. We should be seeing Bailey Campbell at any second. Unless there's a mistake on the trackers and Bailey's got Shannon's tracker.
We'll have to see how it all shakes out. Yeah, because now it's showing in town. I don't know if I saw her.
Yeah, I'm wondering.
Oh, yes. Yeah, she's finished. So Bailey Campbell did come across. We missed it on the deal. Yep. So unofficial fourth is Bailey Campbell. Unofficial fifth is Shannon Campbell.
Right, so Shannon crossed the line, and Bailey must have followed directly behind because Shannon was,
So maybe,
maybe. You know when I said the 30 seconds count, she actually came in and we missed it.
So maybe her bubble was over the number 5 bubble.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they may have been on top of each other on a tracker. We didn't see that, so we do apologize about that. So unofficial first, JP Gomez. Unofficial second, Raul Gomez. Unofficial third, Brian Cross. Then Bailey Campbell and Shannon Campbell.
That's absolutely fantastic. Wow. And just think about this. You just remember the lockout that the Campbells had at Disney as well. And off the back of that, coming straight to Havasu and to take out
3, 4, and 5.
And 5. That's incredible stuff.
And if JP and Raul wouldn't have showed up, they would have been right up there in the mix.
They'll have to pay them off next time.
Oh, they're still, everybody wants to race everybody at their finest on course. So anytime we can get the Gomez brothers out here racing with us, everybody wants to battle.
Okay, we've got another car coming in.
That is Chip McLaughlin.
Oh, look at this. Chip McLaughlin. Oh, there'll be so many people watching around the world who'll be so pleased to see this.
Looks like he will have a top 6 finish here for Legends of Havasu. He should have started running the West Series. There's a lot less trees out here. So Chip McLaughlin is looking like he's going to get the checkered flag in that 6th position, top 10 for Rufus Racing in memory of Zandy Willems.
And this is going to be a very emotional finish indeed. As Chip McLaughlin, one more turn, and he will see Bob Bauer, our Grand Marshal, waving the checkered flag.
And there he goes. The checkered flag is out for Chip McLaughlin, unofficial 6th place. He is going to be super excited about that.
Fantastic, and that is so good to see. I arrived here on Wednesday and spent some time with the Rufus team, and they are just such a wonderful bunch of people.
Oh, they're exactly what Ultra4 USA is all about. Great to see that. They put their heart and soul in it and have a lot of mishaps throughout the time, but always come back. Here's Glennie Page coming through. He is a lap down, but he clicked it off. So he will get his finishing points. You have to race 2/3 of the race, and he got 3/4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great run there. Let's not forget, this man comes all the way down from Canada.
Yeah, from Ontario, Canada, all the way here to come racing with us. And there's a lot of ant trails out there still plugging away.
Yeah, this course has absolutely delivered on every single level. 37 miles every single lap. Created by the genius that is JT Taylor.
And here is Philip McGilton coming to the Yukon Ridge right now, and he is sitting right now in 3rd position in points, so I think he is just going to lock down that spot. So I think unofficial for the National Series Championship, it's Brian Cross 1, Bailey Campbell 2, and Philip McGilton 3, just like we came into this race.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's not forget, this is the highest placed solid axle vehicle in our field. In a desert race, or it's not a desert race, but in a race of this style, I think that's remarkably impressive.
And then it's going to be very interesting to see how it shakes out between Chad Hunt and Brett Harrell, who's going to get that 4th and 5th spot for the National Series Championship. As Philip McGilton, 2 more turns to go. Him and a Dr. Amanda Ross will be grabbing the checkered flag from Bob Bauer at the race line start-finish.
Here he comes, Phil McGilton making his way one more turn. He will see that checkered flag. Bob's flying the flag now as Phil McGilton crosses the line and locks out 7th position. What a fantastic race there for Phil McGilton, and probably securing what looks to be third in the National Points Championship. Great result there for Phil.
He's got to be super, super excited about that. And there's Paul Horschel back in action. We saw them with that right front flat tire trying to get it changed. It looks like they got it figured out. Oh, and here comes Brett Harrell. We were just talking about checkered flag is riding for Brett Harrell. That'll put him in unofficial he moved into 7th position, knocking Philip McJilton down to 8th. So, man, it's going to be really close. Chad Hunt's going to have his work cut out for him. Who's going to be 4th or 5th between Brett Harrell and Chad Hunt? I don't have the math skills right now. Because we do have that drop race, so it's a little tricky. I'd have to get my spreadsheet out, which I don't have right in front of me. Here comes Tad Dowker.
Yeah, Tad Dowker is a lap down. Our next finisher will be, or potential finishers are going to be Paul Horschel. Tad Dowker is actually on.
I was going to say, I thought he was on
Sorry, I do apologise.
Correct lap.
And Chris Branton, but all of those are probably around about 15 minutes out right now.
Maybe up to 20.
Yeah, and then behind them, I believe that is Chad Hunt.
Chad Hunt still moving, so he's still in the mix for the top 5 in the National Championship Series.
Yeah. Then behind him, we've got Jeff Wagner, who's putting together a very impressive race, and of course A.K. Watley. And I believe that might be locking out that would be the last of the cars that are on the 4th lap, and they are approximately race mile 22. So I have around about another 15 miles to go.
So much racing action has gone on all weekend long. It looks like we just locked up the podium up here, so we're going to do a quick break, and we'll be right back after this.
Connect with the Wild is about off-roading with your buddies. Connect with the Wild is about going to Moab and conquering new challenges that you didn't think were possible. Ultimately, Connect with the Wild is about enjoying the outdoors in your vehicle as best you can. We're treating it like we know it's something special that everyone will remember.
Watching Speed Sport 1, your home for great American grassroots racing. It's time to rumble! Whether you're into sprint cars or stock cars, at the line! Modifieds or midgets, down to the low side, retake the lead! Dirt lane models or demolition derby. Oh! Speed Sport 1 has the grassroots action you love. Are you kidding me? Speed Sport 1, the Motorsports Network.
Hi, and welcome to the 2023 Legends of Havasu out here at Lake Havasu City. Miles, what a fantastic day.
It's been a wonderful week. That is an absolute fact. Legends of Havasu did not disappoint. And there is Chad Hunt still in the battle trying to lock down a top 5 for the national championship. And we will see who takes home the Zandy Willems Sportsman of the Year. Will it be this man, Chad Hunt? Will it be Levi Shirley? It could be Eric Miller or Aaron Lynch. It could be any one of those four. And it's going to be exciting to see. That is voted on by their peer racers. You have to be a registered racer for the 2023 Ultra4 USA season. And they came out and voted, and we'll see who gets that one tonight. It is a traveling trophy, and the Rufus family will be up there on stage with us to help that hand out tonight.
Yeah, this banquet's going to be very special tonight, Miles. I'm very much looking forward to it. But what a day of racing. What an entire week of racing we have had.
This Legends of Havasu is a do-not-miss event. We will be repeating this race next year, similar time. So do not miss that one. The schedule's out. Make sure you make your plans and come on out and enjoy the fun as Ken Goodall is still making dust out there. That's probably race mile 18 or so.
Yeah, and I'm looking on the tracker now, and we've probably got another 6 cars that can make it across the line to complete 4 laps, and we're going to bring them all home for you.
Here comes Roger King. He is a lap down, but he will be grabbing the checker flag as he crosses across the Yukon Ridge.
Yeah, I've got to say, a big shout out to Roger King, actually. He's been very polite on course when people have hit him up. He's moved to the one side. He's let them past. Great sportsmanship there from Roger King.
Oh, absolutely. Him and Justin Cower still pushing strong. Roger raced yesterday in the 4600 Spider Track stock class as well. So he is one of our competitors, been racing with us for quite some time. He started when the Everyman Challenge class came to light back in King of the Hammers back in 2011 and has raced with us pretty consistently ever since.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think you're right that I'm right.
Yeah, because I'm trying to work it back because you had John Curry won in 2011, 2012. Then some bloke from the UK came over.
With cheater tires? Or
yeah,
is he a different guy?
So, yeah, it definitely was 2011, the first DMC.
So there's Roger King grabbing the checkered flag. And he was talking about himself. Jim Marsden won unofficially back in 13, and then I don't remember what happened.
Yeah, disqualification. Yeah, anyway, moving on. It was a great day. Anyway, sun is shining here in Havasu, and we still have action out there on the course. I'm just looking on my tracker right now, and I can see that we've got Tad Dowker making his way towards us, and then behind him a couple of miles we have Chris Branson. Then behind them we also have Chad Hunt. And then we have 53, which is Jeff Wagner, and then A.K. Watley. So around about 6 cars out there that are still capable of making it to the finish, and we are going to bring them home for you.
Yeah, so within the next, probably I'm going to guess 20 minutes or so, we should see the rest of it, maybe 25, but
yeah,
we should be good. Then we'll close her down because we have to head to town for the National Banquet tonight at 5 p.m. at the Nautical. Ooh! Levi Shirley is pulled off the track and not moving. Hate to see that.
Yeah, he's fighting demons with this one. It's the car is relatively new, and I know myself it's so difficult sometimes to get these things right. He's been doing so much to this vehicle. They've pretty much rewired it. They've done so many different things to the cooling systems to try and bring in some reliability. And he's getting there. He said for the first time ever this weekend, it actually felt like a real race car. He said he was really happy with the way it was working, really happy with the performance. And you could see from the times he put down in qualifying, you could see from the times he was putting down on the track, he was keeping pace with the fastest guys. But you need that reliability. But they'll take it back to Kansas. Him and his dad, Brian, they'll sit down, they'll work out what the plan is next, and they will make that work.
They will execute and be ready for the 2024 King of the Hammers, the first race in the Ultra4 USA season.
Absolutely. And I'm very much looking forward to that. So we're probably around about 3 to 4 minutes away from seeing Paul Herschel crossing the line. And Paul, of course, he was leading for the entire of lap 2.
Yeah, such a tough break for him. It was looking good, too. That machine is absolutely a work of art.
Well, do you remember when he came in? We thought he was coming in for probably a splash and a dash and back out into the desert. But it came in, turned out that his alternator had failed. Yep, so that means that he's got to change out the alternator.
And remember, everything under that, well, not under the hood because it's a rear engine, but it's over 200 degrees, so trying to change something, it's tough working on something that's that hot as well. And then they also had some braking issues.
Yeah, he had some brake issues as well. I believe they had to lock off one tyre, or lock off one wheel, should I say. So he would have been only braking on 3. Now, on a road car, that would be incredibly dangerous. But on an off-road car, you can get away with it.
Oh, for sure.
Now, the reason being is because you're running 4-wheel drive, you're actually using the braking effort from each wheel multiplies back to the others.
So we are winding down to the 2023 Ultra4 USA season.
And is that Jeff Wagner I see there?
I believe you are correct. Yep, that is Jeff Wagner. So where's A.K. Watley? I thought he was in front of him.
No. A.K. Watley is just behind Jeff Jeff Wagner. So 2 Triton-built machines. And the impressive thing about this is the first race for Jeff Wagner in this car.
With minimal seat time because he just purchased that car from Lauren Healy.
Yep, and then just behind him is A.K. Watley in the sister car to Vaughn's car, also with very little seat time. So both these guys doing a great job and going to be bringing it home in the top 15.
And we saw Vaughn getting Junior Lou's front-wheel drive. Just tough break for him, but hey, again, racing's racing. We've seen a lot of them pulled over having issues. But we adapt and overcome with what we have.
We do. The racing gods can be very cruel indeed. But still we come back and still we compete. And still we push on. Because that's what racers do. And there is A.K. Watley.
There he is. Still chugging along with Chaos Motorsports.
I'm just looking on track at the moment. I can see... See, this is the interesting thing. If I look here, Miles, on the tracker, that's the 5AZ, which is Shannon Campbell.
So that's why we didn't see him coming through, because tracker quit pinging back there at race mile 20.
Do you think Shannon's left his tracker around race mile 20?
and we can see Waylon Campbell stopped pretty far off track.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to make his way back. Yeah, this is Paul Horschel. So it looks like Paul Horschel right now is coming up the Yukon ridgeline.
We saw him in the hot pits for such a long time. He led the race for a while. Tough break for Paul Horschel, but look at him at the Yukon Ridge. He has given it all. He's got all the way to the finish line, and this ridge with super tight whoops. It's he's having fun.
Yeah, but
it's
just look at the way it floats across that incredible vehicle.
This machine is made for exactly this track. Had some issues, tough break, but hey, that's part of racing. So one more turn to go for Paul Horschel, and Bob Bauer will be waving that checkered flag.
Yeah, so he will be crossing the line any moment now.
And here he goes. Paul Horschel grabs a checkered flag for the last time of the Ultra4 USA 2023 season.
Yeah, and Paul Horschel currently in 9th position unofficially. So a top 10 there for Paul Horschel. And we saw him out there earlier. He had to change that front right tyre. Now, the interesting thing about that, I'd love to look at that back, actually, because you called that as he crossed the line for the start of his 4th lap. But I don't know if he actually stopped in the pits, so maybe he didn't know that he actually had a flat.
It may have been just soft right there, and I got a good glimpse at it, and he didn't feel it yet, but yeah, just tough break. And there we have another one cruising. Oh, it's Jeff Wagner, I believe. See the red hood and the white body? Yeah, that put him, race mile 30 or so. So he's still making his way around.
And this is what we're saying about it being an incredibly technical course. There's nowhere where you can really lower it down and put those big horses to work.
Here we have another one coming into town.
Yeah, we do. And I think this will be... this could be Tad Dowker, actually.
If I can get a side from, yes, it is. Tad Dowker coming into town. 2 more turns to go. Out of Kewadin, Michigan, Tad Dowker with North Shore Racing. They've been traveling the entire season with us and having some fun. Great to see him out here and going to be grabbing the checkered flag. Tad Dowker and Andy Eustace grabbing the checkered flag from Bob Bauer at the race line start-finish. Great job, Tad Dowker.
Got to put a big shout out there to Bob Bauer. Every car it comes across the line, he gives 100% enthusiasm.
And look at that. He just bumped Paul Horschel out on adjusted time, so he just moved into 9th and bumped Paul Horschel down to 10th.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. That's why we always say unofficial when we're looking at these results.
So right now we do have our top 10 here in town, and unofficially in 10th is Paul Horschel. Then in 9th is Tad Dowker. 8th, Philip McGilton. 7th, Brett Harrell. 6th, Chip McLaughlin.
In 5th, we've got Shannon Campbell. In 4th, it's Bailey Campbell. In 3rd is Brian Crofts. In 2nd is Raul Gomez. But our winner today is JP Gomez here at the 2023 Legends of Havasu. Still a few more cars out there on track, Miles.
Yeah, it's not nearly as littered as it was last night. We had a lot of broken cars, because definitely the dark played its toll on that.
Yeah, we've got another 4 cars out there that we can bring across the line. I'm expecting Christopher Branton to be the next finisher. And he will be closely followed by Chad Hunt.
Is Jeff Wagner still plugging away?
Yeah, and somewhere just behind him will be A.K. Watley. Being held back by that choking white dust. So Christopher Branton at the moment.
Yeah, Christopher Branton, and then Chad Hunt will be the next one. We should see them in here the next, less than 5 minutes.
Yep.
And Chad Hunt may just lock down a top 5 for the Ultra4 USA 4,400 national champions.
Yeah, that's going to be very impressive indeed. A top 5 against this level of field. And he's been fighting problems all year, had issues with superchargers and all sorts of belt issues and different things. One of the nicest guys you'll ever wish to meet. And let's not forget, he is a nominee for the Zandy Williams Sportsman of the Year Award.
And the only one that's finished this race. Levi Shirley... Aaron Lynch did well, too. Okay, Levi Shirley has stopped out on course. We saw that. Eric Miller is here on site but did not race.
Yeah, did you see that then? Jeff Wagner just caught in his own dust, nearly high-sided up into that ridge. So easy to make a mistake here, as particularly on the fading moments of a race. You're coming in, your eyes, you're already thinking about the finish. You're already thinking about your friends.
You're ready to be there.
Oh, yeah. You have to force your eyes wide open. Concentrate. Loosen your hands on the steering wheel. Just take it as it comes. Or you can do what I did in Portugal and roll it on its roof 200 metres from the finish.
Did you pull a Blyler at King of the Hammers?
No, unfortunately I didn't write it.
And here comes Christopher Branton at the Yukon Ridge. About 1 minute to go, and with Kamikaze, Chris Branton and Ryan Webb.
Now, look at the difference here between this car and Paul Herschel's car. We just saw hurtling down across the Yukon Ridgeline. But this is great to see Christopher Branson coming to the finish of this race. He's going to be hovering around that sort of top 10 mark. A superb result for Chris Branton.
Yeah, I think he'll, we'll see if he can bump anybody out.
Well, he might well do, actually, because I think Chris Branson...
He started in 19th position, so I don't know. We'll see.
So here we go. Christopher Branton, 2 turns to go. Comes down the hill, going past the hot pits, over the last couple of whoops. He'll be coming around the final bend. And there will be our Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer, as Christopher Branton crosses the line for a top 15 finish.
And he just bumped into top 10, bumping Paul Horschel into 11th. So Chris Branton he's got to be excited about that.
Yeah, absolutely. What a great run there for Chris.
He's got to be tired, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, all of these drivers. I mean, do you see JP Gomez earlier? I mean, this is a guy who's normally jumping up and down like Tigger, and today he's just like, I'm done.
Yeah, I mean, that was 148 miles out there. I mean, that just really goes to show you how tough this course really was. JT Taylor did an amazing job laying this course out.
Yeah, I haven't been around the course myself, but I've got a feeling it's a bit like a Hammers course. There are no easy moments.
Yeah, I mean, right when you think you can chill out and have a moment, something will bite you. As Chad Hunt coming over across the Yukon Ridge. I think he's going to lock down a top 5 for the national championship in 4,400. Chad Hunt, as part of Team Indiana, just one of the greats in our group and showing us what Ultra4 USA is all about. I know his wife, Nikki, is here. She's got to be all smiles at the race line start-finish as Bob Bauer is getting ready to wave that checker flag once again.
Yeah, and he will be our 3rd highest finisher for a solid axle car today, bringing home his Miller chassis.
And I'm doing quick math. He might bump Chris Branton out of that 10th position. It's going to be down to the 2nd. This is going to be a race to the finish. Is Chad Hunt going to be able to bump out Christopher Branton for a top 10 finish here for the 2023 Ultra4 USA Legends of Havasu?
He comes around the corner now. He sees our Grand Marshal Bob Bauer. Bob shows him the checkered flag, and Chad Hunt crosses the line. Oh, and he does.
And he does. He bumps Chris Branton to 11th. Chad Hunt with a top 10 finish for the final race of the season. So it's looking really good for a top 5 in the national championship for Chad Hunt.
Fantastic.
They got to be excited right now. Window nets are already down.
Did you see that? They were barely across the line and the window nets were straight down. That was the...
Get me out of here.
Get me out of here.
Because remember, Rick rode with Ryan Taylor last night in the night, so he is worn slick.
Oh, wow. Definitely. Right, we're looking back at our racetrack, and it looks like we have 2 more cars that can finish. It's Jeff Wagner and A.K. Watley in their Triton Fab machines.
And they are on top of each other right now, it looks like.
They are indeed.
And they're about, less than 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Probably about 7 or 8, I'm guessing, depending on pace. And looking on to the rest of the course right now.
Jeff Wagner, number 53, should be coming across here very soon. And then the 4089 of A.K. Watley. Those are the next 2 we should see. And the trackers are updating. It's going to be interesting. Who's going to be able to get in here first?
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It looks like we've actually got some traffic coming in there. It looks like we've got Dalton Hamilton, who will be coming in to complete a 2nd lap. So it'd be great to bring Dalton home, but he will only be completing his 2nd lap, not his 4th lap. So here is Dalton Hamilton now.
So Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson. No. Who was he riding with?
I think you were right there.
Okay. I've said so much today, I'm confusing myself.
No, I think you're right. I think it is Austin Thompson riding with Dalton Hamilton.
So Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson. It's been a long weekend. But they got this bomber chassis. They're going to bring it across the line. Just a couple more turns, and Dalton Hamilton will grab the checkered flag. I do believe he is a lap down, but he's still got to be excited about this one.
Yeah, I think he might even be 2 laps down, but still great to see them crossing the line.
So Bob Bauer has the checkered flag in his hand for Dalton Hamilton and Austin Thompson for that bomber fabrication machine, and there it goes.
And that's the checkered flag, but we still got 2 more cars on course that we're going to bring across the line. That is A.K. Watley and Jeff Wagner. In which order, I cannot tell you. The tracker is bouncing backwards and forwards. We did see that it was Jeff Wagner who had the lead, but anything can happen.
Especially for all the guts and glory, all the way to the finish line. I mean, you see dust, you want that dust.
Oh, yes. I am so guilty of that.
Yeah, it's the rabbit versus the hare mentality. And, yeah, you see the dust, it makes you hungry, but it could make you make a mistake.
Yeah, that's the trouble. My co-driver's sitting there going, they're not in your race. Leave them alone. Particularly at the Rally Breslau. What a fantastic day of racing, Mars. Just look out across that vista. That is... We can see Havasu Lake in the background there and our incredible race course in front of us.
Our last few dust trails of the weekend, and we'll be wrapping this thing up. Jim, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you and the entire team all weekend long. Always a pleasure, my friend.
Oh, it's always great to be here. It's always great to come to America. It's always great to be racing with Ultra4 USA. I can't wait to see what the future holds. I cannot wait for King of the Hammers 2024.
The future is bright, that is for sure.
Absolutely. There are so many new teams coming in. There are so many new cars.
And we have a lot of people that have been racing with us for a long time that just won't give it up, and I love that part as well.
Okay, now is that Jeff Wagner we can see there? There are other cars on course.
I think that's back a ways. That looks like it could be Kenneth Goodall.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is Kenneth Goodall. But now here he is, Jeff Wagner. Look at this. He snuck in through the back door. He's got one more turn. And there is Grand Marshal Bob Bauer showing him the checkered flag as Jeff Wagner crosses the line to complete 4 laps in his... Am I right in thinking this is his first Ultra4 USA race?
He raced Nationals a couple years ago, if I can remember right. I think it was Nationals in Davis, Oklahoma.
Certainly the first time he's raced this car in Ultra4.
100%. It looks like he just snuck into 13th position. So how far back is A.K. Watley?
Well, A.K. Watley is literally going to be a mile behind. We should be, if we can watch the Yukon Ridge, we should be seeing him come down there. But right now there is Kenneth Goodall. There he is, A.K. Watley, making his way down. He's got 2 more turns. Drops on in.
Making his Ultra4 USA 4400 debut, A.K. Watley with Chaos Motorsports. He has had so much fun. I first met him a few months ago. He is all smiles, and here he goes. One more turn to go. A.K. Watley will be grabbing the checkered flag from our Grand Marshal, Bob Bauer, at the race line start-finish.
Oh, wow, and that's incredible. So there's a incredible yin to our yang there. A.K. Watley takes 10th position from Chad Hunt on adjusted time.
Wow, a great top 10 finish with a stacked field in his first 4,400 race. He's got to be super, super excited about that. A.K. Watley, congratulations, my friend.
Yeah, and let's go through the 14 finishers. Get your head around that, Mars. 14 out of nearly 50 runners and riders.
We had almost 50 4,400 cars come across the green light this morning at 10 a.m. We've been racing for 5+ hours today. Well, we started with the youth this morning. That was a lot of fun, too. But the 4,400s raced for 5+ hours.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been an incredible thing. We were talking about it earlier. Lauren Healy, our pole sitter, after that amazing qualifying run yesterday, he led the race. Then it was Cade Rod who stepped up to lead. Then it was Paul Wolf.
And then Paul Horschel.
Yeah, absolutely. Then Paul Horschel. Then we have Waylon Campbell. But then, of course, step up JP Gomez.
And then he ran away with it for a little while. So here's our unofficial Good Boy Vodka results. We'll go from the back of the pack. Travis Zollinger, Brent Moffitt, Johnny Valadez, Mike Sindler,
Andrew McLaughlin, Tom Pendergrass, Travis Grande, and Greg Adler.
And then Kevin Stearns, Casey Curry, Lauren Healy, William Robertson, Cade Rod,
Mark Nicholson, Cody Addington, Matthew McGowan, Pip Justice, and Dalton Hamilton.
Then it goes to Brendan Thompson, Ian Kenton, Kenneth Goodall, Levi Shirley, and Weston Jones.
Harold Feeman, James Mahoney, Tom Gilpin, Dennis Sterndal, and Roger King.
In 20th is Glennie Page, Paul Wolf, Joe Gatlin, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Darian Gomez.
Then our last of our unofficial finishes, Waylon Campbell. Then we go into our official finishers who got all of their 4 laps. In 14th is Jeff Wagner. In 13th is Paul Horschel. In 12th it's Christopher Branson. In 11th is Chad Hunt.
And then getting his first finish ever in Ultra4, and in the top 10 is A.K. Watley. In 9th is Tad Dowker. In 8th, Philip McGilton. In 7th, Brett Harrell. In 6th, Chip McLaughlin.
And our top 5 is 3-time king Shannon Campbell, his daughter Bailey Campbell in 4th, her fiance, this is a family affair, is Brian Crofts in 3rd place. In 2nd, 2-time king Raul Gomez, but top of the box, rounding out the 2023 Ultra4 National Championships here at the Legends of Havasu, it is JP Gomez.
And look at that, 4 hour and 2 minutes. How awesome was that? We've been running all weekend long. We guessed an hour lap and we nailed it to a T, Jim, and it's been an amazing, amazing week.
It has indeed, with so many people that we need to thank. Who do we need to thank here,
A
Miles?
little bit of everybody. I mean, the entire broadcast crew, Jason and Gayla Robinette, USAC, all the volunteers, safety, and everybody in between.
Yeah, absolutely. All our crew down at the vendor village, all our crew out here at the racecourse, and most importantly, the family and all the races that make Ultra4 so incredibly wonderful.
And Bob Bauer, look at him starting the race this morning. We started at 10 a.m. We've been racing for 5+ hours, Jim. It's been a lot of action all over the course all weekend. Jim, so much fun we had.
Yeah, absolutely. The action just comes thick and fast. I cannot wait for the future. This is Ultra4 racing. This is why we come racing, because we love this so much.
So thanks again to everybody for tuning in off and on all weekend long. It's been an absolute spectacle. We have had so much fun here. So thank you for tuning in to Ultra4 USA for the 2023 Legends of Havasu for the National Championship. From the entire broadcast crew here at AOE.TV and Speedsport.TV, I am Miles Haskins alongside Jim Marsden, Bob Bauer, Pam Hall. Thank you, and we will see you up next at King of the Hammers early next season.
So we're done?